Hello guys and welcome back. This is Necromancer of the Shadows chapters 101 to 151. Enjoy! Necromancer of the Shadows. Chapter 101. Ring of Concealment B rank : a ring made from darkness and shadow stones. It has the passive effect of concealment on the wearer. After wearing the ring you can hide your presence from anyone below B rank. Increase the power of darkness and shadow type skills by a small margin. Once a day you can use the attached skill of the ring Full Invisibility. Full Invisibility. After activating the skill no one below B rank will be able to see you for 1 minute. Evan read the details of the ring, and was surprised after reading he can hide his presence from anyone below B rank, just after wearing the ring. With the help of this ring I will be able to hunt the monsters in the wilderness more efficiently, Evan thought, and was very excited. Because he need a large number of C rank cores for advancing his Monarch and Prime core, he was thinking about going to the wilderness to hunt C rank monsters after some time. With the help of this ring, he will have an easier time even when he will face C+ rank monsters. He can fully hide his aura even from a C+ rank monster. As long as the monster doesn't see him with its eyes, it won't be able to feel his presence. Along with the passive concealment effect, the effect that increases the power of shadow and darkness skill was also very great. His skills Shadow Walk and Dimensional Shadow Bullet will be enhanced because of the ring. Other than that, the attached skill that can make him fully invisible for 1 minute will be a great help to him if he encounters a large group of C+ rank monsters in the wilderness. Using this skill he will be able to escape from any C+ rank monster. It is a perfect assassination item, Evan thought, and found it quite absurd that with the help of this ring, he can easily assassinate any C+ rank hunter. After reading the details Evan wore the ring. When Evan wore the ring he did not feel anything. When Evan did not feel anything he raised an eyebrow and thought the ring was not working. But Valerie, who was coming towards him after collecting the flower, was startled when she suddenly felt Evan's aura completely disappear. If she was not seeing him with her eyes, she was sure she would not have been able to tell that he was there. That ring is quite good, Valerie said, because she naturally noticed Evan's aura disappear after he wore that ring. Evan, who was thinking the ring is not working, looked at her and noticed she was looking at his ring with an envious gaze. Looks like the ring is working, Evan thought after seeing Valerie's envious gaze. Evan ignored her envious gaze and looked at the golden orb that was floating in front of him. What should we do with this orb? Evan asked Valerie, since he doesn't know how to get information that is stored inside the information orb. Valerie came beside him and said while looking at the golden orb, you just have to place your hand on it, and you will get the information that is stored inside it. Evan nodded his head and placed his hand on the golden information orb. Just as Evan placed his hand on the orb, it started to shine with bright golden color. Suddenly Evan felt some information being transmitted to his brain. He frowned a bit because he felt a prickling sensation in his head. But the prickling sensation soon disappeared, and the orb also stopped glowing. Crack, crack, cracked. After the orb stopped glowing, it soon started to crack and turned into golden particles that disappeared into the air. Valerie, who was standing beside Evan, looked at him eagerly, wanting to know what information he received from the orb. After around 20 seconds, Evan took a deep breath and fully digested the information he received from the orb. What kind of information did you receive? Valerie asked Evan. Evan smiled after hearing her and said, it is something about the higher world. Valerie became even more excited after hearing him and argued him to continue. In the orb, there was actually information about a place called the Tomb of Ancient. Evan started to tell Valerie about the information he received. There is actually a place called the Tomb of Ancient in the higher world. That is a special realm and opens every 10 years. People from all over the world enter this Tomb of Ancient whenever it opens. There was no information about what is inside this Tomb of the Ancient, but Evan did receive information that only people who are rank 2 core evolvers or below can enter this tomb. Rank 2 core evolvers, Valerie muttered after hearing Evan not understanding what this means. I think after clearing the Tower of Ascension when you will go to the higher world, your core will advance to rank 1 core, and people from the higher world call themselves evolvers instead of hunters, Evan said after pondering for a moment. Valerie, who heard Evan, found it reasonable and nodded her head. Although it is not much, now I have a general understanding of what will happen to my core after surpassing S rank, Evan thought, and looked at the platform that was now empty. You collected your flower? Evan asked Valerie, who nodded her head. Evan looked at the second ice heart flower and was about to go there to collect it when Valerie stopped him and gave a black box to him. The box was similar to the box she used to put her ice heart flower. Use this box to store the flower or it will lose its energy, Valerie told Evan when she saw he was looking at the box with a confused expression. Oh, an understanding look appeared on Evan's face after hearing her. He thanked her for the box and walked towards the flower to collect it. Chapter 102. When Evan came near the ice heart flower, he can't help but frown, feeling the cold energy of the flower. He extended his hand to pull the flower, but his expression changed when his hand was almost frozen as soon as he touched the flower. He quickly pulled back his hand and can't help but curse, seeing his hand was covered in ice. He looked at Valia, who was still standing at the platform, and saw her looking at him with a smirk on her face. He immediately understood she already knew this will happen, but didn't tell him in advance. Can you collect this flower for me? Evan asked with a twitching mouth because he knew she has ice element, and it will be easy for her to collect it. He can collect the flower by using mana reinforcement, but his body was still not in the condition to use mana reinforcement after his earlier fight against the python. Sure, Valia said with a smile. Evan, who heard her, was taken aback because he didn't expect this brain-dead woman to agree this easily. Valerie come near Evan, and after taking the black box from him, she collected the flower for him. By the way, you are planning to sell this flower, don't you? After collecting the flower, Valerie asked Evan. Yes, Evan didn't deny it because he was indeed planning to sell this flower. Although the ice heart flower was amazing, he has no use for it. This flower is quite rare. I should be able to get a decent amount of money, Evan thought, feeling a little excited about the money he will get after selling the flower. Then why don't you sell it to me? Valerie, who heard Evan was planning to sell the flower, asked him. Evan thought for a moment, then he asked, how much are you willing to pay for it? How much do you want? Valerie didn't answer, but instead asked him. I don't know. I know very little about the price of these kinds of things. Let's wait before we leave the dungeon. Then we can talk about it, Evan said, not giving any random price. He knew the ice heart flower is very precious, and he didn't want to sell it cheaply. Valerie didn't mind and give the ice heart flower back to Evan. As long as Evan will sell the flower to her, she was fine with it. Although one flower was enough for her to awaken her physique, she can still use ice heart flower for other things. Let's go back, we still have to clear 5 flowers of this dungeon, Evan said to Valerie, after putting away the flower. Hearing Evan, Valerie smiled and shook her head. We can't continue to clear the rest of the floors. Why? Evan asked with a frown, because he wanted to collect more cores after clearing those floors. Moreover, from floor 6 to 10, they will face C+ rank monsters, so he can collect quite some amount of the C+ rank cores. Now that he has the Ring of Concealment, he was even more confident in collecting many cores. Because just when Valerie was about to explain to him, Evan felt something, and his expression changed. Valerie also noticed it and said with a smile, we are being teleported out from here. Just as she said, both Evan and Valerie flashed with silver light, and the next second they disappeared from the ruins. Swish dash. A silver light flashed outside the entrance portal of the Frost World dungeon, and 2 people appeared there. Evan saw they were teleported out from the dungeon, and looked around with a dazed face. Just a moment ago he was thinking about collecting some C+ rank cores, and now he was out from the dungeon. Just what was happening? He looked at Valerie with a questioning look, not able to understand just what happened. Valerie, who saw Evan looking at her in confusion, explained to him, after you clear the ruins in a dungeon, you will be teleported out from it, just like how you get teleported out after clearing the final floor. After saying that, she looked at the portal of the Frost World. Unlike before, the portal was now dimmer than before, and the energy fluctuations that it was releasing were also weaker than before. Just like how each time after clearing a dungeon it will take some time before we can enter the dungeon again. Now we will have to wait for at least a month before we can enter the dungeon again. Hearing Valerie, an understanding look appeared on Evan's face, and he nodded his head. He looked at the dim portal and can't help but sigh. It was a great opportunity for him to collect cores, but now that he was teleported out from the dungeon, he won't be able to collect more cores. But his mood soon returned to normal when he remembered the things that he get from the ruins. I should be able to collect C-rank cores from the wilderness. With the help of the concealment ring, it won't be difficult for me, Evan thought, and took a deep breath. Then he suddenly thought about something and asked Valerie, what will happen to that ruin? Will it also recover? No, Valerie shook her head and said, unlike dungeon floors that recover after some time when we clear them, ruins will not recover. Now that we already took everything from there, nothing will spawn there again. Evan felt it was a pity that nothing will appear in the ruins once again inside. He was thinking about going in once again with Valerie, after the dungeon opens after a month. Then he remembered something, and with some anticipation looked into his shadow storage. His heart was beating faster, and when he finally saw the thing inside his storage ring, his eyes lit up. The body of the ice troll was still inside his shadow storage. Chapter 103. Evan was so delighted after seeing the corpse of the ice troll in his shadow storage, that he almost laughed out loud in front of Valerie. Now I can bring the bodies of the monster outside from the dungeons. Evan immediately decided to look for some dungeons where he can find rare monsters like ice trolls, so that he can bring their bodies outside from the dungeon and sell them to make more money. He looked at the portal and wondered if there will be any problem in the dungeon, since he brought the body of the ice troll outside. But he soon stopped thinking about it, since it was not his problem to begin with. Valerie noticed Evan was suddenly looking happy and asked in a doubtful tone, why are you happy even after we are teleported out from the dungeon without getting to clear it? Evan was taken aback by her question, but he didn't mind and said with a smirk, I was just thinking about the price of the ice heart flower. Valerie's face darkened upon hearing Evan. When she remembered his thief-like personality, she was sure this guy will try to rip her off when she will buy the flower from him. Let's go out, Valerie said in an irritated voice, and started to walk out of the portal room. Evan was happy seeing her dark face. Earlier, even though she had that stupid 3D glasses and a can of cola, she didn't give him that to use as bait. He has to use the packet of his MRE food. That cost him 100 credits, although now he has hundreds of thousands of credits. The value of 100 credits didn't decrease a bit in his heart because of it. When Evan and Valerie come out, they saw Jerry, the guard of the portal room, was actually sleeping. He was sitting on the chair, and his head was placed comfortably on the desk in front of him. When Valerie saw him sleeping, an angry expression appeared on her face. Evan didn't care about sleeping Jerry, and just looked at him with an amused expression. Valerie walked toward Jerry and was about to wake him up using a special method, when her expression changed drastically. She quickly checked his pulse, and a frown appeared on her face. When Evan saw the change in her expression, he thought something was not right and asked, what's wrong? He is dead, Valerie said in a cold tone while looking around them. Evan was stunned and looked at the dead body of the guard with a shocked expression. From how Valerie was looking around them with a cold expression, he naturally understood something was not right. Jerry was a C+ rank hunter, so he knows there is no way he could have died without any reason. He lifted his guard to maximum and also looked around them. You guys are out earlier than I thought. Suddenly both Valerie and Evan heard a surprised male voice. Evan and Valerie were stunned because the sound was coming from the rooftop of the portal cabin, which was just above them, and they didn't feel the aura of the man. Just from this, Evan and Valerie understood the person was not normal. They walked out from the cabin and looked up at the rooftop of the cabin. On the rooftop of the portal cabin, a bald man who looks in his mid-30s, had sharp black eyes, and a strange shaped thick beard was looking at them with a surprised expression. It is not even 2 days and you guys are already out. I thought it will take you guys at least 4 to 5 days to come out from that dungeon, Carlos the bald man spoke. The body of both Evan and Valerie tensed up when they saw the man. Just by looking at him they can feel mortal danger. Both of them were sure that the guy in front of them was at least a B rank hunter. Valerie took a deep breath to calm down her beating heart and asked, "Who are you?" Carlos smiled when he heard Valerie and jumped down from the rooftop. He landed 10 meters away from Valerie and Evan and looked at them with a calm smile on his face. "There is no need for you to know who I am. The only thing that you should know is that you are going to come with me. I hope you will not make things difficult for me," Carlos said with the same calm smile on his face. He pointed at Jerry and said, "You see, I am not someone who can hold back when I fight, so you better come with me obediently." Valerie furrowed her eyebrows hearing Carlos and said in a cold voice, "You are someone from the Dark Guild, right?" Hearing Valerie, the face of Carlos didn't change, and he still looked at them with the same calm smile on his face. He ignored Valerie and looked at Evan, who was standing beside her, and his expression changed. D-rank Carlos spoke with a strange expression on his face. The person you brought with you in the dungeon is actually a D-rank hunter, and you guys still cleared it in less than 2 days. Carlos was shocked because he also knew what kind of dungeon Frost World is. He knew even if 2C+ rank hunters enter here, it will still be difficult for them to clear it. But even though Evan is just a D-rank hunter, they still cleared the dungeon in less than 2 days. Carlos's interest was piqued when he saw this, and he made up his mind. Evan, who was standing beside Valerie, saw how the guy in front of him was looking at him with strange eyes, and his heart started to beat faster. His body was already aching all over because of using mana reinforcement earlier. He was in no condition to fight, and he was sure even if he uses mana reinforcement to 100%, he won't be able to do anything to this man. You D-rank noob. While Evan was thinking, Carlos spoke and said with a smile on his face, "Originally I thought I will kill you and bring her with me, but now I changed my mind. You are also coming with us." Chapter 104. Evan was so delighted after seeing the corpse of the ice troll in his shadow storage, that he almost laughed out loud in front of Valerie. Now I can bring the bodies of the monster outside from the dungeons. Evan immediately decided to look for some dungeons where he can find rare monsters like ice trolls, so that he can bring their bodies outside from the dungeon and sell them to make more money. He looked at the portal and wondered if there will be any problem in the dungeon, since he brought the body of the ice troll outside. But he soon stopped thinking about it, since it was not his problem to begin with. Valerie noticed Evan was suddenly looking happy and asked in a doubtful tone, "Why are you happy even after we are teleported out from the dungeon without getting to clear it?" Evan was taken aback by her question, but he didn't mind and said with a smirk, "I was just thinking about the price of the ice heart flower." Valerie's face darkened upon hearing Evan. When she remembered his thief-like personality, she was sure this guy will try to rip her off when she will buy the flower from him. "Let's go out," Valerie said in an irritated voice, and started to walk out of the portal room. Evan was happy seeing her dark face. Earlier, even though she had that stupid 3D glasses and a can of cola, she didn't give him that to use as bait. He has to use the packet of his MRE food. That cost him 100 credits, although now he has hundreds of thousands of credits. The value of 100 credits didn't decrease a bit in his heart because of it. When Evan and Valerie come out, they saw Jerry, the guard of the portal room, was actually sleeping. He was sitting on the chair, and his head was placed comfortably on the desk in front of him. When Valerie saw him sleeping, an angry expression appeared on her face. Evan didn't care about sleeping Jerry, and just looked at him with an amused expression. Valerie walked toward Jerry and was about to wake him up using a special method, when her expression changed drastically. She quickly checked his pulse, and a frown appeared on her face. When Evan saw the change in her expression, he thought something was not right and asked, "What's wrong?" "He is dead," Valerie said in a cold tone while looking around them. Evan was stunned and looked at the dead body of the guard with a shocked expression. From how Valerie was looking around them with a cold expression, he naturally understood something was not right. Jerry was a C+ rank hunter, so he knows there is no way he could have died without any reason. He lifted his guard to maximum and also looked around them. "You guys are out earlier than I thought." Suddenly both Valerie and Evan heard a surprised male voice. Evan and Valerie were stunned because the sound was coming from the rooftop of the portal cabin, which was just above them, and they didn't feel the aura of the man. Just from this, Evan and Valerie understood the person was not normal. They walked out from the cabin and looked up at the rooftop of the cabin. On the rooftop of the portal cabin, a bald man who looks in his mid-30s, had sharp black eyes, and a strange shaped thick beard was looking at them with a surprised expression. "It is not even 2 days and you guys are already out. I thought it will take you guys at least 4 to 5 days to come out from that dungeon." Carlos, the bald man, spoke. The body of both Evan and Valerie tensed up when they saw the man. Just by looking at him they can feel mortal danger. Both of them were sure that the guy in front of them was at least a B-rank hunter. Valerie took a deep breath to calm down her beating heart and asked, "Who are you?" Carlos smiled when he heard Valerie and jumped down from the rooftop. He landed 10 meters away from Valerie and Evan and looked at them with a calm smile on his face. There is no need for you to know who I am. The only thing that you should know is that you are going to come with me. I hope you will not make things difficult for me, Carlos said with the same calm smile on his face. He pointed at Jerry and said, "You see, I am not someone who can hold back when I fight, so you better come with me obediently." Valerie furrowed her eyebrows hearing Carlos and said in a cold voice, "You are someone from the Dark Guild, right?" Hearing Valerie, the face of Carlos didn't change, and he still looked at them with the same calm smile on his face. He ignored Valerie and looked at Evan, who was standing beside her, and his expression changed. D-rank Carlos spoke with a strange expression on his face. "The person you brought with you in the dungeon is actually a D-rank hunter, and you guys still cleared it in less than 2 days. Carlos was shocked because he also knew what kind of dungeon Frost World is. He knew even if 2 C+ rank hunters enter here, it will still be difficult for them to clear it. But even though Evan is just a D-rank hunter, they still cleared the dungeon in less than 2 days. Carlos's interest was piqued when he saw this, and he made up his mind. Evan, who was standing beside Valerie, saw how the guy in front of him was looking at him with strange eyes, and his heart started to beat faster. His body was already aching all over because of using mana reinforcement earlier. He was in no condition to fight, and he was sure even if he uses mana reinforcement to 100%, he won't be able to do anything to this man. "You D-rank noob." While Evan was thinking, Carlos spoke and said with a smile on his face, "Originally I thought I will kill you and bring her with me, but now I changed my mind. You are also coming with us." Chapter 105. Valerie looked at the sealed Carlos while panting heavily. She knew Carlos was still alive, and will soon break free from it. After knowing she won't be able to kill Carlos, Valerie decided to use all of her power to seal him for some time, so that she can escape from here. She turned around and saw Evan, who was around 100 meters away. Valerie's face was pale and a faint tickle of blood coming out from the corner of her mouth. She used all of her strength and ran towards Evan. "He won't be able to come out for about a minute. Let's get out from here," Valerie quickly said after coming near Evan, and both of them ran towards the exit. Evan glanced at Valerie and saw her face was pale, and her body kept shaking while running. He would have helped her, but his body was also in bad shape after using mana reinforcement earlier, so he can't do anything about the situation. Raw dash. They didn't even run 50 meters when they suddenly heard a beast roar. The expressions of both Valerie and Evan changed, and they looked back while running. When they looked back, the eyes of both Evan and Valerie opened wide. The appearance of bald Carlos, who was sealed inside the ice block, completely changed. Currently, instead of bald Carlos, a humanoid monster with sharp claw-like hands, green fur all over his body, and a head that resembles a tiger was sealed inside the ice block. "What the hell is this?" Evan asked in a shocked voice without stopping. Valerie was also looking at the sealed monster with a pale face, and didn't stop running. Crack, crack. While running, both Valerie and Evan saw many cracks start to appear all over the ice block in which the monster was sealed. Seeing the cracks, Valerie was stunned because she was sure it will at least last for 1 minute. But not even 5 seconds passed by and the ice already started to crack. "Didn't you say he will not be able to break free for at least a minute?" Evan asked while increasing his running speed. Valerie also gritted her teeth and used all of her power to run away. "I am sure my skill can block a B-rank hunter for at least a minute," Valerie said in a weak voice while running. Hearing Valerie, Evan gulped down his saliva and asked, "You mean to say that Evan did not say anything? Because if the thing he was thinking is true, then they are really in a deep sh*t." But Valerie was merciless as she said in a grave voice, "I don't know what that guy used, but now he is definitely more powerful than a B-rank hunter." F***K. Evan can't help but curse after hearing Valerie. Everything was going smoothly. He got a good artifact from the ruins along with some information about the higher world. He also found out he can now take out the bodies of the monsters from the dungeons and can make good money. Just a minute ago he was thinking life is quite good, then what the hell with this sudden situation? Holy hell, I am just a D-rank hunter. How did I get myself involved in this kind of situation, where a humanoid monster wants to take me with him to do some suspicious things? Evan thought while keep running. Boom dash. Suddenly both Valerie and Evan heard a loud explosion, and the ice block that was sealing the humanoid monster burst apart. Raw dash. They heard the beast roar once again, and saw the humanoid monster come out from it. The height of the monster was still the same as Carlos. He was 190 centimeters tall and was standing on 2 feet, but instead of human feet, they now resemble monster feet. His hand turned into a sharp claw, and they noticed the wind was circulating all around the monster. Carlos turned his head and looked at running Valerie and Evan with his eyes that were now deep yellow in color. Just when Carlos looked at them both, Evan and Valerie felt their body turn cold, and a sense of crisis engulfed them. They felt like they were marked by a predator. Evan looked in front of him and saw he was still 200 meters away from the exit gate. If he was in normal condition, this distance was very short for him, but looking at the humanoid monster behind him, Evan wasn't sure about reaching there before him. When Carlos saw Evan and Valerie, who were around 250 meters away from him, he showed a wild smile, and the next second his entire body shone with green light. Wind circulate around him, and he stepped forward. Swish dash. Carlos turned into a streak of green light and went towards Valerie and Evan. When Valerie and Evan were still 150 meters away from the exit, they felt all hairs on their body stand up, and they jumped aside at the same time. Boom dash. A loud explosion happened, and a crater that was 10 meters wide and around 1 meter deep appeared at the place where Evan and Valerie were a moment ago. Shockwaves swept in the surrounding area, and Evan and Valerie were thrown away by them. Valerie, who was already at her limit, spat out a mouthful of blood, and her appearance returned to normal. Evan also groaned in pain as he was also thrown away by the shockwaves. Evan stood up with a painful expression on his face, and saw Carlos, who was covered in a green aura, standing not far away from him. There was a wild smile on his face, and he was looking at them with a predatory gaze. He looked at Valerie, who was still on the ground, and her face was pale. "I was thinking about bringing you back with me," Carlos said to Evan in a beastly voice, "but this BI'Ch forced me to turn into this form. I can't control my bloodlust after turning into this form." Quote, "Since I have to bring her back with me, and can't kill her, I can only satisfy my bloodlust by killing you. If you have to blame someone, blame her for forcing me to turn into this form," Carlos said, and looked at Evan with a murderous look. When Evan heard Carlos, he closed his eyes for a second and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes once again, they were filled with resolution. He lifted his hand and the next second showed his middle finger to Carlos while saying, "F***K off." Chapter 106. F***K off, Evan said to Carlos after hearing he wanted to kill him. Valerie, who was trying to stand up after blowing away by the shockwaves, was stunned and looked at Evan with a dumbfounded look. Even Carlos, who was looking at Evan with a murderous gaze, was taken aback. He thought after hearing he is going to kill him, Evan will show fear and will beg for mercy. But here, instead of showing fear, he is cursing him. Carlos felt after the transformation his ears is not working properly, but when he saw Evan was still showing his middle finger, he discarded this possibility. A green aura burst from Carlos's body, and the atmosphere around him became heavy. His eyes became cold, and he locked down his aura on Evan. Evan felt a heavy pressure around him, and it became a little difficult for him to breathe. He tried to move his body, but found it very difficult for him to even move his body. "Looks like you already accepted your fate, that you will die here," Carlos said after he saw the resolution in Evan's eyes. When Evan heard Carlos, he once again wanted to curse him. Of course, he did not accept his fate or anything. He was showing resolute expressions because of what he was going to do next. He knew it will be very dangerous to do something like this in his current condition, but he has no choice. "If I don't use it, I have no hope of getting out from here alive," Evan thought, and his nether steel sword come out from his shadow storage. When Carlos saw Evan taking out a sword, a mocking expression appeared on his beastly face. "Are you planning to fight me?" he asked while laughing. Valerie also looked at Evan with a complicated look. She knew all of this was happening because of her. She tried to use her power again, but just as she tried to use it, her face turned pale, and she coughed out blood. Evan gave her a sidelong glance, and was speechless, seeing she was coughing out blood even when trying to stand up. Seeing her state, Evan just ignored her and focused on Carlos. "Are you planning to kill me after celebrating your birthday?" Why the hell you are still standing there, and laughing like a fool not doing anything? Evan asked when he saw Carlos was laughing like a fool since the moment he took out his sword. You are very eager to die, huh? Carlos said, and the green wind circled around him. Too bad I don't have any plan to give you a quick death. I will give you a very slow and painful death. That will make you regret for cursing me earlier. After saying, Carlos took a step forward and instantly appeared before Evan. He was so fast that Evan wasn't even able to see him when he appeared before him. Evan's body suddenly turned cold, and he felt a threat like never before. His entire body was frozen in the same place, and he wasn't even able to move his finger. But Evan didn't care about these things. Even though he wasn't even able to move his finger, his eyes were still resolute. Just as Evan saw Carlos taking a step forward, he also made his move. Near his monarch core, a very small drop of black energy was rotating around it. It was the 1 unit of shadow energy. Evan doesn't know what will happen if he uses this energy in his current condition, but since he has no choice, he decided to take a gamble. Since he is going to die if he doesn't use shadow energy, he might as well use it, and see if he can survive after using it, in his current condition. If his body was in normal condition, Evan was sure he would have survived even after using shadow energy. But because of using mana reinforcement earlier, his body was not in perfect condition. Evan wielded the 1 unit of shadow energy, stopped rotating around his monarch core. The next second, shadow energy entered into his monarch core, and it started to spin rapidly. His core released a pitch black energy that spread all over his body. After arriving before Evan, Carlos slashed at Evan's face with his claw-like hand. There was a cruel smile on his face as he watched his claw going toward Evan's face. Valerie, who was weakened, wasn't even able to follow Carlos's movement, and just saw him appearing before Evan and slashing at him. A look of horror appeared on her pale face as she saw Carlos's claw going toward Evan. Just when Carlos's claw was just a few centimeters away from Evan's face, a terrifying aura erupted from Evan's body. Both Valerie and Kralos froze, and a look of horror appeared on their face. The mana inside their body trembled and became chaotic. Evan's body was suddenly covered in a black aura, and the pressure he was releasing was so great that Carlos, who was just a few centimeters away from him, wasn't even able to breathe. Carlos tried to back away, but found his claw was grabbed by one of Evan's hands. Carlos looked at Evan and saw his eyes were completely pitch black. When he looked into those black eyes, he felt someone throw him into a deep abyss. When Evan used shadow energy, all the pain he was feeling earlier disappeared, and he felt boundless power surging inside his body. After using shadow energy, Evan was easily able to see Kralos' movement. He extended his hand and easily grabbed Carlos's hand that was coming towards his face. Although Evan was feeling boundless power, he knew it won't last long. So just after grabbing Carlos's hand, he swung his nether steel sword at him. Carlos, who was frozen solid after seeing Evan's black eyes, was not able to do anything before his head was separated from his body. Chapter 107. When Evan killed Carlos, he didn't show any expression, because he can feel the power inside his body was fading away. He knew once the effect of shadow energy will end, he will once again feel pain just like last time. And this time it will be even more terrible. After 2 seconds, the effect of shadow energy ended. This time the effect of shadow energy lasted for 2 seconds instead of 1 second like last time. Valerie was still looking at the headless body of Carlos with a shocked look on her face. The mana inside her body was still trembling after Evan used shadow energy. After she failed to stop Carlos even after using everything she got, she thought there is no chance for her and Evan to escape from Carlos. After all, after transforming, he was more powerful than a B-rank hunter. Just what the hell was that thing? Valerie thought while trying to surpass her shock. She doesn't know what Evan just used, but just feeling how the mana inside her body is in complete disarray. She is sure it is not something normal. While she was thinking, she suddenly heard a painful scream that startled her. She stopped looking at Carlos and looked at Evan, who already returned to normal. The black aura around him disappeared. But she was shocked when she looked at Evan and saw his condition. Evan was on the ground, and blood was coming out from his body uncontrollably. His eyes, nostrils, and ears were bleeding. The skin around his hands and legs burst apart, and his flesh was visible from there. Evan, who dropped to the ground, felt pain like never before. This was way worse than the last time. He almost passed out as soon as the effect of shadow energy ended. The mana inside his body became chaotic just like last time, and was wreaking havoc in his body. Crack, crack. The sound of bone cracking rang out as even his bones started to shatter because of the chaotic mana inside his body. Arg! Evan screamed in pain as his internal organs also started to bleed. F***K. It is so painful. Evan cursed and tried to take control of his chaotic mana. His monic core, which was spinning rapidly, started to slow down, and the chaotic mana inside his body slowly started to calm down. Cough. Suddenly Evan coughed out blood with some of his internal organs mixed in it. A painful expression appeared on his face, and he noticed although the chaotic mana inside his body was calming down, it was still not enough. His internal organs were badly injured, he lost too much blood, and his body was in a mess. When Valerie come near him and saw his condition, she can't help but suck a breath of cold air. His entire face was covered in blood, and he was still bleeding from his eyes and nose. Seeing how he was coughing out blood, she quickly took out a healing potion. Drink this healing potion. It will help you stabilize your condition. She supported his body and helped him drink a healing potion. After his monic core wasn't spinning rapidly, and his chaotic mana calmed down, Evan was on verge of passing out because of blood loss and the pain he was feeling. When Valerie supported Evan, she was even more shocked when she found even many of his bones were broken. To use a power that is beyond your limits, you will have to pay a certain price, Valerie thought after seeing his condition. She also has Ice Reaper physique that increases her power greatly, but each time when she uses it, she will face a backlash. At first, she was shocked when Evan killed Crawlso, but now seeing his condition, she can understand it was not easy for him to use this kind of power. When Evan heard Valerie's voice, he slowly opened his mouth that was covered in blood. Valerie poured the healing potion into his mouth that he drank slowly. When Evan drank the healing potion, he felt a gentle energy spreading all over his body. The effect of the healing potion was far greater than the potion he brought with him. He was sure this healing potion was a high-grade potion. When the gentle energy of the potion spread all over his body, Evan wasn't able to hold his conscience any longer and passed out. The blood that was coming out from his body also stopped, but he was still far from fine. His bones were still broken, while his internal organs were heavily damaged. When Valerie saw Evan pass out, she sighed and stood up. Valerie went towards the headless body of Carlos, and started to search his body. From Carlos's pocket, she took out a small black orb. Taking out the orb, Valerie crushed it, and it turned into black powder. After destroying the black orb, Valerie once again took out the communication crystal that was not working earlier. She once again infused her mana into the crystal, and this time there was no interference. Soon the call was connected, and a surprised male voice rang out from it. "You are already out from the Frost World dungeon. Did you get the flower?" "There is a situation here," Valerie said in serious voice, ignoring the question that the male asked. "What happened?" Hearing the serious voice of Valerie, the male asked. Valerie explained what happened after she came out of the dungeon. She didn't tell the male that Evan was the one who killed Carlos, and instead told they used an artifact to kill Carlos. She knew it will be dangerous for Evan if other people found out. He can even kill a B+ rank hunter, while being only D rank hunter, so she decided to not tell other people about it. Those F***ers. After Valerie told him everything, the male said while gritting his teeth. After a moment he calmed down and said, "I will send someone to pick you up." "Okay?" Valerie said after hearing him and cut off the communication. Chapter 108. "Huh, where am I?" Evan muttered while looking around, but when he looked around he wasn't able to see anything. There was just darkness all around him. "What is this place?" Evan said with a raised eyebrow, because after getting his monic core, he was easily able to see in darkness. But here he wasn't able to see anything. There was nothing but darkness as far as his eyes can see. "I used the shadow energy to kill that guy, and passed out because of the backlash of using it." Evan tried to remember what happened to him. "If I remember correctly, Valerie gave me a healing potion before I passed out," Evan said, and once again looked around him with doubtful eyes. "Is that brain-dead woman brought me here?" Evan was feeling uncomfortable when he thought about it. Other than backlash, the reason he was hesitating to use shadow energy at that time was because he did not want to let anyone know about it. Although he was confident in killing Carlos after using shadow energy, He knew once he used it, Valerie will also know about it. That time he thought about killing Valerie as well, but discarded that thought in the end. It was not because he felt she was innocent or something. He just met Valerie few days ago, and it was natural he doesn't trust her, and was worried she will do something after seeing him using shadow energy. It was obvious he will think about his safety first. The reason he didn't kill her was pretty simple. From his interaction with Valerie, he knew she is someone with a big background. Considering her background, he was sure there must be many people who knew he went into Frost World Dungeon with her. If he killed Valerie, he knew there will be many people related to her, who will come knocking at his door, wanting to know what happened. Even if he tries to put all the blame on Carlos, there are many hunters who have abilities that can easily tell if he is saying the truth or not. These hunters are basically walking lie detectors. In the end, after thinking about all these things, he decided not to kill Valerie. But now, seeing he was in an unknown location, he started to regret his decision. He was thinking Valerie brought him here after seeing him using his shadow energy. F***K, is this some kind of area where they experiment on people? Evan cursed and started to walk around. But soon Evan started to feel something was wrong. Evan started to run using his full agility, and the more he ran, the strange he feel about his situation. Evan stopped after running for about 30 minutes. What is this place? It is like an endless abyss, Evan muttered in an uncertain voice. Even after running for a long time, Evan wasn't able to find anything in this place. He was still surrounded by endless darkness. Is this really a place where that brain-dead woman brought me? Evan now started to feel something was wrong with this place. With his agility in 30 minutes, he ran for more than 50 kilometers. Evan doesn't think if he was captured by Valerie, she will put him in a place like this. After some time, Evan tried to use his skills. He first used his shadow walk skill, but was shocked when he found out he wasn't able to use it. He tried to use other skills as well, but nothing worked. Now he was even more certain that something was wrong. N right parenthesis BCO graph slash right parenthesis S left parenthesis .1/n. Am I dreaming? Evan said, and suddenly he felt the darkness around him start to shake. Crack, crack, cracked. Like an illusory wall was cracking, many cracks appeared in the darkness around him. Suddenly a bright white light flashed, and Evan was forced to close his eyes. Thump dash, thump dash. When he closed his eyes, Evan heard the sound of marching and slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he was shocked to see what was in front of him. He was floating in mid-air, and in front of him, an endless army was marching forward. The army was made from different kinds of beasts and people. When Evan looked around, he saw titans who were hundreds of meters high, some humans whose aura was so powerful that made him breathless just by looking at them. Some people were flying above the army with bat wings on their backs, and there were monsters like trolls, bears, tigers, and so on. The only thing that Evan found common about all of them was the fact that all of these people were looking like a solidified version of shadows. All of them were black in color, and there were so many that Evan wasn't even able to guess their number. When Evan saw this, he felt his throat becoming dry, and he subconsciously opened his mouth and said, "The Eternal Army." Just as Evan spoke this, he was stunned and looked at the endless army in front of him with shocked look. He didn't understand why he just called this Eternal Army, but before he can understand anything else, just like before, cracks started to appear all around him, and a bright white light flashed in front of him. Evan was once again forced to close his eyes, and after a moment when he opened his eyes, he saw he was standing in a place that was covered in darkness. But unlike before when he wasn't able to see anything in the darkness, this time, even though there was darkness around him, he was able to see everything clearly. When Evan looked in front of him, he saw a large black castle, and he was standing before the entrance of the black castle. Evan doesn't know why, but he felt he saw this castle somewhere before. After seeing the castle, Evan subconsciously took a step forward and entered it. Evan didn't look around the castle and continued to walk deeper into the castle. Even though it was clearly the first time he will enter the castle, for some reason, Evan walked into the castle very smoothly, and in just 1 minute arrived before a large door. After arriving at the door, Evan pushed it open, and the door opened easily. When Evan opened the door and entered in it, he did not look around. His eyes were focused on the high platform in the room where something was placed and was covered in black mist. When Evan saw the black mist, something clicked in his mind. and he opened his mouth to say something. But just as he opened his mouth, he suddenly felt a terrible headache. The pain was so intense that he dropped to the ground, and the next second his vision turned black. Chapter 109. Evan woke up abruptly while panting heavily. He was feeling a slight headache, while his whole body was drenched in sweat. What the hell was that? Evan asked himself while trying to calm down his fast-beating heart. That was currently beating like a drum. The Eternal Army, he muttered, and for some reason felt his heart beating even faster whenever he thought about the scene he just saw in his dream. But what happened after I entered that black castle? Evan frowned, feeling he forgot something important. He remembered after seeing that large army he arrived at a large black castle and went into it. But he can't remember what happened after he entered the castle. He tried to remember, but just as he thought about it, he felt severe pain in his head. Evan took a deep breath when he felt the headache and stopped thinking about it. Just as he stopped thinking about the castle, he felt his headache start to decrease. When he felt his headache was decreasing, he sighed in relief. After a moment he finally remembered about his situation and quickly looked around him. When Evan looked around him, he saw he was inside a small room with nothing but a bed and a desk not so far away where some fruits were placed. He naturally didn't think about who brought him here, because there was only one person with him at that time. Evan raised an eyebrow and looked at his body condition, but he was shocked when he noticed he was completely fine. Before he passed out, he still remembered how serious his injuries were. His internal organs were badly damaged, and even his bones were broken. Evan was sure even with the help of the potions, it is impossible for him to recover so quickly. Suddenly he thought about something and took out his phone that was in his shadow storage. He looked at the date and saw it has been 2 days since he come out from the dungeon. Although Evan was shocked after seeing 2 days pass by, he found it reasonable after he thought about how serious his injuries were. Even though 2 days passed by, it is still very strange for me to recover in perfect condition, Evan said, and then he thought about something. This must be the work of a high-rank hunter with healing ability. Evan looked at the table not so far away from him, where some apples and grapes were placed. Without hesitation, he shamelessly extended his hand and grabbed an apple. Since someone placed fruits there, it was obvious it was for him. And even if these fruits were for someone else, it is not like they will be able to do anything after he ate the apple. Munch*. He took a bite and nodded his head, feeling the sweet flavor of the apple. In less than a minute he finished the apple and picked up another one. He was out for 2 days and was naturally feeling hungry. In just 5 minutes he finished all the apples, and after 3 more minutes even the grapes were gone. Evan was still feeling hungry, so he decided to eat an MRE packet. But the problem was that he doesn't have hot water. He thought about lighting a fire in the room to boil some water, but denied that thought after consideration. He was afraid that there might be a fire alarm in the room. He looked at the door of the room and thought about going out to see where he was. When Evan stood up, he saw he was wearing a long light blue colored hospital gown. Evan cringed just by seeing the long gown. Clang dash. Suddenly Evan heard the sound of the door opening and saw a woman who looks in her mid-30s enter the room. The woman had long black hair that reaches her waist and a motherly face. She was wearing a long white dress. When Evan saw the woman, there was no expression on his face, but inwardly he was a little disappointed. Earlier, when he realized he was treated by a high-rank healer, he thought about the books he read in his past life. He was actually hoping to meet the legendary creature known as Hot Nun, but seeing the motherly face of the woman, all of those thoughts vanished from his mind. When the woman saw Evan, she was also surprised, but soon she smiled and said, "You are finally awake." Evan just nodded his head, not knowing what else to say. His imaginary fantasy just shattered like glass. "You was out for 2 days, and I was wondering when you will wake up if you are feeling there is something wrong with your body. Let me." The woman smiled gently and said to Evan, "Miss, who are you? And where am I?" Although Evan was disappointed, he didn't think too much about it and asked the woman, "Oh, I forget to introduce myself. I am Anna, an A-rank healer," the woman said, and Evan can swear he saw a smug expression on her face when she said, "A-rank healer. You are currently in one of the healing wards of the Silver Star Guild." When Evan heard he is in Silver Star Guild, he wasn't surprised actually. He already guessed that the brain-dead woman has something to do with the Silver Star Guild. "Where is Valerie?" Evan asked, since there were many things he wanted to ask her. "Wait for some time. I will inform her. She told me to let her know when you wake up, Anna said, and was about to leave when Evan stopped her. Can you bring something to eat for me? I am quite hungry after not eating anything for 2 days, Evan said without an ounce of hesitation. Anna was taken aback when Evan asked her to bring food. She wanted to remind him she is an A-rank healer, not a waitress. But remembering he really didn't eat anything from 2 days, she nodded her head and left the room with a blank look. Chapter 110. Anna came back after 5 minutes with a plate full of food. After giving the food plate to Evan and telling Valerie will be here after some time, she left him alone. Evan sat down on the bed again, and while eating thought about Carlos. Whenever he thought about the transformation of Carlos, he felt like something was wrong with him. I am feeling like it was not a skill, but something else that he used to transform himself, Evan muttered while taking a bite from the meat steak. Even though he was feeling there was something wrong with Carlos currently, his main problem was something else. Dark Guild, Evan said because he still remembered Valerie called Carlos someone from the Dark Guild. Evan wanted to know more about the Dark Guild from Valerie, even though he doesn't want to get involved in this matter. Now that he killed Carlos, he knew there might be some problems for him because of this. So he wanted he get a better understanding of them, so that he can prepare himself for any unexpected situation. If this Dark Guild is a big guild like Silver Star Guild, it will be very easy for them to target me, since I am still pretty weak, Evan grumbled in an annoyed tone. He knew after finding Carlos is dead, the people who send him will try to investigate what happened there. Since Valerie has a big background, it is obvious they will target him to find out what happened there. I need to gather more cores quickly and get my Monarch core to C rank, Evan said with a pondering expression on his face. Unlike others, as long as he can get cores, he will be able to break through without any problems. He doesn't need to stabilize his core and foundation after the breakthrough. The only thing that he needs is cores, and he will be able to improve rapidly. After 5 minutes, he finished the food in the plate and put it away beside the empty fruit basket. After he was done eating, Evan thought about his next plan. Along with gathering cores, he was also planning to get a skill that will improve his eyesight and can help him see things at a long distance. He was thinking about the combination of his dimensional shadow bullet and a skill that can improve his eyesight. With a skill that can help him see things at a long distance, he can become a perfect sniper with his dimensional shadow bullet. Just like how he killed the ice troll in the dungeon, he was thinking about killing high-rank monsters from a long distance. As long as the monster doesn't notice him, he was sure that even a B-rank monster won't be able to survive against the full power of the dimensional shadow bullet. If he can kill high-rank monsters this way, he will be able to get high-rank cores, and his improvement speed will be faster. There is also the practical exam of the academy. Evan rubbed his temples when he remembered about the hunter exam. Professors Elena told him the result of the exam will determine who will represent a straight academy in the hunter tournament this year. Evan wanted to take part in this tournament, because each year there will be a huge reward for the hunters who perform well in the tournament. From artifacts to cores, there will be many rewards for the hunters who will perform well in the tournament. If I want to take part in this tournament, I will have to perform well in the practical exam, Evan muttered and wondered what kind of practical exam the academy is preparing for them. Elena told him a few days ago, he will have to work in a team with one person, and this time the exam will be different from the previous year. Clang dash. Evan suddenly heard the sound of the door opening, and he come out of his thoughts. The door of the room opened, and he saw Valerie coming in. She was wearing black jeans and a green shirt, and Evan noticed her face was still a little pale. When he saw her pale face, he remembered how she used something, and her power was increased to B rank. You sure took your time before waking up, Valerie said to him after entering the room. She dragged the stool that was hidden behind the desk where fruits were placed and sat down on it. I did a lot of work because the person with me was completely useless. So it is natural for me to take a good rest, Evan said in a sarcastic tone. When Valerie heard him, her mouth twitched, but she wasn't able to refute him. She wasn't able to do anything when they entered the ruins, because her power was reduced to that of a D-rank hunter, and even though she fought against Carlos, she wasn't able to stop him. Seeing the twitching mouth of Valerie, Evan sneered. Seeing Evan's sneering expression, Valerie sighed. I am sorry. Because of me you almost died there, Valerie apologized to Evan, genuine voice. Evan didn't expect Valerie to apologize to him, and was stunned for a moment. Even though Carlos came to capture Valerie, Evan knew it was his decision to go into the Frost World dungeon with her. Valerie did not force him to go there with her, so he did not expect her to apologize to him. If you are apologizing, shouldn't you show some sincerity, Evan thought, and wondered if he should ask for a reward like some C-rank calls. But Evan discarded that thought. Although he felt his skin is quite thick, even he felt it will be embarrassing to ask for a reward when someone is apologizing to him, even though it was not her fault. You don't need to apologize. It was my decision to go into the Frost World dungeon with you, and now I am facing the result of my own decision, Evan said, and shook his head. Hearing this, Valerie also smiled and nodded her head. After a moment, Evan asked Valerie, "Can you tell me about this Dark Guild?" Chapter 111. Now, can you tell me about the Dark Guild? Evan asked Valerie. Why do you want to know about Dark Guild suddenly? Valerie asked Evan with a curious expression on her face. Evan was speechless when he heard Valerie, and wondered if this woman sold her brain or something. Since that man was someone from the Dark Guild and he was killed by me, do you think they will not try to find out what happened to him? Evan asked with twitching eyes. Oh, hearing Evan, an understanding look appeared on her face, and she nodded her head. Dark Guild is a guild formed by criminals, unlike Silver Star Guild, which is an official guild. Dark Guild is an unofficial guild. Instead of calling it a guild, calling it a criminal organization is more appropriate. Valerie started to tell Evan about the Dark Guild. Most of the people in this guild are criminals who are wanted by the Hunter Association, Valerie said, and took out her phone. Then she opened a file and showed it to Evan. When Evan saw the file, he was surprised because it was the information about Carlos. Carlos, a B-rank hunter, a former member of the Hunter Association. He is on the run after he killed his teammates during a dungeon exploration. People suspected that he killed his teammates because they got an A-rank artifact after clearing the dungeon, and he wanted that artifact for himself. Evan read the details about Carlos, and was surprised that this guy was a member of the Hunter Association. This guy was on run for around 1 year, and the Hunter Association was looking for him for quite some time. But no one expected him to join the Dark Guild and work for them, Valerie said to Evan after he was done reading the details of Carlos. Just by reading this thing, Evan can guess the power of the Dark Guild is not simple. B-rank hunters are not normal, because not many peoples can reach at the B rank. The majority of hunters can only reach at C rank. And since a B-rank hunter like Carlos is working for Dark Guild, it is obvious there are people who are above B rank. There is actually another thing. Valerie suddenly remembered something and said in an uncertain tone. What is it? Evan asked with a raised eyebrow. You already know about recent dungeon outbreaks, right? Valerie asked Evan, who nodded his head. There are actually some rumors saying that this is the work of the Dark Guild. Dungeon outbreaks are their work. When Evan heard Valerie, he was even more shocked. He knew even an S-rank hunter can't affect dungeons, so it was natural he was shocked. Are you joking? Evan asked, because if this was true, then he is sure he was in deep sh*t. If these people can even affect dungeons, then it will be pretty easy for them to take care of Evan, who is just a D-rank noob. Evan took a deep breath and asked, do you know how strong this Dark Guild is? Valerie shook her head when she heard Evan's question and said, I am not sure about it. There is no information about how strong the Dark Guild is. But most of the people say there are actually some S-rank hunters in the Dark Guild. Evan's mind went blank for a moment when he heard this. S-rank hunters. He actually messed with S-rank bosses. S-rank is the highest that a person can achieve in Aurora World, and Evan knew how powerful they can be. Although he knew S-rank hunters of the Dark Guild won't come to capture him, he still felt pressured, knowing that there are S-rank hunters in the Dark Guild. Looks like I am in deep trouble after killing that Carlos, Evan said to Valerie, who was sitting calmly. Indeed, Valerie nodded her head after hearing Evan and didn't refute. She knew how dangerous the people of the Dark Guild is, because it was not the first time they tried to capture her. But in the past, they never sent a B-rank hunter to capture her, and she was also careless this time. She didn't expect them to make a move on her after she came out from the dungeon. I still don't know why they want to capture me, Valerie thought while feeling frustrated. The people of the Dark Guild tried to capture her more than 5 times, and she still doesn't know why they want to capture her. But if my guess is not wrong, they are trying to capture me because of my physique, Valerie thought, and her eyes narrowed slightly. But how did they know about my physique? There are very few people who know about it. Looks like there is a mole who is working for the Dark Guild. I will have to tell father about this, as Valerie thought, and looked at Evan, who was immersed in his own thoughts. I will have to work extra hard and increase the rank of my chorus. Evan rubbed his temples and sighed. But suddenly Evan thought about something, and he looked at Valerie. Where is it? Evan asked her in a serious voice. What? Valerie was taken aback when she heard Evan, and did not understand what he was talking about. Seeing the confused face of Valerie, Evan sneered and asked, I am talking about the storage ring of that Carlos. I am sure he must have one. Since I was the one who killed him, that should belong to me, right? Hearing Evan, an understanding look appeared on Valerie's face, and she asked with a twitching mouth, even though I just told you how troublesome Dark Guild is, you are still thinking about Carlos's storage ring? Evan didn't reply and just extended his hand demanding the storage ring. Valerie snorted, seeing he wasn't replying, and took out a storage ring from her jeans pocket and handed it to Evan. You didn't take anything from it? Evan asked in a suspicious voice. There is still Carlos's imprint on the storage ring, which means I didn't do anything to it. Without bounding it to me, I can't even see what is inside, Valerie said in a flat tone, after seeing how Evan was looking at her suspiciously. Only when Valerie said that, Evan breathed easy and nodded his head. At least I got something after going through all of those travelers. Chapter 112. After taking the storage ring from Valerie, Evan didn't look at what was inside it, and put it away. When Valerie saw Evan wasn't looking what is inside the ring, her eyes twitched a little. She was hoping to find some clues about the Dark Guild from that storage ring. But since Evan was the one who killed Carlos, she didn't look what was inside it. From what she understood about Evan, she was afraid that if she broke Carlos's imprint on the ring and looked into it, Evan will surely label her as a thief and will demand compensation. If you find something about Dark Guild, do tell me, because I am still not sure why they are targeting me, Valerie said to Evan after he put away the storage ring. Sure, Evan nodded his head. Evan was actually quite excited after getting the storage ring. The file that Valerie just showed mentioned that Carlos killed his teammates when they entered a dungeon and got a rank artifact. After killing his teammates, he ran away with that A rank artifact. Will I find that artifact in his storage ring? Evan thought and was very excited. Even if that artifact is something that he can't use, an A rank artifact can be sold for millions of credits. I might also find some B rank cores in the storage ring, since that guy was a B rank hunter. When Evan thought about it, he was even more eager to see what was in the storage ring. He was thinking about going back to the academy, but before going back there was still one thing that he wanted to ask. By the way, did you find out how Carlos turned into that humanoid monster? Was it a skill or something else? Evan asked curiously, because he was feeling there was something strange about Carlos's transformation. The people of Silver Star Guild are actually looking into it, Valerie said after hearing Evan. Till now they are not sure how Carlos transformed into that monster. But most of the people who are researching on his body actually said his transformation is not related to a skill. It is something else, like his entire body was modified by something. They are still not sure what is the real reason, but they are suspecting that it is actually the work of an artifact or a newly developed potion, Valerie said, and paused for a moment. After seeing Evan was listing, she continued. But all these are still their speculation. They are still not sure if this is the work of an artifact or a potion. The most confusing thing about this matter is that even though it has already been 2 days since Carlos died, his body still remained the same. He didn't return to his human form. If it was the work of skill, he should have returned to normal after he was killed, since skills will not stay activated after the caster dies. And even the effect of an artifact and potion should not last this long. Quote, so although they are sure it is not a skill, and should be work of an artifact or a potion, it is still just a speculation, and they need more time to confirm things. As I felt, his transformation is not related to a skill, Evan thought after hearing Valerie. When Evan saw Carlos's transformation 2 days ago, he already felt something was wrong with him. These people of the Dark Guild are really not normal. Evan once again sighed and shook his head. Are you going back to the academy? Valerie asked Evan after telling him about Carlos. Yes, now that I am recovered there is no point in staying here, Evan nodded his head. I am also going back to the academy. I will give you a ride in my car, Valerie said after hearing Evan. When Evan remembered the pink car of Valerie, his mouth can't help but twitch. Don't you want to stay here and rest for a few more days? I can see you are still not recovered. I can go back by myself, Evan said, because if possible, he doesn't want to go back to the academy in that weird-looking pink car. Don't worry about me, I am fine. Just wait for some time. I have to take care of something here, then we can leave, Valerie said and stood up. I am not worried about you, woman. I am worried about being laughed by people after they see me in that weird car. Evan thought and looked at Valerie blankly, who left the room. Evan sat there with a dazed look for a moment, but then his eyes lit up. He looked at the concealment ring on his finger and nodded his head. I will use the invisibility skill of the concealment ring after arriving in the academy. Since most of the students are not above C rank, they will not be able to see me when I will leave the car, Evan said and laughed. He didn't expect that this B rank artifact will come in handy so soon. Evan looked at his clothes and saw he was wearing a light blue hospital gown. His face once again cringed, and he took out some clothes from his shadow storage. When he went to the dungeon, he brought some extra clothes with him. It is quite common that your clothes will get stained with monster blood during the fighting, or will be torn. So most people always bring extra clothes whenever they go into a dungeon. After taking out his clothes, Evan changed from cringed hospital gown to normal clothes. After wearing normal clothes, Evan finally nodded in satisfaction. He threw the hospital gown into the fruit basket and waited for Valerie to come back. After 10 minutes, the door of the room opened once again, and Valerie came back. Let's go, we can leave now, Valerie said to Evan after coming back. Evan stood up from the bed after hearing Valerie and left the room along with her. Chapter 113. Boom dash. Roar dash. A booming sound echoed out, followed by a painful roar. The temperature of the surrounding increased greatly, as the bright orange fire burned the body of a 3 meters tall bear. Its fur was charred black, and it was roaring in pain. The eyes of the bear were red because of the anger, and it was looking in front of it with hate-filled eyes. A young man who was wearing black armor was standing not so far away from it. The expressions of the man were indifferent even though the bear was looking at him with anger. The man waved his hand and 3 football-sized fireballs formed around him. He waved his hand and all 3 fireballs shot toward the bear. Boom dash. Because of injuries, the bear wasn't able to move, and its body was blasted away by the fireballs. The giant body of the bear landed 5 meters away, creating a small crater. The red eyes of the bear were very dim after being blasted away by the fireballs, and slowly its vitality started to disappear. Because of the serious injuries, in just 10 seconds, the life force of the bear completely disappeared. Leon approached the bear with light footsteps, and looked at its charred body. After seeing it was dead, he looked for the core, and finally, a smile appeared on his face when he found a core. This silver bear was tougher than I thought. It took almost half of my mana just to kill it, Leon said, and put away the C+ rank core that he got. At the speed I am gathering cores, it will take me at least 6 months to gather enough cores to break through to B rank, Leon muttered, while walking away from the dead bear. Even though I was not able to complete their task, I hope they will at least give me some benefits since this time they caught a big fish like Valerie, Leon said in a voice filled with expectations. He knew the Dark Guild is trying to capture Valerie for quite some time, but wasn't able to capture her. This time he knew a B-rank hunter is coming to capture Valerie, because he was the one who informed them. He told them when Valerie left the academy with Evan and even provided some information about him. There was not much he told them about Evan, and just said he is a normal hunter without any background, and his power should be around C rank. Although he wasn't expecting anything huge, he was still hoping to get something that will help him improve himself. He joined Dark Guild recently, but still wasn't able to complete any of their mission. His first mission was actually to bring Valerie outside of the city. At that time he told Valerie that he found a monster den that is full of many C-rank monsters, and asked her if she wants to go with him to hunt them. Unfortunately for him, because Valerie was already cautious about Dark Guild, she refused his offer of going out from the city. After that, they asked him to go to the Frost World dungeon and use poison on her. That will make her unconscious. After making her unconscious, his task was to bring her outside the city. Unfortunately, at the last moment, Valerie once again refused him and instead brought Evan with her. My luck is really terrible, Leon can't help but say in a depressed tone. Just when he was thinking this, he suddenly felt something and took out his communication crystal. Seeing who was contacting him, he raised an eyebrow, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. Did they successfully capture her, and now contacting me to tell me about my reward? Leon said, in an excited tone, and accepted the call. Hello, Leon said in an excited voice. Did we succeed this time? Carlos is dead. A cold male voice sounded from the other end, and the excited smile on Leon's face stiffened. Dead? Question marks appeared all around Leon, and he wasn't able to process that sentence. But when he processed that sentence, his earlier smile completely disappeared, and a gloomy look appeared on his face. He wasn't able to capture her, which means there is no reward, Leon thought, and become depressed. He was just thinking about getting something good this time, but even a B-rank hunter wasn't able to capture her. How did he die? Leon asked, because he can't understand how a B-rank hunter failed to capture Valerie. Currently we don't know how he died. You return to the academy since Valerie will return there soon. Keep an eye on her and try to find what happened there, the male said to Leon, who rubbed his temples. He wanted to collect some cores to improve his rank, which is why he come to the wilderness. But now he will have to return to the academy once again because of the order. I will try my best, that is all, Leon said, because he knew he can't directly ask Valerie what happened there. Other than Valerie, the guy who went into the dungeon with her is also able to survive. You can also try to find something from him. Carlos didn't even kill Evan. Leon was even more surprised, knowing that Carlos wasn't even able to kill Evan. Also, gather all the information available about that Evan and sent it back. Carlos died 2 days ago, which means they cleared the dungeon very quickly and come out from it. From the looks of it, although that guy is just a D-rank hunter, there is a high chance he is hiding something, the male said to Leon. Leon raised an eyebrow hearing they cleared the dungeon quite early. He also knew the Frost World dungeon is quite hard to clear. I understand. I will gather all information about him and will send it back, Leon said after a moment of silence. Hearing Leon, the other side cut the communication. Leon also put away his communication crystal, and instead of going deeper into the wilderness, he turned around to go back. Chapter 114. What are you looking for? Valerie asked Evan when she saw he was looking at his phone with a pondering expression for more than 1 hour. Just looking for the details of ice, heart flower and similar herbs, Evan said, without averting his eyes from the phone screen. After 5 more minutes, Evan finally put away his phone and sighed. Although he found many details about the ice heart flower, he still wasn't able to confirm its price. Because of its rarity, there was no clear information about its price. In some articles, he saw people were saying since it's a B-rank herb, its price is around 500,000 credits. While in some articles people were saying since it is a very rare herb, it can be sold for 1 million credits. What should I do? Evan thought and rubbed his chin. How about I give you 700,000 credits for that flower? Seeing confused expressions on Evan's face, Valerie said. She was afraid that if he wasn't able to find a reasonable price, he will directly demand 1 million credits from her. 700,000 credits, Evan muttered, and find it was quite tempting. But after a moment, when he remembered about the issue of the Dark Guild, he shook his head and said, I don't need credits for this flower. You don't need credits? Valerie asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, just give me 8 C-rank calls, and it will be your, Evan said, because improving his strength was the top priority for him now. He needs money so that he can buy more resources for himself. But buying cores that are above D rank is quite hard. Very few people sell C rank and above cores, because people who can hunt C rank monsters most of the time use those cores for themselves. Only a minority of people sell cores above C rank, and whenever these cores come for sale they will be sold out immediately. If Evan asks for money, he knew it will be difficult for him to buy cores from the market. Knowing Valerie has a good background, he was sure she can get C rank cores quite easily if she wants. Even if you want C rank cores, you should know the price of C rank cores is around 100,000 credits. And not many people sell them. Since I told you I will give you 700,000 credits, shouldn't you ask for 7 cores instead of 8? Valerie said with a furrowed eyebrow. Considering the rarity of the ice heart flower, I am sure many people will buy it even if I sell it for 1 million credits. So I think 8C rank cores is a very fair price for it, Evan said, shrugging his shoulders. He was sure that if he put the flower on the internet and wait for some time he can sell it for a high price. But he also knew it will be difficult for him to buy C rank cores with that money, and it is troublesome to sell things online. Valerie thought for a moment and then nodded her head. All right, I will give you 8C rank cores, but you will have to wait for a few days, since I don't have any C rank cores currently. That's fine by me, Evan said, and took out the black box to give Valerie. But he stopped midway when he thought about something and put it back into his shadow storage. Valerie, who thought Evan took out the box to give her, was taken aback when Evan put it away. Why did put it away after taking it out? I just remembered you are being targeted by the Dark Guild. If I give you this flower, and the next day you got kidnapped by them, wouldn't it will be a huge loss for me? So I will give it to you after you have enough cores, Evan said in a serious voice. Black lines appeared on Valerie's forehead when she heard Evan, and for some reason, she wanted to throw him out of the car. Why do I feel like you want them to successfully kidnap me? Valerie asked while trying to not curse him. Of course, I don't want this. Evan immediately said in a serious voice. At least not before you buy this flower from me. The speed at which Valerie was driving suddenly increased. It was quite clear that she was venting out on the poor accelerator. Seeing she was annoyed, Evan did not say anything else, and sat there quietly. But after 30 minutes of silence, Evan thought about something and asked, by the way, do you know what we will have to do in this year's practical exam? He thought maybe since she is a C+ rank hunter and president of the class, she might know something. But he was disappointed when Valerie shook her head and said she also don't know what will happen in the practical exam this year. Evan didn't talk after this, and soon 3 hours passed by. They were finally about to reach the academy. Evan was looking outside carefully, so that he can avoid people when he will come out from the weird pink car. Soon they were just 1 kilometer away from the academy, and Evan was ready to activate the skill of his concealment ring. Alright, let me know when you get the cause to buy the flower. Just as the car stopped, Evan said, and opened the door. Valerie was taken aback and didn't understand why Evan was in such a hurry. But she was even more shocked when she saw just as the door of the car opened, Evan disappeared from his place. Just as Evan disappeared, the door of the car closed once again. Valerie just sat there and looked at the closed door with a dumbfounded look on her. Just what the hell is wrong with him? Valerie muttered to herself, not understanding why Evan ran away. Chapter 115. Using the skillful invisibility of the concealment ring, Evan safely escaped from the pink car. After leaving the car, Evan didn't wander around and directly went towards his room. While going, Evan passed by many D rank and some C rank hunters, but he was glad to find out no one was able to see him. The effect of the skill is similar to that of the invisibility potion, but it is better than the potion, because even a C rank hunter can't detect me, Evan thought, and arrived before his room. The effect of full invisibility also ended when he arrived at his room. Evan opened the door of his room and entered. After seeing the familiar-looking small room, Evan relaxed a bit and first went to take a bath. During the bath, Evan can't help but think about the storage ring that he got from Carlos. Currently, he has 7 C rank cores that he got from Valerie. After he killed Yeti and arrived on the 5th floor before her, she lost the bet and has to give her remaining 50% of cores to Evan. Evan already absorbed 22 cores in the dungeon when he received his Ice Chain skill, but he still needs around 80 C rank cores to advance his Monarch core to C rank. Valerie will give me 8 cores for the Ice Heart Flower. Then I will have a total of 15 C rank cores. I hope I will get some extra cores from Carlos's ring, so that I can advance to C rank quickly, Evan muttered inside. After 10 minutes, Evan came out of the bathroom. After wearing his clothes, Evan sat down on his bed and finally took out Carlos's storage ring. Evan pocked his finger and dripped a drop of his blood on the storage ring. After Evan binds the storage ring with him, he can finally see what is inside the ring. Will I also find a mountain of treasure in the storage ring? Evan muttered in anticipation when he remembered the novels he read. In those novels, when someone kills a powerful enemy and checks their storage ring, they always find a mountain of treasures. With a single thought, Evan looked into the storage ring and his eyes opened wide. Evan was lost for words when he saw what was inside the storage ring. The first thing that he saw in the storage ring was actually some cheap clothes. Evan took out the clothes and threw them in the dustbin not far away from him. Even in the storage ring of a B-rank hunter, I am getting some cheap clothes. Where is the mountain of treasures? Evan said in a gloomy voice, and once again looked in the storage ring. This time Evan was even more speechless. This fu*cur Evan cursed when he saw the second thing inside the ring. The Book of Culture. The second thing Evan found was a book called the Book of Culture, with a cultured girl on its cover. Evan took out the book, and after taking a peep at the cover of the book, he threw it into the dustbin as well. Evan took a deep breath after throwing the book away, and once again looked into the storage ring. This time Evan found a mobile phone in it. He took the phone and tried to unlock it. Unfortunately, he found the phone was locked. I will give it to Valerie. She might be able to find something from it, Evan said, and put away the phone. Evan once again looked into the storage ring, and his eyes shone when he saw a sword in the storage ring. Evan quickly took out the sword and looked at it. The sword was light green in color, and had many small runes engraved on it. Evan looked at the details of the sword, and his eyes opened wide. Wind Fury, B-rank : a sword that improves the power of your sword attack by 200%. While using the sword you can control the wind element to some extent to improve the sharpness of your attack. 3 times a day you can use the attached skill of the sword Wind Bladis. After reading the details, Evan can't help but take a deep breath. This sword is 100 times better than my nether steel sword, Evan said while shaking his head. He was already thinking about changing his sword after his fight against one-horned earth python. His nether steel sword is just a D-rank sword that is too weak for current him. The price of this sword must be very high, Evan muttered because he knew the price of a B-rank weapon like Wind Fury must be more than 1,000,000 credits. Evan placed the sword beside him, and once again looked in the storage ring. This time Evan saw 2 small metal boxes in the storage ring and took them out. The boxes were just 15 centimeters in size, and there was no lock on them. Evan opened one of the boxes to see what is inside it. Holy! When Evan opened the box and saw what was in them he was first stunned, but soon a happy smile appeared on his face. Calls, Evan said, and looked at their ranks. After some time Evan checked all of them, and found there were 15 calls in total. Among 15 calls 12 was C rank, and 3 was C+ rank. Combined with the 7 calls that I got from Valerie, now I have 19 C rank calls, and 3 C+ rank calls, Evan said while rubbing his chin. Evan then looked at the second box, and his eyes shone. There might be more calls in this box, Evan said, and took a deep breath. He put away the open box and grabbed the second metal box. This box was also similar to the previous box and was not locked. Evan easily opened the box, but when he saw what was inside it he was taken aback. Chapter 116. Evan opened the box and was taken aback when he saw there was only 1 core in the box. He felt a little disappointed, but suddenly felt the core was different than the cores he got earlier. When he lifted the core and looked at it carefully his eyes opened wide. D+ rank core, Evan muttered with a shocked look on his face. A C+ rank core has energy that is comparable to 2 C rank cores, while a B rank core has energy comparable to 3 C+ rank cores, and a B+ rank core has energy comparable to 2 B rank cores. If Evan converts the energy of this B+ rank core, it is comparable to 12 C rank cores. In total, he got 12 C rank cores, 3 C+ rank cores, and 1 B+ rank core from these 2 boxes. All of these cores are comparable to 30 C rank cores. Evan already had 7 cores that he got from Valerie. I absorbed 22 cores in the dungeon. If I absorbed all of these cores, I will need around 50 more cores to evolve my Monarch core, Evan thought, and can't help but smile. He didn't absorb the core, but put away the boxes in his shadow storage ring. He was thinking about absorbing them after Valerie gave him 8 more cores for his Ice Heart Flower. After putting away those boxes, Evan once again looked in the storage ring. Evan found some healing potions that were better than the one he has. He happily took out those potions and put them away in his shadow storage. Other than healing potions, he found some mana recovery potions, strength enhancing potions, agility enhancing potions, and stamina recovery potions. Evan didn't buy these potions previously when he went to the dungeon, because although he had around 500,000, these potions are very expensive. Even a low-grade strength and agility enhancing potion cost around 80,000 credits. Evan found 3 strength enhancing and 2 agility enhancing potions. Along with them, there were 10 stamina recovery potions that cost 10,000 credits per potion, and Evan bought 5 stamina recovery potions. Before he went to the dungeon, he used 3 potions in the dungeon, so now he has 12 potions of stamina recovery. There were 15 bottles of healing and 10 bottles of mana recovery potions among them. They were better than the potions Evan purchased, so he was happy to get them. After sorting out potions, Evan once again looked into the storage ring, but there was nothing else. When Evan saw this, he raised an eyebrow, and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. There is no A-rank artifact, Evan said when he didn't find a rank artifact. In the file of Carlos that Valerie showed him, it was written that he ran away with a A-rank artifact. Evan was hoping that he will get that A-rank artifact from his storage ring. Well, at least I got a B-rank sword and some cores that will help me greatly. Although he felt disappointed, there was nothing he can do about it. And he was already quite happy with the sword and the cores he get from the ring. Sure enough, killing a powerful hunter is the best way to get precious things, Evan said while nodding his head. Just as Evan was about to put away the storage ring, he saw a very small bottle in the storage ring. The bottle was just 5 centimeters big, so Evan didn't notice it earlier. Is this another potion bottle? Evan said and took out the bottle. The bottle was not transparent like other potion bottles, so he wasn't able to see what was in it. Ethan tried to look at its details. Evan was stunned when he saw there were actually question marks there instead of details. Evan was not unfamiliar with something like this. Even his title Rule Breaker has question marks in its details, because some of its effects are still hidden. Seeing he can't see the details of the small bottle, a curious look appeared on Evan's face. He tried to open the bottle cork. The cork was very tight, but with his strength, he was able to open it. Just as the cork was opened, a terrible smell assaulted his nostrils. Evan closed his nose and looked at the content of the bottle with a frown on his face. What is this? Evan mumbled when he saw a strange purplish liquid in the small bottle. The smell of the liquid was very disgusting, and Evan was feeling dizzy, even though he was not inhaling the smell. Feeling the liquid was strange, Evan closed the bottle and put it away into the storage ring once again. What kind of sh*t is this? Evan cursed after putting away the liquid. He was sure that thing is not a potion, because he can't think anyone drinking this kind of sh*t. Even after he put away that bottle, he was feeling sick because of the smell. Evan left his room and went out because he was feeling quite strange there. Is this some kind of smelly liquid that they use to torture people? Evan said after coming out. He took some deep breaths to forget about that smell. I will give this liquid to Valerie along with that phone. She might be able to find something about it, Evan thought, while rubbing his chin. If this black thing turns out to be something good, I might be able to get something good in return from her. After deciding this, Evan looked back at his room. He hesitated for some time and once again went in. He used deodorant all over his room, but even after using it, he wasn't able to get rid of that smell. This is truly a torture poison, Evan said in an annoyed tone after he wasn't able to get rid of the smell. Forget it. I will rent a room in a hotel for today. Evan left his room and went out of the academy. With his current situation, he can afford a room in a hotel easily. Of course, he will try to get back this money from Valerie, since he will give this liquid to her. But even if she doesn't give him anything, it won't hurt his pocket, because he is rich now. Chapter 117. A few days passed by since Evan returned to the academy. He gave black liquid and the phone of Carlos to Valerie. When he gave Carlos's phone and the black liquid, he didn't forget to remind her about the cause. During these days, Evan stayed in the academy and didn't go out. The reason he didn't go out was because he wanted to relax a bit, and the month was about to end. Previously, Elena told him that the practical exam will be held next month, and since the month was about to end, he stayed in the academy. He attended the classes at the academy and enjoyed these few days. Today was the last day of the month, and Evan attended the class just like before. But after the class ended, Elena stopped all the students from leaving. Everyone knew the practical exams are coming, so they were quite excited when Elena stopped them after the class ended. Seeing everyone were looking at her curiously, Elena smiled and nodded her head. I have news about your practical exams. So they finally decided on our practical exam, Evan thought, and waited for her to continue. Normally in previous years' practical exams, They were given tasks like exterminating some bandits groups that rob people in the wilderness, clearing a dungeon, killing some corrupt people of the city that are abusing their authorities, or killing all the monsters in a certain area. I hope it will be something like exterminating a group of the bandit. I can get their loot after killing them, Evan thought with some anticipation. He still remembered how he get a big loot from the bandit group that tried to kill him during his first mission. This time you will have to work in a team of 2 in the exam, Elena spoke, and the eyes of Evan twitched. This time your exam is completely different than before. This time your practical exam will be held using VRs, Elena said, and looked at the expressions of the students. Most of the students were confused, while some visibly sighed in relief, because although you receive your task according to your strength, there is still a chance of dying during practical exams. While some were confused and some were happy, Evan was petrified. His dream of killing bandits and looting them has gone to waste. He was actually thinking that even if they don't get a task like killing bandits, he will still be able to kill some monsters during the exams, and will gather more cores for himself. Evan was not the only one. Some other students were also frowning. Practical exam is actually a good chance for them to get resources. Because of its wide network, the Academy knows about many bandits' hideouts and monster dens. During the exam, the Academy will tell its students about the location of the bandits' hideout and the monster dens to exterminate them. After completing the mission, they can get the loot of the bandits or cores from the monsters they had killed in the monster dens. Seeing some of the students were frowning, Elena said, "You don't have to worry about not getting anything during the practical exam. All the students who will perform well in this exam will receive generous rewards from the Academy. I can't tell you guys about the reward currently, but trust me, you will not be disappointed by them." Hearing Elena, everyone including Evan feels a little better. He thought he won't be able to get anything from this practical exam. The exam will be held after 1 week. You will receive the details of the exam on your phone after a few hours, Elena said, and then took out a box. Since you will have to work in teams, let's find out who will be your teammate during the exam, Elena said after taking out the box. The box was filled with small paper chits, and Evan can guess what were those papers. You don't have to find your teammates by yourself. It will be decided by luck. There are 88 chits in the box, with numbers 1 to 44 written on them. Since there are 88 students in the class, every one of you picks up 1 chit, and the person who will get the same number chit as you will be your teammate. I just hope I won't get an AS** hole as a teammate, Evan thought and looked around him. He doesn't have a good relationship with any of his classmates. He doesn't even know the name of most of the students. After saying that, Elena walked towards the students while holding the box. Every student picked up a chit from the box and looked at their number. No one said anything after taking the chit, and waited for Elena to give everyone a chit. After some time, Elena arrived before Evan, who once again tried to scam the goddess of luck, saying he will donate 1 million credits to her temple, and picked up his chit. Elena walked towards other students after Evan picked up his chit. He opened the chit and looked at its number. 11. Evan was surprised when he saw the number 11. Some people say double numbers are lucky. Maybe I will get a good teammate, Evan muttered after seeing his number. After 3 minutes, Elena finished giving chits and returned to her position. Alright, now that all of you have received your chits, you can find your teammates, Elena said after returning to her position. I have number 36. The student who was sitting at the front stood up and said. Soon all the students started to show their numbers by lifting their chits in the air. Evan looked around him to find number 11. Number 11, number 11, where is my lucky teammate? Evan muttered while looking around. Suddenly he saw the chit with the number 11 written on it. There it is, Evan said and looked at the person who was holding the chit. But he was stunned when he saw the person who was holding the chit. The person who was holding the number 11 chit was also stunned after seeing Evan holding the same number chit. The goddess of luck is truly a bi*ch. Evan cursed in his heart, after seeing who was his teammate. Chapter 118. Evan looked at his teammate, and his teammate looked at him. A muscular body like an orc, a bald head, and narrowed eyes of a thief. Mike, Evan said with his mouth twitching. Mike was also looking at Evan with a stunned face, not knowing what to say. After his fight, he was actually a little afraid of Evan. During the fight, although Evan just attacked once, he has to spend some days in the hospital. Students who were near Evan and Mike also noticed them. Most of them knew the relationship between Mike and Evan is not good, so they thought both of them are fighting once again. But suddenly the eyes of one of the students landed on their number chits, and he almost laughed out loud. He tugged the student beside him and pointed at their number chits. When other students saw their numbers, they also looked at them with amused expressions. Evan didn't care about their looks, but from his expression, it was clear that he was annoyed by his situation. Mike didn't like the stare people were giving him, so he turned and left the classroom. Seeing Mike was leaving, Evan didn't say anything and also left the classroom. "Let's wait for the details of the exam before thinking about what to do now," Evan said with a sigh after leaving the classroom. Honestly, he doesn't have any problem working with Mike as long as he doesn't do anything that harms him. But knowing the personality of Mike, Evan knew that guy will not cooperate with him. Evan came back to his room and waited for the message regarding the details of the exam. After 3 hours, Evan finally received the message regarding the details of the exam. He opened the message and read it carefully. According to the details described in the message, using VR, they all will be sent to an island. The island will be filled with different types of monsters. The deeper they go into the island, the more powerful monster they will encounter. The highest rank monsters present on the island are B rank monsters, while the lowest level will be D rank. When they will kill the monsters, they will receive points. The number of points will depend on the monster they will kill. E rank -5 points. D plus rank -10 points. C rank -20 points. C plus rank -50 points. B rank -150 points. Other than killing monsters, they can even get points by killing other students. After killing the students, they will get all the points that the student gather for himself. If teams of students want, they can cooperate with each other to fight against high-rank monsters or other teams of students who are more powerful than them. There will be only 3 B-rank monsters on the island. Each B-rank monster will protect a golden chest. After killing the B-rank monster, they can open the golden chest and can get random points between 100 to 300. Other than the golden chest, there will be silver and bronze chests that will be scattered all over the island. If your luck is good and you stump upon them, you can open them and get random points. A bronze chest can give you 1 to 10 points, while a silver chest can give you 20 to 50 points. When you open a silver and gold chest, there will be an announcement about it, so that other people will know about it. The assessment will be based on the number of your team points and your performance. Evan read the details about the exam, and the more he read, the more strange his face becomes. When he finished reading, he was actually left confused. They did not mention anything about the team. He muttered and read everything once again. He was confused because he doesn't understand why they created teams of 2 for this exam. After reading once again, Evan still wasn't able to understand what was happening here. But suddenly something clicked in his mind, and he understood why they created teams. There are 88 students in his class. Among these students, Valerie and Leon are C+ rank, while around 30 students are C rank. The rest of the students are either D+ rank or below. On the exam island, the lowest rank monster will be D rank, while the highest rank monster will be B rank. Most of the students who are taking part in it will be below C rank, and won't be able to fight against the high rank monsters alone. Are they making teams so that the students who are still D rank can fight against high rank monsters? Evan muttered while rubbing his chin. Then he thought about other high ranking hunters like Valerie and Leon, who will have to team up with the low level hunters. Before leaving, he saw that Valerie's teammate is actually a D rank hunter. Obviously, that guy won't be able to help her while fighting against C rank and C+ rank monsters. Instead, he will become a liability for her. By making teams other than giving chance to low-level hunters, they are putting pressure on high-rank hunters, Evan said after pondering for a moment. Evan looked at the line, saying the assessment will be based on the number of the points and their performance. I think they want to see students fight against high-rank monsters. They will judge us based on our performance as a team against high-rank monsters. If anyone doesn't work well with his teammate, they will receive negative points from the people who will assess us, Evan said. and his thought of killing Mike during the exam disappeared. Even though I might be wrong and there is another reason for making teams, I will have a big headache if Mike decides to do something stupid during the exam. Evan sighed thinking about the exam. Previously he was thinking it won't be difficult for him to get a spot for the All-Academy Hunter tournament, but now that Mike is his teammate, he doesn't know what will happen. Chapter 119. 3 days pass by since Elena told students about the exam. In an ordinary-looking cafe, an ordinary handsome-looking young man was drinking an ordinary-looking green drink. The name of this ordinary cafe was Ordinary Cafe, and the name of the drink was Ordinary Green Drink. The name of the ordinary handsome young man was Evan. This ordinary green drink is really good, Evan praised after taking a sip of the drink. Yup, the people with bright minds guessed it right. This ordinary looking green drink is not green tea. It is a drink called water with green food color mixed in it. Along with the green food color, there are some F-rank herbs mixed in the water. That gives a refreshing feeling after drinking it. The cost of this drink is 500 credits for 100 milliliters. Although it is a little expensive, Evan decided to try it. Since he read online this drink is quite good. Some people might be wondering if this drink is good and can refresh the body, then why its name is Ordinary Green Drink. Evan was also confused about why this drink is called Ordinary Green Drink even though it was quite good. He asked the waiter of the cafe about it, and the response of the waiter left him speechless. Why does a hot dog is called a hot dog? Instead of answering, the waiter asked Evan this question. When the waiter asked this question, Evan just looked away from the waiter. His curiosity about the name completely died down. While Evan was drinking the ordinary green drink, a lady who was not so ordinary looking appeared outside the cafe. The reason she wasn't ordinary looking was because 2 people in the black suit were following her like bodyguards. Wait, here, I will be done soon, the lady said in a flat voice and entered the cafe. Evan looked at the lady who just entered and waved at her. Seeing Evan, Valerie walked towards him. 2 hours ago, when Evan was watching a movie on his phone, he received a message from her telling him that she gathered 8 C rank calls and is ready to exchange them with his Ice Heart Flower. Evan was more than happy to get calls at any time, so he agreed to exchange them anytime she wanted. Valerie asked him to meet her in the Ordinary Cafe after 3 hours. So when the movie Evan was watching ended, he came here a little early to try their ordinary green drink that he heard about before. When Valerie sat down, a waiter came to take her order, and she also ordered an ordinary green drink. Because of the Dark Guild, Evan asked when he saw 2 bodyguards. Evan can feel that both of them were actually B-rank hunters. Valerie nodded her head with a helpless expression on her face. It was clear she wasn't too happy about 2 people following her everywhere. Evan didn't ask anything after she nodded his head. Here are your 8 calls. Valerie took out a small box from her storage ring. She opened it, and there were 8 C rank calls in it. Evan looked at the calls and took out the black box in which the Ice Heart Flower was placed. He gave the Ice Heart Flower to her and put away the box of the calls. Your teammate is Mike in the practical exam, Valerie asked after confirming the flower was inside the box. Yes, Evan said cautiously, since most of the students already know about this. Seeing Evan saying it cautiously, Valerie was surprised and asked, "You don't look worried." "Nothing will change even if I curse him all day long," Evan said while shrugging his shoulders. There is actually a reason why the practical exam this time is being held using VR. Suddenly, Valerie said, while taking a sip from her drink, that the waiter just brought. "Oh, what is the reason?" Evan asked since he found it strange exams were being held using VRs. Because of the dungeon outbreaks that are going on, many guilds of the Estrate City need more hunters. The Academy is using this chance to show the talent of the students. Since guilds want to hire more hunters, they are using VR for the exam where the representatives of the guilds will be able to see their talent. There will be 3 gold, 5 silver, and 10 bronze rank guilds that will be present there. Even Silver Star Guild will be there. It will be a very good opportunity for the students to join guilds through this exam. Evan was surprised when he heard Valerie, but he actually didn't care about the fact that guilds want to recruit more hunters. He doesn't want to join any guild currently. He knew if he joined a guild there will be many things he will have to do, and he will not have free time to gather enough cores for himself. He doesn't think other guilds will be able to provide him with enough cores, that he needs to improve the level of his Monic and mutated Prime Core. He was surprised because of the fact that the dungeon outbreaks are going out of control, and even high-ranking guilds need more hunters. Didn't she tell me a few days ago that the Dark Guild might be related to dungeon outbreaks? Evan thought, but he did not ask anything else. If you want, I can recommend you to Silver Star Guild. I think it will be very easy for you to join it with my help, Valerie said to Evan, after telling him about the reason for the VR exam. Evan smiled hearing her and shook his head. Thanks for your offer, but I don't plan to join any guild currently. I have my own plans. Evan declined her offer and stood up. Well, thanks for the information about the exam. I will take my leave now. Evan bid farewell to Valerie and left the cafe. Now that he got the 8 cores from Valerie, there was something that he wanted to do now. Chapter 120. After getting cores from Valerie, Evan went back to the academy. Now with these 8 cores, he has a total of 27 C rank cores, 3 C plus rank cores, and 1 B rank cores. These cores are still not enough to level up his Monic core to C rank. During the past 3 days, Evan thought about the practical exam, and he finally decided to bring his Prime Core to D+ rank before the exam. Although Evan knew he is powerful, he is still not sure about dealing against many people at the same time with his current power. In the details of the exam, it was clearly written that other teams can join hands to deal with a strong monster or different teams of students. Evan knew he is not good when it come to deal with people who are working in a team. A clear example of this was his fight against the Horned Frost Wolf on the 2nd floor of the Frost World dungeon. Because of how good the teamwork of those wolves was, he was nearly defeated by them. If he want to deal with people who will work in a team, he knew he will have to increase his power. His Monic core is still far from leveling up to C rank, but with the help of the cores he has, he can easily level up his Prime Core to D+ rank. Other than this, when Evan read there will be B rank monsters on the island, he knew with his current power, he won't be able to do anything against it. Although he wasn't sure about dealing with a B rank monster after leveling up his Prime Core, he was confident that he will be able to run away from it after leveling up. Last time when his Prime Core leveled up to D rank, and was mutated by Shadow Energy, his physical strength was greatly increased. He is hoping after leveling up his Prime Core, his physical strength will once again increase. According to the details of the exam, if you find a silver or gold chest and opened it, there will be an announcement about it. After the announcement, I am sure there will be many students who will try to kill that student to take away his points, Evan muttered after entering his room. Evan knew if he opens a silver or gold chest for points, there will be many students who will target him. If there are just 2 or 3 people, he is confident enough to take care of them, but if there are more, he is not sure about taking care of them alone. Not even for a moment he thought that Mike will work with him. After coming back to his room, Evan didn't start absorbing cores through his Prime Core immediately. He first sat down on the bed and took out all the cores he has. Soon 27 C rank, 3 C plus rank, and 1 B rank core were present on the bed. Evan looked at all the cores carefully, and selected some cores from them. After 1 minute, Evan was holding 6 cores in his hand, and all of these were black in color. These 6 cores were shadow cores. There were 5 C rank and 1 C plus rank. Among the cores that he got from Carlos and Valerie, only these 6 were shadow cores, and the rest were of different elements. The B rank core that he found in Carlos's storage ring is a wing core. The reason why Evan selected shadow cores was because of the mutation of his Prime Core. After the mutation of his Prime Core, he can absorb 100% energy of the shadow cores using his Prime Core, and there is even a 2% chance of him getting a skill of the monster from whom the shadow core was extracted. He can absorb 100% power of any core using his Monic core, but his mutated Prime Core can only absorb 100% energy from a shadow core. That is why he first selected these shadow cores. If he absorbs these 6 shadow cores first, he will need fewer cores to level up his Prime Core, because he will be able to absorb 100% of their energy. After he selected shadow cores, Evan didn't wait any longer. He started with the C rank shadow core. Evan started to refine the core using his mana, and the energy of the shadow core rushed toward his Prime Core. When he started to refine the energy, Evan was surprised by the refining speed. Last time when he refined the C rank core of the Shadow Wolf using his Prime Core, It took him 15 minutes just to absorb 1/4 energy from that. But now that he is absorbing energy after the mutation of his prime core, he can clearly feel his speed is much faster than before. In just 5 minutes, Evan completely refined the C rank core using his prime core. It is really amazing that I can refine a C rank core so quickly, even when I am not absorbing them with my monic core, Evan muttered and picked up the second C rank shadow core. Just like before, he absorbed the C rank core in 5 minutes. Although it was nothing compared to the speed of his monic core, that can easily refine any core in seconds. It is still much better than other people who take hours to refine a C rank core. The speed of refining increases along with your core rank. For example, if a D rank hunter refines a C rank core, it will take him at least 1 hour to refine it. But after becoming a C rank hunter, he will be able to refine a C rank core much faster. Soon Evan finished absorbing all the C rank shadow cores, and there was only one C+ rank shadow core left. Evan picked up the core and started to refine it just like other cores. The energy in the C+ rank core was much higher than the C rank cores. It took Evan a little more than 10 minutes to absorb the core, and he can feel he is quite close to D+ rank. Just as Evan was about to absorb other cores, he received a notification. You have received skill. Chapter 121. You have received the skill Stealth. Stealth: by using the power of shadow you can hide your presence. The effect of the skill will reduce against an enemy who is 2 levels above you. Evan was greatly surprised when he saw he received a skill just after absorbing 6 cores. There was just 2% chance for him to receive a skill, so he never thought about getting a skill while absorbing those cores. This skill is similar to the passive effect of the concealment ring, Evan muttered, after reading the details of the skill. His concealment ring has a passive effect that hides his presence from anyone below B rank. This skill is not much help to me because I already have the concealment ring that can hide my presence from anyone below B rank, Evan said in a disappointed voice. Although it can't help me in real life, it might come in handy during my practical exam, since we will not be able to use our artifact there. Even though he was disappointed, he never expected to get any skill, so he decided to ignore it and absorb other cores to push his prime core to D+ rank. But just as Evan was about to absorb other cores, a notification appeared before him. Shadow Walk and Stealth skills are computable with each other. Do you want to merge both skills into one? Yes/no. Holy sh*T. Evan can't help but curse because of the excitement. He didn't expect to see this notification. He got his Dimensional Shadow Bullet skill by merging Shadow Bullet and Dimensional Shadow Needle skill. He knew the power of skill combination. His Dimensional Shadow Bullet skill is a great example. Previously, Shadow Bullet was just a normal skill, but after merging with the Dimensional Shadow Needle skill, it completely changed. Seeing the notification, Evan didn't hesitate and instantly chose yes. Just like the previous time, just as Evan chose yes, his monic core started to spin faster. He felt his mana being drained at rapid speed. Last time when he combined the skills, he had to use around 70% of his mana. His monic core continued to absorb mana like a black hole, and in just 10 seconds it absorbed 60% of his total mana. After 10 seconds it stopped absorbing his mana, and more notifications appeared before him. Skills Shadow Walk and Stealth are being merged. Both skills are merged successfully. You have received the skill Shadow Walk. Evan read the notifications and blinked a few times. Why does this skill name sound familiar? Evan muttered with a frown on his face. Quote, Holy sh*T. What kind of scam is this? After a moment, when Evan finally realized why the name sounded familiar, he can't help but curse. Thinking he was scanned, Evan quickly looked at the details of his Shadow Walk skill. Shadow Walk: your body will turn into an invisible shadow, and you can walk through any barrier or restrictions without being hindered. Evan read the details and saw there was no change in it. But when he once again read the details, the word invisible caught his eyes. Will turn into an invisible shadow, Evan muttered and suddenly thought about something. He went before the mirror and used his skill Shadow Walk. His body turned into a shadow, but unlike before, where people can see his shadow form after using the skill, Evan wasn't able to see anything in the mirror. After activating the skill, Evan, who turned into an invisible shadow, was stunned and wasn't able to say anything for a moment. This skill is even better than invisibility, since other than making me invisible, I can also pass through barriers and other restrictions, Evan said, while still maintaining his shadow form. I don't know how effective this skill is, but I think at least no one below B rank will be able to see me after using this skill. Suddenly Evan noticed something, and he stopped using the shadow walk skill. Just as he stopped using the skill, he once again appeared before the mirror. He checked his mana and a frown appeared on his face. I just used it for around 20 seconds, but lost 5% of my total mana. The mana cost for using his new shadow walk skill is way higher than before. But when Evan thought about the benefits of this new skill, he actually find it quite reasonable. It is natural it will consume high amount of mana, since it turns me completely invisible. After Evan confirmed the new effect of shadow walk skill, he was very satisfied. With the help of this skill, my chances of performing well in exams increased by a large margin. Evan sat down on the bed once again and picked up a C+ rank core. Like before, he once again started to refine it using his prime core. Since it was not a shadow core, Evan wasn't able to absorb 100% energy from it. After more than 10 minutes when he was done, Evan noticed he absorbed only 30% of energy from the core. Seeing this, Evan can't help but shake his head. He picked up the last C+ rank core and refined it. Soon Evan refined the last C+ rank core and continued to refine other C rank cores. When Evan refined his 10th C rank core, his prime core finally reached its limit. The surrounding mana rushed towards him, and a small mana whirlpool formed above his head. As usual, his prime core started to absorb a large amount of mana from the whirlpool. Like a black hole, his prime core continues to absorb a large amount of mana from the whirlpool. This mana whirlpool is still smaller than the whirlpool that formed when my monarch core advanced to D rank, Evan thought when he saw the size of the whirlpool. After 5 minutes, his prime core stopped absorbing mana, and the whirlpool above his head disappeared. His prime core released a wave of energy that started to refine his body. His mana reserve increased greatly, and his physical strength increased once again. Soon his prime core stopped releasing energy, and it successfully stabilized to D+ rank. Chapter 122. Evan felt new power coursing through his body and nodded his head in satisfaction. But he soon noticed something, and a frown appeared on his face. My prime core is giving me a weird feeling, Evan muttered to himself. He analyzed his prime core, and noticed the energy inside his prime core was a little chaotic. What the hell is going on? Evan was confused because he didn't face a situation like this in the past. Each time he levels up his prime core, its energy always remains calm. After looking at his core for some time, he finally realized what is happening. It became like this because my monarch core is still not at the C rank. People can't level up their cores in a short period of time. Each time after leveling up, they will have to stabilize their core. But Evan never had to worry about this problem in the past because of his monarch core. As long as the rank of his monarch core is higher than his prime core, he can level it without the need to stabilize it. But now that it reached to D+ rank and caught up to his monarch core rank, it is not completely stabilized after leveling up. Well, it is like I am planning to level up my prime core again anytime soon. Evan shrugged his shoulders and stood up. Now that his prime core reached D+ rank, he has no intention of leveling it up before his monarch core. Since he will get his class after reaching C rank, he first wants to level up his monarch core. He was worried that if he leveled up his prime core first and get a job class through it, he won't be able to get class through his monarch core. Although he doesn't know much, he is sure that the job class that he will get through his monarch core will be better than his prime core. Of course, he also knew that there is a high chance he will not get any class through his monarch core, and it will just increase his strength like each time after reaching C rank. He thought this because he get the monarch core because of his physique. He wasn't born with this core. So there might be a chance that he will not get any job class, even if he improved its level to C rank. Even if I don't get a class through it, the power boost that monarch core gave me with its level up is more than enough, Evan said and stretched his body. He felt full of energy after leveling up and was thinking about what to do. Suddenly he thought about the body of the ice troll that he stole from the Frost World dungeon. I should go and sell it, Evan said and left his room once again. Although he wanted to go into the wilderness to test his new strength and skill, he can't go there because there are just 4 days left for the practical exams, so students of the academy are not allowed to leave the city. I will try my strength in VR after coming back, Evan thought after leaving the academy. He still has some mission points left that he can use. After leaving the academy, he took a taxi and arrived at the city plaza. He went inside and saw just like usual the city plaza was busy. He saw many employees of the city plaza helping customers with their things. Some were here to sell things just like him, while some were here to buy something, and were asking on which floor they can find it. Soon an employee noticed Evan and a surprised look appeared on his face. Isn't he the man who fought for me last time when he came here? Dylan thought and walked towards Evan with a smile. I am glad he did not commit suicide after getting rejected by me. When Evan noticed someone coming towards him, he looked there and his mouth can't help but twitch. Last time when he came here, he gave a pity-filled look to this guy because of his strange-looking face. But this lunatic thought that he is in love with him. Hello, how can I help you? Dylan asked after coming near him. I want to sail a body of ice troll, Evan said in a flat voice. This time he did not show any emotion on his face, because he was afraid this lunatic will think something strange once again. It is good he didn't spout nonsense this time, or I might have committed a murder here, Evan thought to himself. Body of ice troll. A surprised look appeared on Dylan's face, because it is very rare for someone to bring a body of a troll. Please come with me, Dylan said to Evan and led him towards a room. In a world that was enveloped in white snow, stars shone brightly in the night sky. Amid the stars, one full moon that was blue in color and a half-purple moon illuminated the night sky in two different colors. Under the beautiful sky, the city or Ice Glacialheim looks even more beautiful. All the buildings in the city were made from pure white ice, and many people can be seen walking in the city. Anyone could have mistaken them as human if not for their pale blue skin and purple color eyes. At the center of the city stood a huge ice mountain that reaches the clouds. At the top of this ice mountain, a large palace made of light blue ice stood. Several people who looked similar to the people of the Glacialheim city were standing guard all over the palace. These people were wearing heavy armor and were holding different kinds of weapons. At the entrance of the ice palace, two guards who looks different than the other patrolling guards stood with spears in their hands. These two people were 2 meters tall, and were releasing a terrifying aura that was covering the entire palace. Other patrolling guards were looking at them with respect and fear in their eyes. At this moment, suddenly a portal that was releasing red miasma appeared before the entrance of the palace. Chapter 123. Both guards who were standing felt their bodies stiffen just as the portal appeared there. From the portal, a man who was around 190 centimeters tall, had dark red skin, and 2 horns on both sides of his head walked out. The man was wearing corsal-looking black pants and a shirt that oddly suited him well. His deep red eyes were emotionless, and from time to time a small amount of red miasma was leaking out from his body. Although the man was not releasing any aura after coming out, both of the guards who were standing felt their bodies shaking just by looking at the man. After the man came out, the portal behind him disappeared and he looked at the guards without any emotion in his eyes. When the guards felt the man was looking at them, they felt a mountain was crushing down on them, and their legs started to shake. Both of them were on verge of kneeling, when a light blue portal appeared before the guards and the man. Don't you think it is rude to come here without informing me, and try to scare my people? A cold voice sounded from the portal, but no one come out from it. The lips of the man curled upward seeing the portal, and without caring about the 2 guards he stepped inside the portal. After the man entered the portal, it disappeared. When the portal disappeared, both guards looked at each other, fear still evident in their eyes, but they did not dare to say anything. After entering the portal, Baphomet arrived in a throne room. Baphomet looked in front of him and saw a large throne of ice. On the large throne, a creature that was 3 meters tall, was covered in white fur, has a face that resembles Yeti, and King Kong was sitting and looking down at him with his cold dark blue eyes. It is been White Winterclaw, Baphomet said in a flat tone, not minding the cold eyes of Winterclaw. A throne that was red in color materialized behind him and started to float in the air. Baphomet jumped up and sat down on the throne that arrived at the eye level of the Winterclaw. The expressions of Winterclaw didn't change seeing this, and he still looked at Baphomet with cold eyes. After Baphomet sat down, none of them spoke for a long time. Finally, Winterclaw opened his mouth and asked, "Why you are here, Baphomet?" "I am here to make a deal," Baphomet said while resting his head on his hand. Deal. A look of interest appeared on the beastly face of Winterclaw. What kind of deal? A small smile appeared on the emotionless face of Baphomet hearing Winterclaw. I have found it, Baphomet said, while extending his hand forward. Red miasma flows out from his hand, forming a small red portal in front of him. Winterclaw looked at the small portal without much interest, but suddenly the red smoke before the portal cleared up, and he was able to see what was behind the portal. Seeing the thing behind the portal and feeling its aura, the dark blue eyes of the Winterclaw trembled, and he nearly jumped up from his throne. Seeing the change in my Winterclaw's eyes, Baphomet snapped his finger and the portal disappeared. Seeing the portal disappears, Winterclaw looked at Baphomet, who was smiling, and he narrowed his eyes. How did you find the location of the Shadow Realm? Winterclaw asked while trying to stay calm. It doesn't matter how I found it, but I know you are looking for it since the moment he disappeared, Baphomet said, looking at the stomach of Winterclaw, which was covered in white fur. Hearing Baphomet talking about that man-killing intent flashed in Winterclaw's eyes, but he tried to surpass it. He once again looked at Baphomet and asked, "What kind of deal you want to make with me?" "I don't want anything. I will tell you the location of the Shadow Realm, and we can explore it together," Baphomet said, surprising Winterclaw. "You want nothing?" Winterclaw said with a sneer. "Do you take me for a fool? Even though you know the location of the Shadow Realm, you can't enter in it because of the ruler's restriction. And even if you send your strongest people in the Shadow Realm, you are not confident that they will be able to deal with that *H Anastasia." The expressions of Baphomet didn't change even after hearing Winterclaw, and he asked in an indifferent tone, "So you are not interested?" Winterclaw looked at Baphomet for a moment, then said, "You should know, just like you. I also can't enter in Shadow Realm, because of the ruler's restrictions. I know that, and I also know you need something from the Shadow Realm to completely get rid of that thing. Anastasia is someone that can even give a tough fight to us, so you should know we can't do anything without getting rid of her. I will send some of my strongest people there, and I want you to do the same thing. I would have never told anyone about this if I had enough people who can deal with her." "Get rid of her?" A mocking smile appeared on Winterclaw's face after hearing Baphomet, but he didn't try to correct him. "I am afraid it is impossible to get rid of her without one of us present," Winterclaw thought, and looked at Baphomet with a pondering expression. "Did you send someone to explore the Shadow Realm after finding the portal?" Winterclaw asked. "No," Baphomet replied. "There is a seal on the portal, and it will take some time for me to break it." "That bastard even placed a seal on the portal of the Shadow Realm." Winterclaw can't help but marvel at the power of that man. Sealing the entire realm is not a laughing matter. Even though they are same as him, they still can't seal an entire realm with their power. "How much time do you need to break the seal?" Winterclaw didn't ask for the location of the entrance since he knew Baphomet will not tell him that. "It won't take long. So are you interested now?" Winterclaw looked at the red eyes of the Baphomet and said after a moment, "Inform me after you get rid of that seal." "Sure," Baphomet said, and suddenly red miasma engulfed him. The next second Baphomet disappeared from the throne room, along with the red miasma. After Baphomet disappeared, Winterclaw stayed seated on his throne for some time. After some time he looked down at his stomach and the fur around there started to disappear. When the fur around his stomach disappeared, a golf ball-sized wound can be seen there. The wound was very small, but a strange black energy was flowing into that wound, and was trying to devour his flesh. A light blue energy was barely stopping the black energy. Seeing the black energy, the eyes of Winterclaw turned even colder. After looking at his wound for some time, he closed his eyes, and the throne room becomes silent once again. Chapter 124. Evan left the city plaza after selling the body of the ice troll. Because its blood is one of the main ingredients in making healing potions, Evan got 100,000 credits just for the body. He could have gotten much more if not for the fact that he had blown away its head, along with the ice troll's body. He also sold the body of the C-rank wolf that he killed in the wilderness last time. That C-rank body of the wolf was sold for 15,000 credits. Even though it was even less than the body of the black ogre that he sold at 30,000 credits. He was satisfied, because unlike the body of the black ogre, the body of the wolf was quite damaged, and its body is less useful than the black ogre. After coming out from the plaza, Evan saw a burger shop and decided to buy one for himself. The name of the burger shop was Extraordinary Burgers. Evan bought one crispy chicken burger with extraordinary spicy cheese sauce, and went back to the academy. After coming back to the academy, Evan directly went towards the training area of the academy. He soon arrived before the VR room and used 5 mission points to rent it for 24 hours. Let's see my improvement after leveling up my Prime Core to D+ rank, Evan muttered as he entered the VR room, and its door was closed. I hope it will be enough, Valerie said while looking at the transparent glass bottle in her hand. She was sitting cross-legged on the ground while holding a small bottle of light blue liquid. She took a deep breath and removed the cork from the small bottle. Valerie sniffed the potion in her hand and felt a cooling sensation spreading all over her body. She didn't wait any longer after sniffing and gulped down the entire potion in one fell swipe. After drinking the potion, she dropped the bottle of the potion and closed her eyes to focus. For the first 5 seconds, she just felt a slight cooling sensation all over her body. But soon extremely cold energy started to build up in her body. A layer of frost started to appear all over her body. Her body shook, and her teeth chattered, because of the extreme cold she was feeling. Soon her entire body was covered in frost. Inside her body, the cold energy of the potion made from ice heart flower ran wild, freezing her body from the inside. If anyone sees the state of her internal organs, they will be shocked to see that they were slowly freezing. Even her heart and Prime Core slowly started to freeze. Valerie's entire body was shaking because of the extreme cold, but she bit her lips and endured it. After 1 minute, suddenly her body finally started to absorb the cold energy. Her internal organs, which were nearly frozen, suddenly started to absorb the cold energy around them. The frost layer around them started to disappear, and she felt cool feeling all over her body. But unlike before when she found it hard to endure the cold feeling, this time it was very relaxing. Even her Prime Core was absorbing the cold energy. Suddenly the layer of frost that was covering her body started to disappear. Her light blue hair started to turn white, and her eyes turned silver color. Her aura started to increase and her body stopped shaking. Her body was absorbing the cold energy greedily. After 5 more minutes, Valerie slowly opened her silver eyes, and a notification appeared before her. You have completely awakened your Ice Reaper physique. It is finally awakened, Valerie said, and her voice sounded colder than usual. She analyzed her Prime Core and noticed it also advanced to B rank. Soon her hair color returned to light blue color, and her eyes also turned normal. Just as she returned to normal, a sense of weakness engulfed her, and she dropped to the ground unconscious. Who would have thought I will receive something like this from them? Leon said with a smile on his face. He was holding an orange color pill in his hand with a big crooked smile on his face. So this time many guilds will recruit students based on their practical exam results, and they want me to do my best and join the Silver Star Guild, Leon muttered while rubbing his chin. Looks like they really want me to join Silver Star Guild. That is why they sent this Blaze Essence pill, to help me reach B rank before the exam, Leon said with a smirk on his face. He doesn't care why Dark Guild wants him to join Silver Star Guild. He is ready to do their bidding, as long as he is receiving benefits from them. Soon he took off his clothes and was in his birthday suit. He sat down on the ground cross-legs and took the Blaze Essence pill. The pill melted in his mouth and turned into a large amount of energy that went toward his Prime Core. Unlike the energy of the cores, the energy of the pill was very gentle, and his core was able to absorb it easily. His Prime Core rushed towards B rank at rapid speed. A blissful smile was plastered on Leon's face as he felt his power increasing. His body was radiating extreme heat and turned red because of the Blaze Essence pill. It did not take him long to absorb all the energy from the pill. In just 2 hours he absorbed all the energy from the pill, and his Prime Core successfully advanced to B rank. Actually, it was not just Valerie and Leon who advanced. There were many students who used all of their resources to increase their rank. All of them wanted to do their best in the exam and get a chance to participate in the All Hunter Academic Tournament. Chapter 125. A car stopped in front of a straight academy, and a man who was wearing a black formal suit came out from it. The man had brown hair, black eyes, and a small scar on the right side of his face. After coming out of the car, the man looked at the academy with a nostalgic look and went inside. The name of the man who just came out is Jeffrey, an A+ rank hunter and the guild master of the Crimson Blade, which is a gold rank guild. Today is the day of the practical exam of the Astrate Academy. so he came here to see if he can recruit a good hunter into his guild. You are late, Jeffrey. Edward, one of the teachers of the Estrate Academy, said when Jeffrey stepped inside. Are other people already here? Jeffrey asked Edward while giving him a friendly hug. Yeah, just you and the people of Silver Star Guild are not here, Edward replied, returning his hug. There are still around 30 minutes before the exam began, so I don't think I am late, Jeffrey said after hearing Edward. Since you want to recruit new hunters, shouldn't you come early and try to get more details about them, Edward said while rolling his eyes. I already have enough information. I don't think anything will change even if I come early. Suddenly both Jeffrey and Edward looked at the door of the academy and saw another car stop there. From the car, a young man who looks in his mid-20s comes out. The man had black hair, sharp blue eyes, and a handsome face over his shoulders. Quote, so Silver Star Guild sent Isekai, Edward said after seeing the man. He is currently one of the rising young stars of the Silver Star Guild. It is normal they will send him when we are trying to recruit youngsters, Jeffrey said. Hello, Guildmaster Jeffrey, Instructor Edward Isaac greeted them politely after coming there. You are already a rank hunter just like me, Isaac. You don't need to act like this with me, Edward said to Isekai with a chuckle. You were the one who taught me how to use a spear properly, so it is natural for me to call you instructor. Edward shook his head hearing Isaac and didn't comment on it. Let's go. The people of other guilds are all inside, Edward said, and led both of them inside. I heard there are some good seating this year, Isekai said while following Edward. Then try your best to recruit them, Edward said when he heard Isaac. It won't be difficult for you to recruit them, since I don't think any student will refuse an offer from the Silver Star Guild, Jeffrey also said in a slightly envious tone. Hearing them, Isekai just smiled because he also knew only an idiot will refuse him. In a large room, all the 88 students of the 4th year were present. The room was very big, and other than students there were 88 VR pods in the room. These VR pods were specially prepared for the practical exams of the academy. Some students can't help but look at so many VRs with astonished expressions. The cost of even a low-grade VR is around 3 million credits, and just from the looks, students know that these VRs are not low-level. Most of the students were standing in a group and were discussing with each other. It was clear that they were already forming teams even before the start of the exam. Some were in a group of 6, while some were in a group of 4. Very few people were standing in the team of 2 that was created using cheats. But surprisingly, there was actually one person who was standing alone. This loner was none other than Evan. As for his teammate Mike, well, that guy was standing with 6 other people. These 6 were the 3 members of his gang and their teammates. From time to time, students were looking at Evan with amused expressions. Some students even tried to ask him to work with them, because all of them saw how he easily defeated Mike. When these students asked him to join their teams, he declined them politely. Even though he was standing alone, Evan wasn't looking nervous. He can see many people rose from D+ rank to C rank, and some from C rank to C+ rank. But even after seeing this, he was confident that he will be fine. Evan looked around him and noticed Valerie was standing with a male student. She wasn't teaming with any other student, besides the one that she got from the chit. He also noticed Leon, who was also standing with a female student. But unlike the teammate of Valerie, the female teammate of Leon was a C-rank hunter. It will be difficult to deal with these two, Evan thought when he saw Valerie and Leon. At this moment, the door of the large room opened, and Elena and another male teacher entered. After coming in, they first counted the students, and after seeing everyone was present, they moved toward VR. The name of the male teacher who come with Elena was Cole, and he is a B+ rank healer. When both of them came, they were not surprised to see many students standing in large teams, but even they were baffled seeing Evan standing alone there. Elena, who knew about the problem between him and Mike, can't help but sigh for him. He is joining the exam for the first time, and it turned into something like this. Did this guy try to seduce male students using his good look, and now became an outcast? Cole, on the other hand, was thinking completely different thing with his unique brain. Alright, now that everyone is here, let's begin. Cole didn't think too much about Evan and shouted after coming before VRs. I am not going to repeat the rules, since you all already knew about them. As for the rewards from the academy, you will find out about them after the end of the exam. Try your best in the exam because believe me, The rewards this time is way better than past years, Cole said, and all the VR pods opened at the same time. Choose one VR pod and lay down. The practical exam for this year is going to start. Chapter 126. Edward brought both Isaac and Jeffrey into a room where many people were sitting. There was a big screen in the room which was currently off. Most of the people were talking to each other, while some were sitting silently waiting for the exam to start. When Edward brought Jeffrey and Isaac, other people looked at them. Jeffrey here, a man with short hair, called out when he saw Jeffrey. It is been while Julian. Jeffrey went toward him and sat beside him. Julian is also an A+ rank hunter just like Jeffrey. He is the guild master of the Silent Blade, which is a gold rank guild. Edward and Isaac sat down on other empty chairs. There were a total of 24 people in the room, and all of them were A rank or A+ rank hunters. 19 of them were people who came from different guilds, while the other 5 were the teachers of the academy. Among them 3 were from the gold level guild, 5 were from the silver level guild, and 10 were from the bronze rank guild. Isaac was from the silver star guild, which is the platinum level guild. Suddenly the big screen lit up, and all the people saw the image of a big island on it. The island was around 300 square kilometers big and was in the middle of the sea. So this is the special virtual map where the exam will be held, said a female hunter, who looks around 30 years old. She was wearing a knee-length black skirt and a white shirt. Her name was Oliver, the guild master of the Twilight Moon, which is also a gold rank guild. Other people also looked at the island with curious faces. There were small cliffs, some small lakes, forest, and many other things. Soon they saw the big screen split into 10 small screens, and the students started to appear on them. The exam started, Isaac said while looking at the different screens. The exam will end after 24 hours, so try your best, Cole said, and the VR pods closed. Evan and the other students find their consciousness drifting away, and soon their vision was engulfed by darkness. The next second when Evan opened his eyes, he found himself standing on a sandy terrain. He looked behind him and saw an endless sea. It is been ages since I last saw the beach, Evan thought when he looked at the sand below his feet. He looked beside him and found Mike standing there. He wasn't surprised to see him since Cole already told them they will be teleported with their teammate. Mike also looked at Evan and he was a little nervous. He was afraid that Evan will kill him. Seeing the nervous look on Mike's face, Evan didn't bother himself with him and started walking away. Seeing Evan did not do anything, Mike sighed in relief and started to walk in a different direction than Evan. I should first try to find Lucas and Othis, Mike thought while walking away. It is a pity I can't kill him without a reason, Evan thought while glancing at Mike, who was walking away. Even though Evan wanted to kill Mike, since he knew there might be a chance he will cause trouble for him in the future, he can't do this just yet. He is already not working in a team with Mike, which will affect his assessment, and he wasn't sure what will happen if he kills his teammate for no reason. Well, if he tries to find trouble with me, I will have good reason to get rid of him, Evan thought, and walked towards the cliff that was around 10 kilometers away from him. These two split up without even speaking anything. Mason, a bald-head man, said. He is the guild master of Steelshippers, which is a silver rank guild. Looks like they are not on good terms, Isaac also said, because only Evan and Mike were the ones who split up. Good term or not, if they want to get good results they should work in a team. Wyatt, a teacher of the academy, said in a displeased voice. In all Hunter Academy tournament, they will have to work in a team if they want to win, and if they can't even work in a team here, then they are not qualified to represent our academy in the tournament. They will just bring shame to the name of our academy, another teacher supported Wyatt and said. Other people didn't care much, since the screen was continually changing and showing different students. Besides, Evan and Mike both were D+ rank hunters. Altogether it is not bad. There are many other students who are high rank than them. Suddenly one of the screens became a little bigger, and they saw one male and one female student, who were standing before a 3 meters tall tiger. They encountered a C-rank forest tiger so soon, a man said when he saw the screen. Even though those students were standing before the C-rank forest tiger, the expressions of both of the students didn't change. Roared dash. The forest tiger roared and pounced at them. Seeing this, the female student waved her hand, and suddenly tens of vines shot out from the ground, binding the tiger in midair. Roared dash. The tiger roared, and tens of wind blades materialized around it, cutting the vines. But before all the vines were cut apart by the wind blades, the male student snapped his finger. Inferno, the male student said, and suddenly a fire tornado emerged from the ground just below the forest tiger. Roared dash. A roar filled with agony resounded, and the forest tiger was engulfed by the fire tornado. In just 3 seconds the roar of the tiger stopped, and the fire tornado also disappeared. When the tornado disappeared, there was no trace left of the tiger. Soon some text appeared on one of the screens that was showing the points of the students. Ash, Leon and Sally, 20 points. Chapter 127. After parting with Mike, Evan ran toward a cliff that was around 10 kilometers away from him. He wanted to take a good look around his surrounding using that cliff. While running, he was fully focused because he knew the island is filled with monsters, and the deeper he goes, the more dangerous it will become. Oh, her luck is really good. Suddenly, Olivia said when Valerie appeared on the screen. On screen, a C+ rank python was looking at Valerie with its deep yellow eyes. But what attracted their attention was the silver chest behind the python. Valerie was holding a simple-looking sword and was looking at the python calmly. Students can get swords or any kind of weapon they desire, but unlike artifacts, these weapons don't have any special effects that will enhance their power. The python was similar to the one-horned earth python Evan killed in the ruins, but its color was light red, and there was no horn on its head. Red smoke that was eroding the plants around it was coming out from its body from time to time. The poison pythons are not easy to deal with because of their deadly poison, Edward said when he saw the python. Even a B-rank hunter can't survive its poison. Others also nodded their head hearing him because they were also thinking the same. Hiss dash. The poison python hissed at Valerie when she moved towards it. Deep red poisonous smoke came out from its mouth and moved towards her. The ground started to corrode because of the poisonous smoke, but Valerie didn't stop moving. Frost aura, Valerie muttered, and a light blue aura erupted from her body covering 10 meters area around her. When the poison smoke came into contact with the light blue aura, it was instantly frozen solid and stopped moving toward her. Suddenly tens of ice chains came out from the ground with lightning speed and wrapped themselves around the mouth of the python. Shhhhh. The sound of sizzling rang out as the ice chains that touched the body of the python started to corrode because of the smoke that was coming out from the body of the python. Because the mouth of the python was closed with ice chains, it wasn't able to spit out poison. Since it wasn't able to spit out the poison, Valerie easily arrived near it. Because of the frost aura that was coming out from her body, the body of the python stiffened. She jumped up on one of the ice chains, and using it as support she arrived at the top of the python in the blink of an eye. Before stepping on the head of the python, a layer of ice covered her feet, so that the poison smoke that was coming out from its body won't harm her. After advancing to B rank and awakening her physique, the power of her ice skills increased greatly. Even though the python tried to break the ice chains, it wasn't able to do so. After arriving at the top of its head, the frost aura around Valerie suddenly became even stronger, and the python felt its whole body freezing. Because of the frost aura, the python stopped shaking its body for a moment, and Valerie didn't miss this chance. She instantly arrived at the edge of its head and plunged her sword into one of its eyes. Hiss dash. The python hissed in pain as a fountain of red blood came out. Suddenly the normal-looking iron sword turned deep blue as Valerie channeled her ice power through it. Because the sword was plunged into its eye, the entire head including the brain of the python was instantly frozen. Thud dash. With a loud sound, the giant body of the python dropped to the ground. Valerie took out her sword from the head of the python and jumped down from it. She killed it so easily in just 10 seconds, Julian said, still looking at the screen. Don't even think about recruiting her. She is the daughter of the guild master of the Silver Star Guild. There is no way she will join any other guild, Olivia said with a chuckle. Hearing Olivia, everyone smiled warily and looked at Isaac, who has a small smile on his face. After killing the python, Valerie went toward the silver chest. During all this time her teammate was standing in the same place. He was feeling quite awkward because even before he can help her, she killed that python. After coming before the chest, Valerie pushed it open. Just as she pushed it open, a rocket shot toward the sky. Boom dash. A loud firework happened in the sky, and some text appeared. Valerie 40 points. She received 40 points for opening the silver chest. Valerie and Finn 90 points. Leon and Sally 20 points. Because of the firework, every student looked into the sky, and were quite envious to see Valerie get 40 points. But since the exam just began, they didn't go there to kill her. Most of the students were first thinking about searching for people they can team up with, so that they can kill the high-rank monsters or powerful students. With this, she has a good lead against other students, Edward said, and looked at other screens. Suddenly another screen becomes a little bigger, indicating another student encountered a monster. When people looked at the screen, they saw a student running in a leisurely manner. Not so far away in the direction he was running, there was a C-rank wild earth boar. Isn't he the student who split off just as the exam started? Edward said, seeing Evan. He is just a D+ rank, and he is running toward wild earth boar like a fool. He will die even without knowing what killed him, Wyatt said in a displeased tone, seeing Evan running toward the boar in a leisurely manner. The wild earth boar was 2 meters tall and was covered in dark brown fur. Its eyes were deep red that gives it a demonic look. When Evan was 100 meters away from it, the boar finally noticed him. Moo dash! The boar made a strange sound from its mouth and charged toward Evan like a truck. Such a stupid student, Wyatt said while shaking his head. The people of the guilds were also shaking their heads. I don't understand how can someone like him became a D+. The words Wyatt was saying struck in his throat, and his eyes opened wide. Even the people of the guilds and other teachers were looking at the screen with dazed looks on their faces. On screen, when that boar was just 20 meters away from Evan, it suddenly collapsed to the ground. Evan didn't even slow down and ran past the boar without glancing at it. At first, all of them thought the boar was tired, and it decided to take a nap. But suddenly another name appeared on the points table. Valerie and Finn 90 points. Leon and Sally 20 points. Evan and Mike 20 points. The room suddenly fell into complete silence, while the mouth of the Wyatt was still half open. Chapter 128. All the people were silent and were looking at the wild earth boar that suddenly dropped dead to the ground. Slowly a pool of blood started to form under the wild earth boar. What the hell just happened? Edward asked with a baffled expression on his face. Play replay. Wyatt said, not believing that stupid-looking D+ rank student killed C-rank wild earth boar without doing anything. Is he a hacker? Wyatt thought, wondering whether Evan hacked the VR somehow. Soon they saw the replay where Evan was running with a carefree expression and the wild earth boar was charging toward him. Their entire focus was placed on the boar, so that they can see what happened. Suddenly they saw just when the boar was 20 meters away from Evan, its shadow flickered a little, and a black bullet shot out from it, piercing all the way through its heart. The black bullet was just 3 centimeters big and was very fast. The boar wasn't even able to react before it died. What kind of skill is this? Julian asked while looking at the bullet closely. To be able to kill a C-rank monster this easily, while only being D+ rank, is very impressive, Jeffrey said while looking at Evan, who was still running towards the cliff just like before. After Evan advanced to D+ rank, the power and the speed of his dimensional shadow bullet also increased. When he was D rank, he wasn't able to kill C-rank monsters like this. But after he reached to D+ rank, his speed of conjuring the bullet and its power increased greatly. Soon the screen started to show other students, since more and more students started to encounter monsters. But there were some people of the guild who were looking at their phones. A few days ago, they all received information about the students who are taking part in the practical exam. Most of them only looked at the details of the students who reached the C rank or D+ rank. Since Evan was a D rank hunter at that time, not many people paid attention to his profile. When these people of the guild saw Evan's information, most of them were taken aback. Has a special physique called Shadow Physique that awakened not long ago. Was an F-rank hunter not long ago. When Jeffrey read Evan's information, he was completely stunned. He was just F-rank hunter that wasn't even able to increase his rank because of the problem with his physique. But after awakening his physique, he advanced to D+ rank so soon, and he can even kill C-rank monsters so easily. I never heard anything about this physique called Shadow Physique. But looking at his improvement in such a short period of time, it should be quite good, Jeffrey thought, and looked at the screen with a pondering expression. Other than Jeffrey, many other people were also stunned after seeing his information. Evan wasn't aware of any of this, nor did he care. He was not interested in joining any of the guilds in the first place. After 3 minutes he arrived at the bottom of the cliff. "It is higher than I thought," Evan muttered when he arrived at the bottom of the cliff. The cliff was around 100 meters high. Climbing 100 meters with his current strength is not difficult for him, and he can easily climb on it in a few minutes. But why should I waste a few minutes when he can climb to the top of it in a few seconds, Evan thought, and suddenly 2 ice chains came out from the ground. Both of the ice chains went 20 meters high, and wrapped around a rock that was coming out from the surface of the cliff. Evan grabbed the ice chains, and using them like ropes, he quickly climbed up 20 meters high. After arriving 20 meters high, he stopped using the ice chain skill, and both of the ice chains disappeared. After the ice chains disappeared, he once again activated the skill, and 2 more ice chains came out from the surface of the mountain, going 20 meters upwards once again. Just like this, Evan used ice chain skill 5 times, and arrived at the top of the cliff in just a few seconds. After arriving at the top of the cliff, Evan was finally able to see at the far distance. Behind the cliff was an open area with a grassy plain filled with different kinds of trees. He saw many monsters roaming in the grassy plain. After the grassy plain, there was a small area filled with thick trees that looks like a forest. He even saw a small lake between the grassy plain and the forest. There were many monsters in the grassy plain that he was able to see. "It is a pity I don't have any skill that enhances my eyesight and allows me to look at a far distance, or I would have killed all the monsters from here," Evan muttered in a regretful voice. Even though he can see the monsters, they were still very far away from him, and he wasn't confident enough to kill them using his dimensional shadow bullet without a skill that can enhance his eyesight. Shrieked dash. Suddenly Evan heard a loud bird shriek and quickly looked up. When he looked up, he saw a giant falcon diving towards him with its mouth wide open, seemingly wanting to gobble him down. "Just a D+ rank falcon," Evan muttered and looked at the diving falcon without any change in his expression. Just when the falcon was 10 meters away from him, ice chains came out from the ground and went toward the falcon like snakes. Shirk dash. The falcon shrieked and tried to dodge the ice chains, but they were too fast for it to dodge. Like snakes, the ice chains wrapped themselves around the falcon and stopped it in mid-air. Evan pointed his finger at the falcon, and a small bullet formed at the tip of his finger. Swish dash. The bullet formed and shot toward the falcon in just 1 second. Because the falcon was bound by ice chains, it wasn't able to move, and the shadow bullet killed it in 1 fell swipe. After killing the falcon, Evan didn't stop at the cliff, and looked at the grassy plain. "There are many monsters there. I should go there," Evan thought, and decided to go into the grassy plain. Chapter 129. Evan came to the edge of the cliff and started to go down. He once again used ice chains just like before to come down. Boom dash. While climbing down, Evan suddenly heard the sound of fireworks, and looked up to his right side. Far in the distant sky, some words appeared in the sky. Amy 36 points. Another person opened a silver chest, Evan thought, looking at the firework. It was very far away from his location, otherwise he might have considered going there. He shook his head and continued to go down using ice chains. When he used the ice chains for the 3rd time and was halfway through the cliff, Evan stopped and looked at the left side of the cliff carefully. Is that a cave? Evan narrowed his eyes when he saw a cave-type structure not so far away. He was still around 50 meters away from the ground. I might also get a chest inside that cave. Evan's eyes lit up, and he used ice chains to wrap around a stone near the cave entrance. Using ice chains, he arrived at the edge of the cave entrance and went in. The cave was not big, and just after entering, he saw a chest there. But when he saw the color of the chest, he was disappointed. A bronze-colored chest, Evan muttered and went towards it without much enthusiasm. A bronze chest can give only 1 to 10 points, so he didn't care much about it. He kicked open the chest, and a number appeared above it. /1 point. Evan. His eyes twitched seeing the point number he got from the chest, and he turned around without saying anything. He doesn't want to comment anything on it. He used ice chains and came down from the cliff. After coming down, he looked at the grassy plain in front of him and dashed forward. 3 hours later, Evan was standing in front of a bronze chest. Behind him, the body of a D+ rank horse-type monster was laying motionless. Evan was looking at the chest without any expression on his face. Evan kicked open the chest and a number appeared above it. /1. Seeing 1. His expression remained the same, and he turned around to leave. This was the third bronze chest that he opened after coming into the grassy plain, and each time the result was the same. He glanced at the ranking of the students and can't help but get a headache. 1. Valerie and Finn 570. 2. Leon and Sally 536. 3. Amy and Gloria 478. 4. Kevin and Owen 470. 8. Evan and Mike 389. Even though we are working alone, that bastard just collected 30 points till now. Evan cursed Mike, seeing his points. After coming into the grassy plain, he didn't encounter any C rank or above level monster. He is just encountering D and D+ rank monsters. And on top of that, the bronze chest he found only gave him 1 point each. Is my luck stat really a scam? Now Evan really started to doubt on his luck. He is not encountering any C or above level monsters, nor he found any silver chest till now. Remembering the last firework, his mouth can't help but twitched. The luck of that brain dead woman is really good. Just a few minutes ago, another firework exploded in the sky. The person who opened the silver chest this time was Valerie once again. That woman got 49 points after opening the chest. The maximum points you can get is 50 points. But she still got 49 points, Evan muttered in a depressed voice. Am I getting the leftover point? Evan can't help but think. Suddenly Evan stopped when he saw a large tree some distance away from him. Of course, he did not stop because of the tree. He stopped because instead of fruit there was actually a chest that was hanging on the tree. A silver chest, Evan said in an excited voice and rushed towards the tree. Roar dash. When he was just 50 meters away from the chest, Evan heard a violent roar. He stopped and looked at the branch not so far away from the hanging silver chest. On the thick tree branch, a 3 meters tall ape that was covered in purple fur was looking at him with its deep yellow eyes. C+ rank. Evan was even happier seeing a C+ rank monster. A C+ rank monster can give him 50 points. Evan was about to move forward once again when he remembered something and stopped. He looked at the ape who was looking at him with furious deep yellow eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he looked around and picked up a stone. Let's see, Evan thought, and threw the stone toward the ape. The stone didn't hit the ape and just brushed past it. Will it now throw that silver chest at me? Evan looked at the ape with curious eyes. The eyes of the ape turned violent after Evan threw a stone at it. It looked around it, and its eyes soon landed on the silver chest. Roar dash. The ape roared and moved towards the silver chest. It worked. Evan was stunned when he saw the ape moving toward the chest. After coming before the chest, the ape placed its large hand on the chest and looked at Evan. Yes, throw that silver chest, you dumb ape, Evan shouted in his mind, with his eyes shining brightly. I will finally get a silver chest. The ape pulled down the silver chest that was hanging, and lifted it up to throw it at Evan. Evan was ready to catch the silver chest. Throw it, dumb guy, Evan said inside his mind. But after lifting up the chest, the ape didn't throw the chest. Its eyes, which were violent a moment ago, returned to normal, and its large lips curled upward. The ape put down the chest beside it and looked at Evan with a mocking look. Spat dash. The next second the ape spat in Evan's direction, who was still standing there completely ready to catch the chest. Evan opened his mouth to say something, but no words came out of his mouth. Seeing the mocking look on the ape's face, black lines appeared on Evan's forehead. Now, aside from my luck, even an ape is playing with me, Evan thought as he used mana reinforcement to full power without hesitation. A blue aura burst forth from his body, and he looked at the ape with eyes filled with killing intent. While Evan was looking at the ape with eyes filled with killing intent, 4 shadows appeared not far away from him. Chapter 130. The room was in complete silence. PFFF hahaha. In the end, Wyatt can't help but burst into laughter. Other people in the room were also looking at the screen with weird gazes. They were already stunned when they saw Evan, a D+ rank hunter, move towards a C+ rank monster. But after seeing what he did after coming near the monster, they don't know how to react. Seeing Evan throwing stone toward the ape, only one thought came into their mind. Is the brain of this student okay? When the ape made the motion of throwing the silver chest towards Evan, they were perplexed and thought Evan will get the silver treasure chest without even fighting. But when the ape spat out at Evan, it was truly hilarious. Since that ape is not attacking on him, he should just move away from there, Olivia said while shaking her head. Even though there were other students who were in the higher ranking than Evan, most of the people were looking at the screen that was showing him. Over the past 3 hours, he encountered many D and D+ rank monsters. Most of the people were impressed by seeing how easily Evan killed all those monsters without any problem. Even they found it funny that each time he opened a chest, he got only 1 point. This stupid guy is going to fight against that ape, Wyatt exclaimed when he saw a light blue aura burst forth from Evan's body. Other people were also stunned seeing this. Even though they saw him killing the wild earth boar earlier, the ape is a C+ rank monster, and is way more powerful than the wild earth boar. Moreover, Evan was just a D+ rank and was alone there without any teammates. Look, there are 4 students who are going in the direction of the ape. Suddenly, Jeffrey said when he noticed 4 students who were going towards the direction of the ape. Let's go. That monster raw earlier was definitely from a C+ rank monster, Ben said while running forward. He was a C rank hunter before the exam, but after using all of his resources, he advanced to C+ rank. 2 male and 1 female student were following closely behind him. Among these 3, both males were C rank, while the female student was D+ rank. When Evan used mana reinforcement, his aura instantly skyrocketed. Before he advanced to the D+ rank, he was already able to reach the C+ rank in VR, after using mana reinforcement to 100%. But after advancing to D+ rank when he used mana reinforcement, his power was even higher than a normal C+ rank hunter. Boom dash. The ground beneath Evan's feet shattered as a small pit formed there, and Evan shot forward like a bullet. When he found the ape was within 20 meters of range, he activated Dimensional Shadow Bullet and stopped using mana reinforcement. Suddenly the ape, who was standing at the tree branch, felt a lethal threat, and without hesitation, it jumped down from the tree. Swish dash. A deep black bullet shot out from below it, and brushed past its purple fur. The silver chest that was on the branch was also thrown away, when the ape jumped down from the tree. Just as the ape jumped down, and was still in mid-air, 2 ice chains shot out from the ground and went toward it like snakes. Roar dash. Seeing the ice chains coming towards it, the ape roared furiously, and a golden aura covered its body. Still in mid-air, the ape grabbed both of the ice chains with its giant hands, and crushed them with ease. Boom dash. With a loud booming sound, the ape landed on the ground, but just as it landed, it saw Evan appearing before it. Evan was still feeling furious because of being played by this ape. After coming before the ape without waiting, Evan threw a fist right at the face of the ape. The ape who just landed was stunned when it saw a fist coming towards it right after it landed. At the last moment, the ape crossed its arms before its face in order to protect itself. Boom dash. Without reservation, Evan's full power punch, which was now stronger than a normal C+ rank hunter, landed right at the crossed hands of the ape. Crack dash. Roar dash. The sound of bone cracking rang out, followed by a pain-filled roar, as the giant body of the ape was blasted backward. But Evan's eyes were still cold and followed the ape closely. While the ape was still flying backward, suddenly 2 ice chains appeared in its way, and lashed at it like whips. Both ice chains struck at the head of the ape like whip, halting its movement. The body of the ape dropped to the ground, and it whined in pain. Boom dash. Evan, who arrived near the ape, pressed his feet on the ground, and jumped up 5 meters in the air above the ape. The ape, who was in pain, saw cold eyes of Evan while laying down. Seeing Evan stomping down on it, a fearful expression appeared on its face, and a golden aura tried to cover its entire body. Silsh dash. But even before its body was covered in golden aura, Evan came crashing down on it from the sky. Crunch dash. Evan stomped directly at the stomach of the ape. COUGH*. A pain-filled expression appeared on the ape's face, and it coughed out blood with its internal organs mixed in it. But even after that, Evan did not stop. Light blue aura gathered around his fist and punched directly at the face of the ape. Boom dash. His fist landed directly at the face of the ape, and the ground around them sank a little. Boom dash. Boom dash. Boom dash. Boom dash. Crack dash. Where is your smug face now? Why are you not laughing anymore? The sound of continuous attack, bone cracking, and curses rang out as Evan vented out all of his anger of not getting points from the chest on the ape. Chapter 131. UFU*, why you are not showing that cocky look now? Everyone was looking at the screen with their jaw wide open. The scene was just a cruel. Are we dreaming? Everyone was thinking the same thing. Seeing a D+ rank hunter brutally beating down a C+ rank monster made them doubt their eyes. Even though they saw many hunters killing high-level monsters than them, they never saw a D+ rank hunter killing a C+ rank hunter this easily. What the hell is wrong with this fellow? Wyatt, who was laughing a moment ago after seeing Evan get played by an ape, was looking at the screen with a dumbfounded expression. No one answered him because everyone was also stunned seeing this. Lus 50 points. After looking at the message in front of him, Evan finally stopped beating down the ape. Seeing the completely disfigured face of the ape, Evan didn't even blink and stood up. He was really pissed off after not getting points from the bronze chest, and being played by the ape made him really furious. After standing up, Evan glanced around him to look for the silver chest. When he looked in the direction where the silver chest was blasted away earlier, he was stunned for a moment. He saw one man holding the silver chest in his hands while 3 other people standing behind him. All of them were looking at him warily, but they were not afraid. Seeing his silver chest in the man's hand, Evan's eyes narrowed. 1 C+ rank, 2 C ranks, and 1 D+ rank, Evan thought after seeing the people. I think you will not give me that chest if I ask you in a civilized manner, Evan said while walking toward them. Seeing Evan coming towards them, the 3 people who were standing behind the man were ready to attack. But Ben, the C+ rank hunter who was holding the chest, lifted his hand and signaled them to stop. Since you killed that ape by yourself, you must be quite powerful. But I don't think you will be able to beat all of us alone. This is still just the start of the exam, and I think none of us want to exhaust too much of our power this early or get injured. Considering you did all the work to get this chest, I have an offer for you. We can share 30% points with you after we open the chest. What do you think? Ben said to Evan after stopping his teammates. Although he arrived after Evan killed the ape, just by seeing the disfigured corpse of the ape, he was sure that Evan is not weak. Since this is just the start of the exam, he didn't want to fight a powerful opponent and get injured. Even though he had confidence that they can take care of Evan if all 4 of them work together, he wasn't sure about the price they will have to pay to take care of Evan, so he decided to give him 30% points after opening the chest. In his opinion, it was quite a good offer. After all, they are 4 people while Evan is alone. Even if Evan is strong, he will not act rashly, and will fight against the 4 of them. Ben, don't you think 30% is too much? He is just alone. We should just get rid of him, one of the guys who was standing behind Ben said after hearing him. Your offer is quite good. Before Ben can say anything, Evan, who stopped not far away from them, said in an indifferent voice, but there is just one problem with it. What problem? Ben asked with a raised eyebrow. You are not strong enough to take that 70% from me, Evan said with a smirk on his face. What do you mean underscore? Ugh. Ben was taken aback when he heard Evan and wanted to ask what he mean, but he suddenly stopped when he heard 2 voices filled with agony, while the third one was a little strange. He looked behind him and saw both of the men were on their knees, while holding their crotch area. Their faces were filled with agony, and their eyes were showing utter despair, while the female was laying on the ground with a strange expression on her face. Her eyes rolled inside her head while her tongue hanging out. There was a smile on her face that was showing pain and blissful expressions at the same time. Seeing the scene before him, Ben suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and took a step back. What in FU*K happened to them? Ben thought while trying to stay calm. Evan was looking at the 3 people without saying anything. He was actually stunned as well. He didn't feel anything for the male students, but he was feeling a little guilty seeing the female student. Earlier he used Dimensional Shadow Bullet on those 3 students. He used their shadow as a medium and attacked on them. Because of the shadow bullets, The balls of both of the male students exploded, while the female student felt something else. He actually completely forget about the female student when he used his skill. He was already in bad mood after the incident with the ape, and seeing even his chest was taken away. He completely lost his temper. Seeing their condition, Evan once again used Dimensional Shadow Bullet's skill. Although they were trying to rob him, he still decided to free them from their agony. Once again 3 bullets shot out from their shadows, but this time they went straight for their chest since they were on their knees. Soon the 3 bodies of the students turned into white light particles and disappeared from there. All 3 of them were eliminated from the exam. Ben was looking at Evan with frightful eyes. There was only one thought running inside his mind. He is a devil. Chapter 132. Ben's legs were trembling, and he was looking at Evan with a fearful look on his face. He dropped the silver chest in his hands long ago. His legs were tightly clasped with each other's, and he was covering his crotch area with his hands. For a moment Evan was tempted to spread his arms wide and laugh like a madman to scare the sh*t out of this fellow. You can take back your silver chest. I don't want it anymore, Ben said to Evan while taking a few steps back. If you take another step back, believe me, something will explode, Evan said while looking at a certain part of Ben's body. Ben stopped at the same place and turned into a statue. The image of the agony-filled faces of both of the male students was still fresh in his mind. After Ben stopped, Evan looked at the silver chest and pondered for a moment. Did you open any chest before coming here? Evan asked after looking at the silver chest for some time. Ben was confused after hearing Evan's question, but he still nodded his head. I found 2 bronze chests before coming here. How many points you got after opening them? I got 9 points from the first chest, and 10 points from the second chest, Ben replied, still looking at Evan with a confused face. He wasn't able to understand why Evan was asking him those questions. Evan opened his mouth to say something, but closed it once again. Now he doesn't want to talk anymore. Did I really offended the goddess of luck by trying to scam her? Evan thought with his eyes twitching. Open the chest, Evan said after a minute of silence. Huh? Ben, who was standing stiffly, was stunned when he heard Evan. He was thinking Evan is going to kill him, but instead, he asked him to open the chest. What is he planning? Ben looked at Evan warily because in his eyes he was a devil who is scheming sometime. There is no way a devil scum like him who didn't even spare a girl will not kill me, Ben thought, and can't figure out why Evan asked him to open the chest. Open the chest if you don't want to follow the suit of your teammates, Evan said coldly. After seeing Ben was not moving, Evan was asking him to open the chest because of his terrible luck. For opening a silver chest you can get 20 points to 50 points. Evan was afraid that if he opened the chest, he will definitely get just 20 points. He wanted Ben to open the chest to see how many points he will get after opening the chest. He will let him open the chest, and will take back his points from him after he opened the chest. He was thinking about getting rid of his bad luck using Ben. Hearing Evan, cold sweat appeared on Ben's forehead, and he moved towards the silver chest, while still covering his crotch area. With his luck, he should be able to get at least 40 points right, Evan thought looking at Ben. Ben came before the silver chest and looked at Evan. After seeing Evan's cold gaze, Ben gulped down his saliva, and finally removed one of his hands that were covering his crotch area. Like his life depended on it, Ben quickly opened the chest at lightning speed, and covered his crotch area once again. Boom dash. A light shot towards the sky from the silver chest, and exploded in the sky. Soon some words appeared in the sky. Ben dash 21 points . Evan looked at the texts with dead eyes. Meanwhile, Ben was also stunned seeing he just got 21 points after opening the silver chest. Evan wanted to shout 1101 curses after seeing the points that Ben got after opening the chest. There is no point keeping him alive, Evan thought after seeing the points. He was thinking about keeping Ben alive and taking him with him, so that he can open chests for him and get more points. But after seeing the points that he got after opening the chest, Evan lost interest in him. At least I will get a good amount of points after killing him, Evan thought, and a greedy look appeared on his face. 30 seconds later, Ben's body was turning into white light fragments, and he was disappearing. Evan was standing a few meters away from him looking at his disappearing body with a nonchalant expression. After Ben's completely disappeared, Evan looked at the messages that he received earlier. /lus 50 points. dot slash loss 46 points dot slash loss 169 points dot slash. He got 50 points for killing the C+ rank ape, plus 46 points from killing the 3 students who were standing behind Ben, while 169 points from Ben. Evan looked at the ranking and raised an eyebrow seeing the current rankings. It changed this much in just a few minutes, Evan muttered after seeing the ranking. 1. Leon and Sally 780 / 2. Evan and Mike 654 / 3. Valerie and Finn 620 / 4. Kevin and Owen 510 / 5. Amy and Gloria 478 / Looks like that Leon also encountered some students and killed them, Evan said after seeing a sudden jump into Leon's points. He was quite glad to see he was in the second position, but he knew it is just the beginning of the test, and it will not remain the same. Most of the students will try to move into the deeper area of the island to kill high-level monsters. As students will move to the deeper area of the island, they will start to encounter each other. With the encounter of the students, he knew many teams will fight against each other, and the ranking will change continuously. I should also start to move if I don't want to lose my ranking, Evan said, and after confirming the direction of the center area of the island, dashed toward it. Chapter 133. No one said anything, and everyone was looking at the screen in complete silence. Even though the things that happened were very short, they were just too strange for them to say anything. The foreheads of all the men were covered in the cold sweat, and they were sitting with their legs tightly clasped, while all the women in the room were looking at Evan with narrowed eyes. The status of Evan's skill in the eyes of men raised to the terror level, while in the eyes of women, it raised to the forbidden level. This guy is a scum. The silence was broken by Oliver, who said with her eyes twitching, she still can't believe how Evan killed that female student. Edward cleared his throat after seeing the awkward atmosphere and looked at everyone. Even though the way he killed those students is little strange, you have to admit that even a team of 4 hunters wasn't able to do anything for him. Even though all the females were dissatisfied with the way Evan used his skill, they didn't deny what Edward said. I will teach him a good lesson after the exam will end, Olivia said after a moment. Other females also nodded their heads hearing Olivia because they were also dissatisfied with him. All the male did not say anything, but if anyone look closely they will see a desire in their eyes. If I also have a skill like this, I can easily take care of any male. All of them were thinking the same time. Swish dash. A ball of water flew like a cannonball and struck the head of a 2 meters tall C-rank bear. The bear fell backward because of the impact of the water ball, and its eyes became a little blurry because of the impact on its head. A muscular man who was around 230 centimeters tall, gave a loud war cry and struck his fist at the head of the bear. Boom dash. A booming sound echoed out as the skull of the bear caved in a little. Move, a female shouted, and the muscular man moved away from the bear. Swish dash. Just as he moved away, a white beam of light came flying towards the bear like a laser beam, and penetrated its head, killing it in a single fell swipe. Mike sighed in relief after seeing the bear was dead, and the water moving around his body disappeared. The height of Lucas also returned to 200 centimeters from 230 centimeters. Both Mike and Lucas looked not far away from them and saw a female student standing there. Just like Mike and Lucas, she was also a D+ rank hunter. Currently killing a C rank monster is a limit, Lucas said and sat down. Our efficiency will increase after meeting with others, Mike said, and he also sat down beside Lucas. The name of the girl with them was Shirley. She was the teammate of Lucas. Mike met them not long after separating from Evan. What the hell? Suddenly they heard Shirley's voice, who was also taking rest after their fight against C-rank monster. What is wrong? Lucas asked, wondering why she was shouting. Shirley didn't answer and looked at Mike with a weird look. What? Mike asked with a raised eyebrow when he noticed she was looking at him weirdly. Look at the rankings, Shirley said while shaking her head. Mike stopped looking at her and opened the rankings. 1. Leon and Sally 780 / 2. Evan and Mike 654 / Valerie and Finn-620. 4 Kevin and Owen-510. 5 Amy and Gloria-478. Mike's eyes opened wide when he saw the names in the second place. He was shocked because till now he just collected 30 points. All the monsters that they killed were killed by Shirley, and both Lucas, and he just supported her. Because her attacks are rather powerful, she can kill them with a single attack if they distract the monster for her. They decided to divide the points equally later, so Mike didn't bother to get his share till now. But now that he is seeing his team has 654 points, he is in absolute shock. Just how can he collect 624 points by himself? Mike shouted inside his mind, and clenched his fist tightly. The total points of all three of them combined is around 280. He doesn't want to believe that Evan, who used to be a useless fellow, collected more points than three of them combined. He must be working with some powerful hunters. There is no way he collected all of these points by himself. Mike tried to convince himself. But deep down he knew Evan wasn't working with anyone because, in the exam hall, he was standing alone and rejected all the students who invited him to work with them. Lucas glanced at Mike, who was clenching his fist tightly, and didn't say anything. It is just the beginning of the exam. Once we meet with the others, we will be able to kill C+ rank monsters. And I will eventually surpass him in points, Mike thought, and close the points ranking. Let's go, we should look for others while trying to kill C rank monsters. Mike stood up after closing the rankings, and started to walk away. Lucas and Shirley looked at each other and followed after Mike. 5 hours later, Evan was running using his full agility. His eyes were fixed in front of him where he can see the end of the grassy plain. After running for 2 more minutes, he finally arrived at the end of the grassy plain, and was standing at the entrance of the forest. I finally arrived here, Evan said after arriving at the entrance of the forest. He saw this forest when he climbed up that cliff earlier. Even though this grassy plain was good, the numbers of C and C+ rank monsters were very low here. I hope I will find more high-ranking monsters in the forest, Evan muttered as he looked at the entrance of the forest. Evan took a deep breath, and without wasting any time he entered the forest. Chapter 134. Unlike the trees of the grassy plain, the trees in the forest were very big and thick. Because of the dense trees, very little sunlight was able to enter the forest. But Evan had no problem seeing even in the dark. The ground of the forest was muddy and was filled with water that resembles a swamp. The water level of the ground was around 20 centimeters. Splash dash. The sound of water splashing rang out as Evan moved forward. His senses were on full alert, and he was paying great attention to the water around him. There must be some monsters in this shallow, muddy water, Evan thought while moving forward. 1 Leon and Sally 1645 / 2 Valerie and Finn 1620 / 3 John and Camilla 1590 / 4 Kevin and Owen 1510 / 5 Amy and Gloria 1490 / 6 Evan and Mike 1451 / During the past 5 hours that he spent in the grassy plain, Evan killed many D and D+ rank monsters, and occasionally few C rank monsters. He didn't get any silver chest in these 5 hours, nor he encountered any other student. He got 3 more bronze chests in these 5 hours, but he did not open them and put them away in his shadow storage. He was thinking about catching another student to open them for him. Even though he tried his best, he wasn't able to stay in the top 5. But he wasn't upset about it. Now that he arrived in the forest area, which is near the center area of the island, he was sure that he will be able to catch up with others soon. Because of the muddy water on the ground, Evan wasn't able to move very fast. Suddenly Evan felt something, and he immediately jumped up and grabbed a tree branch. Swish dash. Just as he jumped up, he saw a small shadow flashing past from the position he's standing just a moment ago. Evan, who was hanging using a tree branch, pulled himself up on the tree and looked at the muddy water with narrowed eyes. Even though sunlight was not able to pass through the dense tree, he was still able to see the muddy water clearly. Evan continued to look into the water for 1 more minute, but he didn't see any movement in it. After seeing there was no movement in the water, Evan once again jumped down from the tree and continued to move forward. After a minute, Evan once again felt something, but this time instead of dodging he activated his dimensional shadow bullet skill and tried to use the nearest shadows around him as a medium. Since he can shoot 5 bullets at the same time, he was connected with 5 shadows that were nearest to him instantly. Just as he felt connection with the 5 shadows, Evan's lips curled upward. Among the 5 shadows that he was connected, only one was moving, and was just a few centimeters away from him. The shadow was moving very slowly and was not making any ripple into the water. After feeling the shadow was moving, Evan instantly shot a bullet using it. Goo dash. Suddenly some bubbles came out from the muddy water along with red blood. The water around Evan suddenly turned red, and a fish that was 20 centimeters big and had sharp teeth like piranha fish flooded up with a small hole at the center of its body. A swamp piranha, Evan muttered after seeing the fish. The swamp piranha is a C-rank fish. It is a very dangerous fish because of its ability to hide. In water, it can easily hide, and with its sharp teeth, it can even destroy a C+ rank armor very easily. Plus 20 points. Evan looked at the message and nodded his head in satisfaction. There are indeed high-rank monsters in the forest, Evan thought, and moved forward. In the grassy plain, he rarely encounters a C-rank monster, but just after entering the forest, he encountered a C-rank monster. Just after moving for 200 meters, Evan suddenly stopped and looked at the tree not so far away from him. On the tree, a C-rank snake was crawling around and was looking at him with its deep green eyes. Seeing the snake, the expression of Evan changed, and he quickly stopped breathing. Swamp python, Evan thought, seeing the monster. The poison of the swamp python is very deadly, and can even kill a B-rank hunter. But the reason Evan's expressions were serious was because of the nature of its poison. Using its poison, the swamp python can even make the air in the surroundings poisonous. The bandits who attacked on us during our first mission also had swamp python's poison, Evan thought when he remembered about the bandits who attacked on them during his first mission. Even though Evan didn't see the swamp python spitting out poison, he still decided not to breathe near it and kill it as soon as possible. Evan used mana reinforcement and shot toward the python. When he was 20 meters away from the python, Evan stopped using mana reinforcement and activated the dimensional shadow bullet skill. But he was surprised when he saw, just as he used his skill, the python moved away and the bullet missed it. Evan was surprised when he saw the python dodge the bullet, because it was just a C-rank monster. After dodging the bullet, the python opened its mouth, and green smoke started to gather in its mouth. When Evan saw the python was about to use its poison, he quickly used his ice chains skill. 2 ice chains came out from the ground, binding the mouth of the python and stopping it from using poison. Evan also moved forward and arrived near the python. After coming near the python, Evan used mana reinforcement again. Just as he used mana reinforcement, the ice chain skill was deactivated and the python was freed. But even before the python can do anything after being freed, Evan's full power punch landed right at its body, sending it flying backward. Splash dash. The python crashed against a tree and fell into the water. Evan quickly moved and arrived near. Even before python can stand up, Evan once again punched it right at the center of its head. Crack dash. The sound of bone cracking rang out, and blood gushed out as the head of the C-rank python was split open. Evan's strength was already higher than a normal C+ rank hunter after using mana reinforcement, and the python was just a C-rank monster. Evan punched the python 2 more times, and the life force of the python disappeared. After killing the python, Evan did not stop there and quickly dashed away from there. He stooped after coming 200 meters away and finally took a deep breath. Because of its poison, Evan was not breathing during all this time. But even before he can catch his breath properly, Evan heard the sound of footsteps. Chapter 135. Evan heard the sound of footsteps and water splashing, and looked in the direction of the sound. The sound of the footsteps was getting louder, indicating the person was coming towards him. Because of the dense trees, he wasn't able to see who was coming. Evan was ready to attack the moment he heard the sound of footsteps. After 10 more seconds, he finally saw a male and a female coming towards him. Those 2 people also noticed Evan and stopped around 30 meters away from him. When Evan saw the face of the female student, he was surprised and raised his guard to the fullest. "I did not expect to meet you so early," Evan said after Valerie stopped. Among all the students who took part in the exam, he knew he can't defeat Valerie and Leon. Even though he advanced to D+ rank, he still can't beat a B rank hunter in the VR. But even though Evan wasn't confident in beating her, he had enough confidence in running away. Seeing Evan, Valerie was also surprised. She heard the sound of fighting earlier and decided to take a look. "So you are not working with your teammate?" Valerie asked with an amused look on her face, even though she knew who his teammate is. "Do you want to fight?" Evan asked, ignoring her question. According to him, there is no reason for Valerie to not fight against him and try to take his points. Because of ranking, she must know he has many points, and she will get a very big lead if she can kill him. Hearing Evan, Valerie looked at his calm expressions and thought for a moment. "Are you stupid?" Before Valerie can answer, her teammate Finn said in a sarcastic tone. Evan looked at Finn, who was standing with a sneer on his face, and raised an eyebrow. "Fight. Can't you see Miss Valerie is a B rank hunter? Do you think you can fight against her?" Finn said and laughed out loud. He can see that Evan is just a D+ rank hunter just like him. He saw Valerie killing many C+ rank monsters very easily. And now a D+ rank hunter is asking if she wants to fight against him. Instead of fighting, you should obediently give all your points to Miss Valerie just like other people, and she will not kill you, Finn said like an assistant of Valerie, and gave Evan a disdainful glance. Evan was surprised when he heard Finn. So she didn't kill other students and just took their points, Evan thought, but he didn't care too much about it. He also ignored what Finn said and looked at Valerie calmly. Valerie just rolled her eyes hearing Finn and didn't bother with him. "I do want to fight you, but not now. There are still more than 15 hours before the exam ends, so maybe later," Valerie said after thinking for a moment. She doesn't know, but her gut feeling was telling her that she won't be able to kill Evan even if they start fighting. Finn, who was looking at Evan with a mocking look, was stunned when he heard Valerie and looked at her with his mouth wide open. Evan also secretly sighed in relief after hearing her and nodded his head. He turned around and started walking away. "Miss Valerie, are you sure?" Finn asked when he saw Evan walking away. "If you want, you can fight against him," Valerie said in a flat tone and ignored Finn. Hearing Valerie, Finn closed his mouth and didn't say anything. He looked at Evan, who was walking away, and in the end didn't do anything. Suddenly they saw Evan stop walking away and looked back at them. After looking at them, Evan thought for a moment and went back toward them. Valerie raised an eyebrow seeing Evan coming back. "You need something?" Valerie asked when Evan stopped some distance away. "Yes," Evan said, and took out 2 bronze chests from his shadow storage. "Open these chests for me. You can keep 30% for yourself after opening them," Evan said after taking out 2 bronze chests. Valerie was taken aback when she heard Evan and looked at him strangely. Evan wasn't bothered by her look and waited calmly. 50%, Valerie said after a moment. Although she wasn't sure why he wanted her to open the chest, she still decided to try and ask for 50%. Evan's eyes twitched hearing Valerie, but he still nodded his head and threw both of the chests towards her. He knew the luck of this brain-dead woman is quite good, and he wanted to see what will happen if she opened the chest. Valerie caught the chests and looked at Evan, who has a serious look on his face. Why does he have such a serious look on his face? Valerie thought with a puzzled expression on her face. She opened one of the chests and a number appeared above it. /10 points. Evan's jaw almost dropped to the ground seeing 10 points. Valerie didn't look surprised seeing number 10 and opened the second chest. /8 points. This. Evan wanted to shout some curses seeing she was getting so many points, but wasn't able to say anything. Valerie looked at Evan, who was looking at her with a stunned face. "What?" Valerie asked after seeing his stunned look. "Nothing." Evan shook his head and sighed. Soon Valerie transferred 9 points to him, and Evan started to walk away without saying anything. What the hell is wrong with him? Valerie thought, looking at Evan, who was walking away. After walking away from Valerie and Finn, when Evan looked back, when he confirmed no one was following him, he took out the last bronze chest from his shadow storage. "I think it was just a coincidence I got 1.3 times. Let's see how much I will get this time," Evan muttered to himself and opened the chest. He seriously looked at the chest, and soon some text appeared above it. /1 point /. Evan, Chapter 136. Splash Dash. The sound of water splashing rang out as a small boar was running at a very fast speed in the muddy water. The boar was just 1 meter big. It was covered in dark brown fur, and 2 centimeters long tusks were coming out from its mouth. 4 people were chasing after the boar, who was running nimbly even though the swamp was filled with dense trees. Moo dash. The boar made a strange sound and jumped up when it saw a large tree log was in its way. Whoosh dash. The boar easily jumped up the tree log, and was about to land into the shallow muddy water, when the water in front of it suddenly rose, creating a water wall. The boar was startled when it saw the water wall in front of it, but it quickly took action, and both of its tusks shone with silver light. Boom dash. The tusks of the boar clashed against the water wall, and it was destroyed in an instant. Splash dash. The boar landed in the water, but its movements were halted for a moment, because of the clash against the water wall. Suddenly the boar felt its body becoming heavier, like the gravity around it increased by 3 folds. The body of the boar sank into the water because of the sudden change in gravity, and its movements were completely halted for a moment. Just as the boar wasn't able to move because of the sudden change in gravity, a sharp green dagger light flashed before its neck and red blood gushed out. The boar growled in pain as a large wound that was flashing with green smoke appeared around its neck. A male student who was holding a dagger suddenly appeared near the boar. The dagger was covered in dark green smoke that was giving an eerie feeling. Water prison. 3 more students quickly arrived near the boar, and one of them shouted. 2 of the newly arrived students were male, while the last one was female. The muddy water below the boar's feet suddenly rose, and created a small water cage around the boar. The eyes of the boar turned blood red, seeing the 3 people, and a red aura emerged from its body. Its tusks also shone with blood red color that was giving an oppressive aura. Light empowerment, the female student said, and a white light landed on the water prison that was covering the boar. Just as the white light landed on the water prison, it shone brightly, and was soon covered in a golden aura. The boar growled loudly and hit the water prison with its large tusks. Boom dash. The water prison shook furiously, and the golden aura around it became dim. But there was no visible damage on the water prison. My poison should start work after 10 more seconds, Kevin, the person who was holding the dagger, said. This bastard was like a slippery eel, but we finally caught it, Owen said while sighing in relief. With Camilla's light empowerment, this cage should be able to hold it for 10 seconds. Once the poison starts to take effect, it won't be able to run, John said, maintaining the water prison. These 4 were the teams who are currently number 3 and number 4. John and Camilla are number 3, while Kevin and Owen are number 4. They meet in the swamp a few hours ago, and decided to work together, so they can kill B-rank monsters later. Among 4 of them, Camilla and Kevin are C+ rank, while the other 2 are C rank. After 10 seconds, the boar started to lose its balance and dropped to the ground. The wound around its neck was corroding, and the green smoke was coming out from it. Slowly the light in the boar's eyes started to dim, and its life force faded away. Plus 50 points. Kevin received the message of plus 50 points since boar died from his poison. All 4 of them already decided to equally share the points, so no one was bothered by it. After the boar died, all 4 of them started to walk away from there. But suddenly Kevin noticed something and stooped. There were many dense trees around them, but Kevin noticed a golden light coming out from behind the trees. What is wrong, Kevin? John asked when he noticed Kevin stopped. Camilla and Owen also stopped and looked at him. Can you see the golden light there? Kevin pointed toward the dense trees and asked. John and others looked in the direction of the trees, and also noticed golden light. What is that light? Camilla asked with furrowed eyebrows. Could it be a golden chest? Suddenly John said out loud, looking at the golden light. Hearing John, the expressions of everyone changed. In the details of the exam, it was mentioned that the golden chest will only appear near a B-rank monster. And if what John said is true, there is a high chance that there will be a B-rank monster here. Should we take a look? Owen asked while looking at the golden light. We are working together so that we can kill B-rank monster. So, of course, we are going there, Kevin said in a matter-of-fact voice. Other people also nodded and moved toward the golden light. Their senses were on high alert, and they were looking around cautiously. If what John said is true and there really is a golden chest, they will definitely encounter a B-rank monster. The golden light was not far away from them, and it did not take them long to reach there. In just 20 seconds they passed by many dense trees, and arrived at an open area. But arriving in the open area they were stunned because they did not see any golden chest or B-rank monster there. Instead of a chest or monster, they saw a cave entrance, but this cave entrance was covered in a golden barrier, and the golden light they saw earlier was coming out from it. Chapter 137. Boom dash, boom dash, boom dash. Attacks landed one after another on the golden barrier, creating loud booming sounds. But even after 5 minutes of continuous attacking, the barrier remained the same. Water bullets, punches, holy lights, dark slash. Kevin and others tried all of their attacks, but were not able to break the barrier. Just what the hell is this barrier? Owen muttered after shooting some water bullets. The other three were also looking at the barrier with stunned faces, and were not able to understand what was this barrier. What is this barrier, Edward? I didn't read anything about it in the details of the exam. Jeffrey asked Edward. Other people of the guilds also looked at him with curious faces. There is actually a B-rank monster behind the barrier, Edward said. Why it is behind the barrier? Julian asked with a raised eyebrow. You already know most of the students in the exam are D+ or C rank. If these students encounter a B-rank monster early without getting a chance to form a team, they will die without being able to do anything. So in order to give them a chance to form proper teams, the B-rank monsters will be released only after 12 hours pass by. That barrier is a rank barrier, so there is no student who will be able to break it, Edward said while looking at the golden barrier. Oh, hearing Edward, everyone nodded their head. But don't you think B-rank monsters are not enough for this exam? Olivia said, while looking at the two screens that were showing Leon and Valerie. There are 2 students who advance to B-rank, and even if they work alone, they will still have a very high chance of killing it. What can we do? No one expected that they will advance to B-rank before the exam. It was already too late for us to adjust the difficulty of the exam, Edward said while shaking his head. Others also nodded their head because they also didn't expect 2 students to advance to B-rank before the exam. What should we do? John asked after punching the barrier with his full power, which just made some ripples on it. Camila and the others looked at each other, and they had hesitant expressions on their face. Even though they were not sure what was behind the barrier, they can guess that there must be something good. If they decide to leave it and someone else got the things inside the barrier, it will be a huge loss for them. Let's continue our attack for 30 more minutes, Kevin said after thinking about it for a moment. There was still around 15 hours left before the end of the exam, so he decided to attack for 30 more minutes. Alright, others also nodded since they also wanted to see what is behind the barrier. Boom dash. Once again one attack after another started to land on the barrier, creating some ripples on it. Evan was jumping from one tree to another, moving forward. Walking in muddy water was very tough, so he decided to take advantage of the trees. Boom dash. Suddenly he heard a booming sound and stopped moving. Boom dash. He once again heard the sound and looked in the direction of the sound. Is someone fighting? Evan muttered and his eyes lit up. Maybe the season of farming points finally arrived, Evan said with an evil smile on his face, and dashed in the direction of the sound. He was thinking about taking advantage of the fight between the 2 parties, and reaping all the points for himself. After 30 seconds the sound started to get louder, and Evan noticed a golden light coming from behind the dense trees. He raised an eyebrow seeing the golden light and moved cautiously. When Evan passed through the dense trees, and saw what was happening in front of him, he was baffled. What the hell is going on here? Evan thought when he saw 4 people attacking a golden barrier. He looked at the golden barrier and was even more shocked seeing, even though all 4 of them attacking the barrier continuously, the barrier was completely fine. 2 C+ and 2 C rank hunters can only make some ripples on this barrier, Evan thought, and a frown appeared on his face. Is there something special behind this barrier? He thought, and a pondering expression appeared on his face. He also thought that maybe there will be a golden chest behind the barrier. Even if I want to see what is behind the barrier, I will have to take care of these guys first. Evan's gaze became sharp, and he looked at the 4 people carefully. But even after looking at them carefully, he did not recognize them. But seeing there were 2 C+ and 2 C rank hunters, he wasn't sure about killing them with normal means. Just after seeing their attacks on the barrier, he knew they are quite powerful. Even with the dimensional shadow bullet, he wasn't sure about taking care of them. There was a very high chance they will be able to evade the attack on time, just like how Swamp Python was able to react on time when he used his skill on it. Should I use it here? Evan arched his eyebrow and looked at the golden barrier. Well, let's do it, Evan thought, and a smirk appeared on his face. The people in the room were also looking at Evan curiously. Even though they were quite sure Evan will not try to do anything stupid, since there were 4 hunters, they still can't help but look at him with some curiosity. In their eyes, the brain of Evan works differently, and for some reason, they had a feeling that he will try to do something. And the next second their thoughts were proven right, when Evan moved toward the 4 hunters. But suddenly the eyes of all the people in the room opened wide when they saw what happened next. Chapter 138. After looking at the 4 people in front of him for some time, Evan decided to take action. He opened the weapons section in the VR setting, and choose a sword. Everyone can choose one weapon of their preference during the exam. Evan didn't choose any weapon till now because it was unnecessary to him. A simple looking iron sword with a sharp edge appeared in his hand. The next second Evan took a step forward and completely disappeared from his place. When the people in the room saw what was happening on the screen, shocked expressions appeared on their faces. On the screen, a shadow that was covered in a silver halo was walking toward Kevin and others. The shadow was walking at normal speed, and was closing the distance between them. All of them were shocked because of the silver halo around the shadow. That silver halo indicates the effect of invisibility in VR. They never thought that Evan will have a skill that can even make him invisible. They were already stunned when they saw him using dimensional shadow bullets, shadow storage, and ice chains. He is still a D+ rank hunter and didn't receive his class, so having 3 skills is already a very shocking thing. But now he is using another skill. All the people already read Evan's details, and knew he have a unique physique that he recently awakened. Since he has a unique physique, it is not impossible for him to have more than 1 skill. Moreover, his physique is called Shadow Physique, and they can see both of his dimensional shadow bullets, and shadow storage skill is related to shadows. They thought he must have 2 skills because of his physique. As for the ice chains, they thought he might have gotten a skill book after clearing a dungeon. Although the chances of getting a skill book are very low, it is not impossible after all. Just how many skills does he have? Everyone can't help but think at the same time. Even though he is using a skill to make him invisible, he is still a D+ rank hunter. Do you think he will be able to kill C+ rank hunters using this skill? Jeffrey asked Julian, while looking at the silver shadow that was about to reach Kevin and others. Honestly, I don't know. This guy is too strange, but since he is taking the risk he must be confident in his skill, Julian said while shaking his head. Evan's entire focus was placed on Kevin and Camila, who was C+ rank hunter. He wasn't worried about being discovered because he already tested the effect of his skill in VR a few days ago. If he attacks at the right moment he can easily kill a C+ rank hunter. He even tried the skill against a B rank hunter, and was very satisfied with the result. As long as he is around 20 meters away from a B rank hunter, and uses his shadow walk skill, even a B rank hunter won't be able to detect him. The only thing that is not good about his shadow walk skill is that it consumes too much mana. But considering its effects, Evan finds it reasonable that the skill consumes too much mana. Evan moved slowly when he was just 10 meters away from Camilla and Kevin. Kevin was sending sharp daggers light at the barrier one after another, while Camilla was sending some white beams. That looks like a laser. Even when Evan was just 5 meters away from them, they were not able to detect him. The people in the room were all looking at the screen with great focus. He is so close to them, but they still can't detect him, Wyatt said with his mouth slightly open. At the beginning of the exam, when Evan didn't work with Mike, and was walking leisurely, he thought he is just another fool. But looking at what Evan did till now, he can't help but admit that he was wrong about him. 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, soon Evan arrived just behind Kevin. After arriving behind Kevin, he didn't attack immediately. After a moment, Kevin once again lifted his dagger to attack the barrier. Just as Kevin lifted his dagger, Evan's eyes turned sharp, and he stopped using Shadow Walk skill. When he stopped using the Shadow Walk skill, his body returned to normal from his shadow form, and he appeared behind Kevin, slashing his sword right at his neck. Kevin, who lifted his dagger, just felt a sharp light passing before his vision turned dark. While slashing the sword at Kevin, a shadow bullet already formed at his finger that he shot at Camilla, who was just standing 2 meters away from him. When Evan stooped using Shadow Walk and slashed at Kevin, Camilla instantly felt his presence and looked in his direction. But just as she turned her head to look in his direction, a black bullet struck her at the center of her forehead, piercing all the way through her brain. Before her vision turned black, she saw Kevin's headless body that was still dropping towards the ground, and a person holding a sword looking at her with a small smile on his face. John and Owen, who were standing not far away from Evan, quickly reacted and jumped away from him. Their eyes were wide open as they looked at the bodies of Kevin and Camilla, which were already disappearing. They looked at Evan and gulped down their saliva. They didn't even realize how Evan appeared there and killed Kevin and Camilla. After seeing the dead Camilla and Kevin, only one thought came into their mind: run. Both of them turned around to run away. But just as they turned around, Evan used mana reinforcement and instantly appeared behind them. John and Owen were just C-rank hunters, and with mana reinforcement, Evan was already more powerful than normal C+ rank hunters. On top of that, Owen and John were scared because of his sudden appearance. Evan appeared behind John and slashed at him using his sword. John, who turned his back on Evan, wasn't able to react on time and died just like Kevin. After killing John, dealing with Owen was even easier, and he eliminated him easily. Evan watched as their bodies also disappeared. He looked at the message that he received after killing them, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Chapter 139. /Lus 1590 points. /Lus 1560 points. Evan looked at the 2 messages with a shocked look on his face. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the messages again to make sure he wasn't hallucinating, but nothing changed. Holy sh*! Evan exclaimed out loud and felt his heartbeat accelerate. He quickly opened the ranking and looked at it. 1. Evan and Mike 4650. 2. Leon and Sally 1695. 3. Valerie and Finn 1649. 4. Amy and Gloria 1540. 5. James and Alice 1336. When Evan looked at the rankings, he can't help but suck a breath of cold air. He saw the rankings not long ago, so he immediately understood who were the 4 people he just killed. They were the team who were at number 3 and number 4, Evan muttered, while keeping his eyes on the rankings. Seeing the difference in the points, Evan's lips curled upwards. He didn't expect to get so many points from them. Now that I have so many points, I am sure all the students will try to find me, Evan thought while rubbing his chin. Since he has so many points, he was sure that students will try to kill him to take his points. When Evan thought about tens of students coming for him, instead of feeling nervous, he felt excited. Excited about taking away their points from them. With the invisibility effect of his shadow walk, he wasn't even afraid of Valerie and Mike, much less other students. Even if he can't win, he had enough confidence in running away. Now, I just need to provide my location to other students, and I can start my farming session, Evan thought, and regretted that he doesn't have a silver chest to announce his location. But soon his attention was attracted by the golden barrier and looked at it. I might find it behind this barrier, Evan thought, and walked towards the barrier. While Evan was thinking about his points farming sessions, other students were looking at the rankings with disbelief written all over their faces. 1. Evan and Mike 4650. 2. Leon and Sally 1695. Leon was looking at the ranking with his eyes wide open. He was at number 1 just a few seconds ago, while Evan was not even top 5. But in just a few seconds he created a gap of around 3,000 points between them. What sorcery is this? Leon muttered in a dazed voice. He killed Kevin, Owen, Camilla, and John at the same time. Sally, his teammate, said in a shocked voice. She knew all 4 of them. She knew Camilla and Kevin are C+ rank hunters, while John and Owen are C rank hunters. If all 4 of them work together, they can even give a tough fight to Leon, who is a B rank hunter, but Evan, who is not even a C rank hunter, killed all of them. He must be working with someone, Sally quickly thought, because she can't believe Evan can kill them alone. Leon also realized the name of Camilla and others disappeared from the rankings. Is he working with Valerie? Leon thought and furrowed his eyebrows. After a moment of consideration, he stood up and took a deep breath. I just hope he opens a silver chest and reveals his location, Leon thought, and started to walk away. But he did not have much hope that Evan will reveal his location after gathering so many points. He knew very well that the moment he revealed his location, he will get targeted by all the students. 1. Evan and Mike 4650. 2. Leon and Sally 1695. 3. Valerie and Finn 1649. Valerie was also looking at the ranking with baffled expressions. She met Evan just half an hour ago, and now he killed Kevin and others. She knew very well that even she has to be very careful while facing all 4 of them alone, and she is a B rank hunter. But Evan, who is just a D+ rank hunter, killed all 4 of them. Finn was also looking at the rankings with his jaw wide open. He remembered how he was mocking Evan earlier, and can't help but shuddered. All the other students were also shocked after seeing the big change in the rankings, and all of them were thinking about how to find Evan. Even the people from the guilds and the teachers of the academy were shocked after seeing what happened. It was a perfect assassination. They never thought that Evan will kill all 4 of them so easily. This Jeremy was lost for words, and wasn't able to say anything. Seeing 4 students who were in the top 5 being killed so easily left them speechless. Even though he is just D+ rank, that invisibility skill is very powerful, William said after calming down. Others also nodded their heads hearing William. Can he assassinate a B rank hunter using that skill? Isaac muttered while looking at the screen. When others heard, they didn't know what to say. Even though they wanted to say no, they were not able to say that, because Evan was just too abnormal for them. He will not able to break that barrier, right? Jeffrey asked in a doubtful voice. That barrier is an A rank barrier. There is no way he can break it. Even though he is powerful, he is still far from being able to break that barrier, Wyatt said in a confident-filled voice. Other people also nodded their heads. They also saw, even though Evan is strong, he is far from being able to break the barrier. What is he doing now? Olivia said when she saw Evan rubbing his hand against the barrier. All of them also looked at him with confused expressions. They became even more confused when they saw Evan sitting down near the barrier without doing anything. Why is he sitting there? William said with a raised eyebrow. Soon 15 minutes passed by and Evan was still sitting there. Just when the people in the room thought about looking at other students, Evan finally stood up and once again went toward the barrier. Chapter 140. Evan came before the barrier and looked at it carefully. He didn't waste his mana by attacking the barrier, because he already saw even Kevin and others were not able to do anything to this barrier. After looking at the barrier for some time, Evan sat down near it to recover the mana that he used earlier, while using his Shadow Walk skill. Even though he still had more than 70% of his mana remaining, he first decided to recover it before going through the barrier. He wasn't worried about the barrier because of his Shadow Walk skill. He can pass through it by using his skill. When he was trapped by the bandits in a barrier during the mission, he used Shadow Walk skill to escape from that barrier. At that time he noticed that passing through the barrier increased the mana cost by quite a bit. He wasn't sure about the level of the barrier in front of him, so he first decided to recover all of his mana before passing through it. After 15 minutes his mana was fully recovered. In VR, Evan noticed that his mana recovery speed is way slower than the real life. After recovering his mana, he stood up and once again went in front of the barrier. Let's see what is behind this barrier, Evan muttered inwardly, and activated his Shadow Walk skill. He once again turned into a shadow and disappeared from his place. Evan walked forward, and when he touched the barrier, his shadow passed through it very easily. Just as he touched the barrier, Evan felt his mana being drained rapidly. Feeling his mana being drained, Evan quickly went past through the barrier. After passing through the barrier, Evan immediately stopped using Shadow Walk skill and tried to hide his aura, since he doesn't know what was waiting for him inside. He checked his remaining mana, and was stunned when he saw he just had 40% of his mana remaining. Just what is the level of this barrier? Evan thought with a shocked expression, seeing his 60% of mana disappeared. But he quickly stopped thinking about this and looked around him. After looking around him, Evan saw rough walls of the cave covered in green moss from some areas. The ground was moist but not muddy like the forest. The cave was quite big and was going deeper. After seeing there was no one, Evan carefully started to walk deeper into the cave. He was walking very slowly without making any sound and was on full alert. Since there is such a strong barrier, there might be a B-rank monster here, Evan thought while walking carefully. In the room, people were looking at Evan with their mouths wide open. How is this possible? Wyatt said with a look of disbelief on his face. His cheeks were turning red because of shame. Just a moment ago he declared in a confident-filled voice that Evan won't be able to pass through the barrier. But now he passed through it so easily. Other people didn't pay attention to Wyatt because they were too busy processing the thing that just happened. In their eyes, Evan just used the skill to turn himself invisible for 1 second and passed through the barrier easily. What sorcery is this? Everyone thought at the same time. Could it be that because he turned invisible, the barrier wasn't able to see him, and he passed through it easily? A man said while rubbing his chin. Other people in the room looked at him with weird gazes, thinking if he had gone senile or something. After 1 minute of walking, Evan saw there was an open area in front of him. He walked carefully without making any sound and went towards it. Soon Evan was clearly able to see the open area. The area was not big, it was around 28 to 20 square meters. But when Evan saw what was in the area, he was shocked and almost lost control of his emotions for a moment. In the open area, a giant ox was sleeping soundly. Its body was deep red in color, and there were 2 large horns on its head. A 3-meter-long tail covered in spikes was coming out from its back. Seeing the ox, Evan gulped down his saliva. Even though the ox was sleeping, he can still feel this ox is a B-rank monster. He felt lucky that the ox was sleeping, or he would have been done for. The entrance of the cave is currently blocked by the barrier, and he doesn't have enough mana to pass through it. He knew with his current strength, he doesn't have any chance of killing a B-rank monster. This ox is currently sleeping. Do I have any chance of killing it? Evan pondered while rubbing his chin. After a minute of consideration, Evan chose not to do anything rash. He was currently very close to the ox, and the only way he can use to kill B-rank monster easily is to use his shadow bullet, just like how he used it on the ice troll. But since he was very close to the ox, he was sure that this ox will wake up the moment he tried to use his skill. Currently, he is already ahead of other students, and there is no need for him to take an unnecessary risk by attacking on this ox. After he decided not to attack on the monster, Evan was about to turn around to leave when he noticed something. Behind the ox, he saw a golden light that was similar to the golden light of the barrier. When he looked carefully, he saw a golden chest behind the ox. Seeing the golden chest, Evan's eyes lit up. He looked at the sleeping ox and at the golden chest without blinking. Since I am here, it will be a waste if leave without taking away this golden chest here, Evan thought, and a greedy smile appeared on his face. Chapter 141. After seeing the golden chest, Evan retreated back. Before taking away the golden chest, he decided to recover his mana. If without recovering his mana he tries to take the golden chest, and that ox wakes up, he will have no chance of escaping. Without enough mana, he will not be able to pass through the barrier that is covering the cave. After retreating back from the open area, Evan sat down and started to recover his mana. The people in the room who were watching Evan nodded their heads when they saw Evan didn't fight against that ox. From what they saw till now, they were sure that Evan is not a match for a B-rank monster. If he tried to fight against it, there is a very high chance of him dying. It is good he knows his limits and didn't act rashly, Edward said while looking at the screen. If he decided to fight against that monster alone, I would have started to doubt the intelligence of this student. Olivia also nodded her head. Looks like he is recovering mana to lever from there, Jeffrey said looking at Evan who was sitting. It is normal for a skill that even allows him to pass through an A-rank barrier to consume a large amount of mana, Isaac said. After 20 minutes they saw Evan once again stand up, but their eyes can't help but twitch when they saw, instead of leaving, Evan once again went deeper into the cave. Don't tell me this pervert is going to fight against that B-rank ox, Olivia said with her mouth twitching. No one said anything because they were just praising him for not acting rashly a moment ago, and fight against that B-rank ox. But now he is once again going toward the B-rank ox, after recovering his mana. There is definitely something wrong with his brain, Wyatt said while scoffing. Soon Evan once again reached the open area where the ox was sleeping. The ox was around 20 meters away from him, and the chest was behind it. He activated the shadow walk skill and started to move forward. He was moving very slowly so that he will not alert the ox. He is really trying to assassinate that ox, Jeffrey can't help but say while taking a breath of cold air. Others also looked at the screen with a focused gaze, because it is completely absurd to see a D+ rank trying to kill B rank monster. Soon Evan was just 10 meters away from the ox, but the ox continued to sleep. Evan's heart was beating crazily, but he did not stop and continued to move forward. 7 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Soon Evan was just 1 meter away from the ox. He can clearly feel the oppressive aura of the ox. Even though it was sleeping, he still felt great pressure from it. All the people in the room held their breath and looked at the screen without blinking their eyes. But even when he was just 1 meter away, Evan didn't stop and continued to move forward. He was not stupid enough to think he will be able to kill or seriously injure the ox with a single attack. He knew if he attacked the ox, and even injure it seriously, it will still be difficult for him to kill it. He is not going to take unnecessary risks for no reason. He didn't attack on it, Isekai said with a raised eyebrow when he saw Evan didn't attack on the ox and went past it. Others were also confused when they saw Evan didn't attack on the ox. He is not attacking the ox, he is after the golden chest, Julian finally understood and exclaimed out loud. Soon Evan went past the sleeping ox and arrived before the golden chest. Evan looked back and saw the ox was still sleeping, and he silently activated his shadow storage skill. A dark shadow appeared below the golden chest, and it sank inside it. After putting away the chest, Evan turned and started to move away from the ox silently. Without making any sound, he passed by the ox once again. But just as Evan passed by it, the eyebrows of the ox fluttered a little, and it opened its deep red eyes. Just as the ox opened its eyes, he felt something and looked behind it. When it saw the golden chest was missing, an angry expression appeared on its face, and it quickly stood up. The ox bellowed loudly, and a powerful aura engulfed the entire cave. Evan, who just passed by the ox, was stunned when he heard the anger-filled bellow of the ox, and without even turning back, he moved toward the barrier at his full speed. The ox looked in the direction where Evan was moving, and its deep red eyes flashed with hatred. It already felt Evan's presence after opening its eyes. It stomped its feet on the ground and ran after Evan. The barrier was just 150 meters away from the open area where the ox was sleeping. When Evan felt the ox already detected him, he stopped using the shadow walk skill and rushed toward the barrier using mana reinforcement. With his current agility, he can easily cross 150 meters in seconds. But Evan felt a sense of crisis for some reason. When the ox saw Evan running away toward the barrier, its deep red eyes lit up and the temperature inside the cave shot up. A crimson fireball formed before the ox that it shot towards Evan, who was running ahead. All hairs on Evan's body stand up to no end, just as the temperature of the cave increased. When he looked back while running and saw a fireball coming toward him, Evan instantly stooped using mana reinforcement, and used Ice Chain's skill. 2 ice chains emerged from the ground and clashed against the incoming fireball. Boom dash. The entire cave shook as the incoming fireball exploded after clashing against the ice chains. After the fireball exploded, the cave was engulfed in the fire as shockwaves rushed forward. Evan groaned in pain as he was blasted away by the shockwaves, and his body was burned by the fire. Luckily, he was blasted in the direction of the barrier. Even though Evan was in pain, he still activated his shadow walk skill, just as he was about to crash against the barrier. Whoosh dash. Evan disappeared from the cave and passed through the barrier. Boom dash. Just as Evan passed through the barrier, the ox appeared and hit the barrier with its 2 horns. The barrier shook violently, but it did not shatter because of the impact. Seeing the barrier was still fine, the ox bellowed angrily and continued to attack the barrier. While the ox was attacking the barrier, a person with a charred back was laying outside the cave. Chapter 142. F***K. Evan cursed out loud after he crashed outside the cave with his face first. His back was charred black as the burning smell permeates the area. Looking at Evan, who was laying face first with charred back, the teachers and the people of the guilds were speechless. They don't know whether to praise him or curse him for trying to snatch something from a B rank monster, while being only a D+ rank hunter. After 2 minutes, Evan finally moved and sat up with a painful expression on his face. His back was completely burned and his clothes were in tatters. That bastard almost got me there, Evan cursed and looked at the barrier that was shaking from time to time. He can see the B rank ox that was attacking the barrier furiously, but wasn't able to break it. Evan opened the inventory in which there were 3 basic healing potions, and 3 basic mana potions were placed. Every student has 3 basic healing and mana potions from the beginning. Even though he knew his back can't be healed with the help of a basic potion, it is still better than nothing. He opened the cork of the potion bottle, and gulped down the yellow healing potion. He felt a slight cooling sensation on his back, but it was still far from enough. Soon Evan gulped down all 3 bottles of the potions, and the burning pain decreased by a lot. After drinking the potion, he stood up and looked at the barrier that was still shaking violently. I don't know how long this barrier will last. I should better get out of here, Evan thought, and after looking at the ox one final time, he left the area. Now that I have a golden chest, it will be piece of cake to let people know about my location, Evan muttered while going away from the barrier. Just thinking about how many people will come looking for him after he opened the golden chest made his heart beat faster. Let's find a good location before I start the farming session. Evan jumped from one tree to another and quickly left the area. 3 hours later, more than 12 hours passed since the exam started. The sun already set, and the sky was filled with countless tiny stars. In the darkness, the only source of light was the full moon that was shining brightly in the dark sky. Suddenly the golden barrier that was covering the entrance of the cave where the ox was trapped disappeared. An angry bellow of the ox rang out as the giant red ox came out from the cave. After coming out, the ox looked around it. When it didn't find the thief who stole its golden chest, it bellowed angrily, and its body lit up with fire. The ox stomped one of its feet on the ground and turned into a streak of orange light that moved through the dense forest, leaving behind a raging firestorm. In the middle of a large mountain, a similar golden barrier disappeared after the arrival of the night. Just as the barrier disappeared, a saber-toothed tiger that was 3 meters high and 2 meters long came out from the cave. The tiger was covered in light brown fur with some black dots all over its body. 2 long tooths were coming out from its mouth, giving it a menacing look. After coming out, the tiger looked at the entrance of the cave. Suddenly a golden light flashed and a golden chest came out from the cave. The golden chest went into the body of the tiger and disappeared. A cruel light was flashing in its deep black eyes as it leaped down from the mountain and descended downwards. Just like the saber-toothed tiger, a giant wolf that was covered in purple fur also came out from a cave after the golden barrier disappeared and moved out into the darkness. 1/ Evan and Mike -5400/ 2/ Valerie and Finn -4265/ 2/ Leon and Sally -3971/ 4/ Amy and Gloria -3100/ 5/ James and Alice -2286/ Evan looked at the rankings and was surprised after seeing Valerie was currently in second place. He already crossed the forest and arrived in a rocky area. There were many small cliffs and mountains there. Currently, Evan was sitting at the top of a mountain that was around 300 meters high. The top of the mountain was flat and was filled with grass and different kind of trees. Looks like they also encounter some students, Evan thought while rubbing his chin. He felt a little disappointed because, during the past hours, he didn't encounter any students. Moreover, the number of monsters is also decreasing. He wasn't even able to farm 1000 points after leaving the cave. Meanwhile, both Valerie and Leon's team gathered more than 2000 points during the past hours. Looks like their luck is quite good, Evan thought, and looked at his shadow storage. In his shadow storage currently, he has 3 bronze chests, 1 silver chest, and 1 golden chest. Let's open these chests and started my point farming session, Evan thought, and first took out 3 bronze chests. Just like usual, he kicked open one of the bronze chests. // 1 point. Evan wasn't even surprised after seeing this and kicked open the remaining 2 chests. // 1 point. // 2 points. "Oh, some progress here," Evan said loudly after seeing he got 2 points from the third chest. After opening the bronze chests, he took out the silver chest with a smile on his face. "Let's reveal my location to them," Evan said, and opened the chest. After getting 2 points earlier, he was a little more hopeful about the silver chest. Boom dash. With a loud firework, the silver chest was opened, and some text appeared in the night sky. /20 points, Evan /FU*KU. Evan cursed inwardly, seeing he still got just 20 points after opening the silver chest. Chapter 143. /20 points, Evan / With a loud firework, these words appeared illuminating the night sky. All the students heard the loud fireworks and looked in its direction. Seeing it was Evan who opened the chest, the eyes of most of the students lit up, and they dashed towards it. More than 12 hours passed since the exam started, and many students already died. In the beginning, there were 88 students, but now only 50 students were left. Some were killed by other students, while some died at the hands of monsters. Currently, all the remaining students were working with other teams. There were very few students who were not working with others like Valerie and Leon's team. Most of the students were already looking for Evan, and now that he revealed his location by opening the silver chest, they didn't waste this opportunity and ran toward it. "That guy actually dared to open a silver chest and revealed his location," Leon said with raised eyebrows, after seeing the firework. But soon a smirk appeared on his face, and he glanced at rankings. Seeing Evan has more than 5,500 points, his eyes shone. This is a great chance, Leon thought after seeing the rankings. He is currently in 3rd place, and it is getting difficult to earn more points. Now that Evan revealed his location, this is the perfect opportunity for him to increase his rank by killing him. He already knew if he fought against Valerie, it will be very difficult to kill her and take away her points. She is also a B rank hunter just like him, but Evan is completely different. He is just a D+ rank hunter, and Leon has enough confidence that he can kill him. The firework was around 50 kilometers away from him, and it will take around 30 minutes for him to reach there. "I am going ahead. There will be many students who will go there to kill him. I don't want other students to kill him before I reach there," Leon said to Sally, who is his teammate. Hearing Leon, she nodded her head and didn't stop him. She is still a C rank hunter, and her agility is lower than Leon. She also knew many students will try to kill Evan now that he revealed his location. Similar to Leon, Valerie also moved toward the direction of the firework. Boom dash. Just as all the students were about to move, they saw a beam of golden light going into the sky and exploding loudly. The entire night sky was illuminated by the golden light, and some words appeared there. /300 points, Evan / Everyone who was going in Evan's direction stopped for a moment with their eyes wide open. They knew 300 points can only be obtained by a golden chest, and according to the details, all the golden chests are with B-rank monsters. Did he kill a B-rank monster? Everyone thought at the same time and can't help but exclaim. Some students even started to hesitate to go there and kill him. If they guessed it right and Evan killed a B-rank monster, they are just going there to die in vain. There is no way they will be able to kill someone who can even beat a B-rank monster. But after seeing Evan have almost 6,000 points, they gritted their teeth and still went toward him. When the golden chest was opened, the fire ox also looked into the sky and moved in its direction. Not just fire ox, even saber-toothed tiger and the giant wolf also moved in the direction of Evan. Evan has no idea that along with students, he also attracted B-rank monsters. Currently, he was looking at the sky with a face full of disbelief. He was rubbing his eyes from time to time to check whether he is hallucinating or not. 300 points. The highest point number a person can get after opening a golden chest. When he opened the chest, Evan was ready to get 100 points, which are lowest point number you can get after opening a golden chest. But he never thought that he will receive 300 points. But he soon came out from his shock. He knew now is not the time to think about useless things. Soon many students will be coming here to look for him. 1. Evan and Mike 5924. 2. Valerie and Finn 4265. 2. Leon and Sally 3971. 4. Amy and Gloria 3100. 5. James and Alice 2286. There is no way people will be able to hold back after seeing I have almost 6,000 points, Evan mumbled and smiled widely. I just have to avoid that Leon and Valerie and everything should be fine, Evan thought, and went towards a large tree that was not far away from his current location. Is there something wrong with the screen? Olivia asked after seeing Evan getting 300 points. All the teachers and the people of the guilds were stunned because they were also thinking Evan will get 100 points. Till now all the chests he opened gave him the lowest points, but now they saw Evan got the highest number of points from the golden chest, made them doubt whether the screen is working properly or not. Don't worry, the screen is working fine, William said while shaking his head. He revealed his location to LUS students, Jeffrey said while rubbing his chin. On different screens, he can see most of the students were going in Evan's direction, but their gaze stopped on 3 particular screens that was showing 3 B rank monsters who were also going in his direction. I don't think he knew even B rank monsters are attracted by the golden chest, Julian said when he saw the fire ox and other monsters. It will be fun to see what will he do when those 3 rank monsters will come there looking for him, Isaac said, and continued to look at the screen. Most of the students were moving in the same direction with the same target in mind. Chapter 144. It should be here, Annie, a C+ rank student said while looking at the big mountain in front of her. Right beside Annie, 6 more students were standing with their eyes shining brightly after seeing the mountain. Just 5 minutes ago they saw the announcement of Evan opening the golden chest. They were not far from his location, and arrived at the base of the mountain in just 5 minutes. Other than Annie, there was one more C+ rank hunter named Mark. Among the remaining 5, 3 were D+ rank, while 2 were C rank hunters. They were 8 in the beginning, but 1 member of their team died when they encounter a group of monsters. There were 10 magic beasts in that group. 2 were C+ rank, 3 were C rank, and 5 were D+ rank. They killed all of those monsters, but one of their teammate died. Let's hurry up and go there before anyone else come here, Conan, a D+ rank hunter said impatiently. Other people also nodded because they knew other students will also come here soon. Be careful while going up. Even though he was alone in the exam hall and rejected the invitation of other teams, there is a very high chance he is working with someone, Annie said to everyone in a serious voice. No one doubted Annie's words because they also believed that Evan can't get a golden chest alone. After reminding everyone to be careful, Annie took the lead and they started to go up to the mountain. Mark was at the rear looking around carefully, while the other 5 were walking in the middle of them. All of them were very careful while climbing, but their speed was still quite fast. In just 3 minutes they reached at the top of the mountain. Seeing the top of the mountain was flat and was filled with grass, bushes, and trees, all of them raised an eyebrow and walked forward cautiously. Be careful, there are many places where he can hide, Mark, who was walking at the rear end, said. All of them walked forward while surveying their surroundings carefully. After 1 minute, Annie, who was walking in front, noticed something not far away from them. There is something, Annie said to others while pointing in front of them. All of them looked in the direction Annie was pointing and saw 5 chests there. 3 were bronze chests, 1 was silver chest, while the last one was still shining with golden color. All of the 5 chests were still open. Since the chests are here, he should be nearby, Annie said, and all of them become alert. Rustle dash. Suddenly all of them heard the sound of bush rustling, not far away from the place where 5 chests were placed. They quickly looked there while preparing their attacks. There were many bushes in that direction, and since they were at the top of the mountain, the wind was rather fast. I think it was just wind, Caleb, a D+ rank student said after hearing the sound of rustling. Rustle dash. Just as Caleb said, they once again heard the sound of rustling, and this time it was louder than before. The expressions of everyone turned serious after hearing the sound once again, and they walked forward while preparing their attacks. Lily Annie looked at a blonde-haired girl who was at C rank after they were 100 meters away from the bushes. Hearing Annie, Lily nodded and stepped forward. She pointed one of her fingers in the direction of the bushes, and a small black orb started to form at the tip of her finger. After the orb was formed, she shot the orb toward the bushes. The orb landed between the bushes and turned into a cloud of black smoke. that expanded to 50 meters very quickly. After 10 seconds, the cloud of black smoke disappeared, and all thick bushes in that area withered. After the bushes withered, they were easily able to see everything in that area, but they didn't find anything. I already said it was just the wind, Caleb said after they didn't find anyone there. Let's go. Annie and the others didn't bother with him and started to walk forward. Annie was still in the lead while Mark was at the back of the team. Soon they passed by the area from where they heard the sound of rustling earlier, but they didn't find anything there. After not finding anything there, they walked forward. Rustle dash. They did not walk for long when they once again heard the sound of rustling. This time, just as they heard the sound of rustling, Lily and 3 more hunters launched their attack in that direction. Annie and Mark didn't launch their attack, but they were prepared to launch them at any time. Annie stood in front of the team and looked at the different types of attacks going in the direction of bushes. The attack of Nora, who was the second C-rank hunter of the group, was fasted and arrived at the bushes before the attacks of the others. Whoosh dash. Boom dash. The fireball that Nora launched instantly turned the surrounding bushes into ash and exploded. Just as the fireball exploded, the attacks of the other students also reached there. Boom dash. Another loud booming sound echoed out as the ground around them shook because of the violent attacks. Just as the fireball turned the bushes into ashes, the expression of Annie, who was standing in the front of the group, changed. When the fireball turned the bushes into ashes, she saw 2 ice chains behind the bushes that were destroyed when the fireball exploded. Be careful. Quickly understanding that it was a trap to attract their attention, Annie looked back and shouted. Even though she reacted quickly, she was still too late. When she turned around and shouted, she saw a pitch-black shadow materializing behind Mark and slashing at his neck with a sword. Chapter 145. Evan was sitting on a tree branch of a thick tree when Annie and others arrived on the mountain. After seeing them, his eyes instantly lit up. He first waited for them to come closer to the chests that he left there. When Annie and others saw chests, they immediately become more cautious. Evan took advantage of this and used his ice chain skill to make some bushes rustle and led them in his direction. When Lily used her skill, he left that area with the help of his shadow walk skill, and they were not able to notice him. After making them more cautious, he once again used Ice Chain's skill to distract them. And just as he expected, after he used Ice Chain's skill again, it easily attracted Annie and her teammates' attention. Evan was already expecting this, so after using the Ice Chain's skill, he already moved toward Mark, who was at the back of the team and was also a C+ rank hunter. Because Mark's attention was fully drawn by the sound of rustle, he wasn't even able to react when Evan appeared behind him. Be careful, he just heard Annie's panicked voice before he felt a sharp pain, and his vision turned dark. But this was not the end. While attacking Mark, Evan also used his dimensional shadow bullets. The 2 C-rank hunters of the group, Lily and Nora, who were still focused on the bushes, let out a strange scream and dropped to the ground. Their legs were tightly closed, their eyes rolled inside their heads, and their tongue was hanging out from their mouth. There was a painful but at the same time blissful smile on their faces. Their expressions were looking rather scary, to say the least. Even though Evan felt strange after hearing the strange scream of the 2 girls, he didn't get distracted and killed them using dimensional shadow bullets again. Along with Mark, their bodies turned into white light and disappeared from the mountain. Annie, Conan, Caleb, and Trevor were rooted in their place, and were not able to process just what happened. Everything happened so fast that they were not able to react on time. In just 2 seconds, 3 of their teammates died without being able to do anything. Moreover, although it was very quick, they still heard the strange sound of Nora and Lily. Before their bodies disappeared, all of them saw the suspicious expressions on their faces. Even though they don't know what happened, the 3D+ rank hunters Conan, Caleb, and Trevor were looking at Evan with a face full of fear and a hint of admiration, while Annie's face was red and she was looking at him like he a scum. Evan's mouth twitched when he saw how Annie was looking at him, but he didn't feel he did anything wrong. Using dimensional shadow bullets was the fastest way to get rid of those 2 C-rank hunters. He is someone who is a supporter of gender equality, so if he can use a skill on a man, there is nothing wrong with using it on a woman. Evan convinced himself with a lousy excuse, and didn't bother how Annie was looking at him. Annie's whole body was shaking, and her face was beet red. She wanted to say something, but doesn't know what to say. Evan ignored Annie and glanced at 3D plus rank hunters who were still rooted in the same place without doing anything. Without any hesitation, he once again activated the Dimensional Shadow Bullet skill. Those 3D plus rank hunters had no chance of evading when they were standing there without doing anything. Plop dash, plop dash, plop dash. Arg, arg, arg. The sound of balls exploding rang out, followed by 3 heart-wrenching screams. All 3D plus rank hunters dropped to the ground, withering in pain. Their hands were covering their crotch area and were dyed red. Their face was filled with disbelief, and they were looking at Evan with unconcealed hatred. Tears were coming out from their eyes like a waterfall, and their bodies were shaking. Evan didn't bother with their unconcealed hatred, and once again used Dimensional Shadow Bullets to finish them off. After eliminating them, Evan looked at Annie, who was looking at him with fearful eyes. If before she had some doubts when she heard Nora and Lily's strange scream, now she was certain. She was certain that this guy is a succumbug. Just seeing how he eliminated Conan and others, she felt her legs turn into jelly. Now that there was no one, she was afraid what will Evan do with her. She gulped down her saliva and took a step back. When Evan saw the fearful look on her face, he have to admit that his Dimensional Shadow Bullet skill is truly a terrifying skill. When he thought about how powerful this skill will become in the future, when he will advance to a higher level, a smile appeared on his face. When Annie, who was already on verge of breakdown, saw Evan's smile, her body trembled. In her eyes, that smile was evil and completely lecherous. Remembering the strange scream and expressions of Nora and Lily, Annie's face went pale. Even though she was a C+ rank hunter, she knew she is not Evan's match. Just the way he killed Mark and others proved that he was a lot stronger than her. No, I won't let him do something to me. Annie finally made a quick decision after seeing Evan's smile. You will pay for what you did, Annie shouted at Evan in a fearful voice, before a sword suddenly appeared in her hand, and she slit her throat. Evan, who was thinking about his skill, was taken aback when he heard Annie, and was even more shocked when she suddenly slit her throat. Annie's body dropped to the ground and started to disappear in white light. Evan looked at her disappearing body with a dumbfounded expression on his face. Before she disappeared, Evan saw there was a relieved expression on her face, like she escaped from a calamity. There was just one thought in Evan's mind. What the hell just happened? Chapter 146. Evan looked at the disappearing body of Annie with a dumbfounded expression on his face. He never thought this girl will eliminate herself. Why did she commit suicide? Evan mumbled with a frown on his face. Actually, he knew very well why she eliminated herself, but he is never going to admit it. Suddenly Evan thought about something and his eyes opened wide. F***K, my points. Evan cursed out loud when he remembered he wasn't able to take Annie's points. Since she eliminated herself, he didn't receive her points. Damn it. I should have been more careful. Evan rubbed his temples with dejected expressions, and looked at how many points he got after killing those 6 students. /plus 3764. Too little. When Evan saw he received 3764 points, he can't help but say, he killed 6 people, which means at least 3 teams, but he get only 3764 points from them. Even when he killed Kevin and others, he received more than 3,000 points, and that was a few hours ago. Looks like most of the points were with that suicide girl, Evan said with a sigh, and looked at the place where Annie was standing. If I had known earlier she was holding most of the points, I would have targeted her first. Even though 3764 points were not low, they were nothing when you thought he'd get those points after eliminating 3 teams. 1. Evan and Mike 9688. 2. Valerie and Finn 4265. 3. Leon and Sally 3971. 4. Amy and Gloria 3100. Other students who were going in Evan's direction were keeping a close eye on the rankings, because they knew many people will go after Evan after seeing the fireworks. Through the rankings, they can guess if Evan encounters any other student. Suddenly all the students who were going toward Evan halted for a moment when they saw a big change happening in the ranking once again. Evan's points suddenly increased by a lot, and almost reached 10k. All the students were stunned because they knew very well what it meant. All of them knew some students already found Evan, but the result was disastrous for them. They went to hunt down Evan, but instead, they were all killed by him. Evan opened the golden chest just a few minutes ago. The firework was released just 10 minutes ago, and in these 10 minutes, Evan killed the students who went there to look for him. Even if those students were very near to him, they must have taken few minutes to reach his location. They can't understand how Evan killed those students so quickly. Should we still go there? A female student asked while looking at 6 people around her. His points were increased by around 3,500. I think there were only 4 students who went to look for him. If there were more than 2 teams, I am sure he would have received more points. We are 7 people here. I think we will be able to deal with him, Zoe, a C+ rank female said. Among those 7, she was the only C+ rank hunter. 2 were C rank, while the other 4 were D+ rank. What do you think? Zoe looked at one of the D+ rank hunters and asked. Other people of the team also looked at him, wanting to know his opinion. I think we should focus on killing magic beasts instead of going there, Mike said in an uncertain voice. He has a feeling that if they go there something bad will happen. Are you saying this because you are his teammate? Patrick, a C rank hunter of the group, asked. If you don't believe on me, we can go there, Mike said without bothering about what Patrick said. Other members of the teams looked at Zoe, wanting to know her opinion. After a moment, Zoe looked at them and said with conviction, let's go there. Even if we don't go, other students will surely try to eliminate him. We might get an opportunity when they start fighting. Other students of the team have no problem with what Zoe said, and they continue to move toward the mountain. They were quite far away from the mountain, and it will take them quite some time before they reach there. Roar dash. Suddenly all of them heard a terrifying roar and looked back. When they turned around, they saw a streak of brownish light coming toward them. The faces of all of them turned pale when they saw the streak of brown light. In just a few seconds, the streak of brown light appeared before them and stopped just 20 meters away from them. Roar dash. A powerful aura pressed down on them, and their soul shook when they heard the loud roar as a 3 meters big saber-toothed tiger looked at them with its deep black eyes. The rank monster. The faces of all of them went wide when they felt the tiger's aura. Stop panicking and take your position. We will die if we give it any chance. Zoe tried to calm down and shouted. Run! Patrick, the C rank hunter of the team, suddenly turned around and started to run away. Full stop. Zoe was taken aback when she saw this and shouted urgently, but it was already too late. The body of the saber-toothed tiger suddenly lit up with brown light, and the next second it disappeared from its place. Patrick didn't run far away when he suddenly felt a deep sense of crisis. He looked beside him and his eyes opened wide. Swish dash. The sound of wind being sliced apart was heard as Patrick saw the claw of the saber-toothed tiger, who was covered in deep brown aura, appear beside him. Thud dash. The claw of the saber-toothed tiger was very fast, and even before Patrick can react, his head was sent rolling on the ground. Zoe and others were stunned when they saw this, because they were not able to see how the saber-toothed tiger appeared beside Patrick. Suddenly Zoe's eyes opened wide when she finally understood how the tiger appeared beside Patrick. Damn it, this monster has Earth Escape skill. When others heard Zoe, their face turned white, and they looked at the tiger with fear in their eyes. Seeing the fearful look of the students, the tiger smiled sinisterly, and its body once again lit up with brown light as it once again disappeared from its place. Chapter 147. Leon moved in the direction of Evan while leaving behind a trail of fire. Instead of walking, he was going there through the sky. After reaching at B rank, he can fly using his fire control. Currently, he can't fly very high in the sky. The higher he flies, the harder it becomes for him to control his flight, and the consumption of mana also increases greatly, which is why he was currently flying 20 meters high in the sky. Normally people gain the ability to fly after reaching at A rank, but some people who are good at controlling fire or wind can fly much earlier. That guy is really not normal, Leon muttered after seeing the ranking. He was also keeping an eye on the rankings, and just now Evan's points almost reached to 10k. But it is also good since I will be the one who will get those points eventually. Leon smirked and flew towards Evan's direction even more enthusiastically. While flying, Leon suddenly noticed something, and a cold smile appeared on his face. In front of him, he can see a group of 6 people who were also going in the same direction. 2 people in the group were D rank, 3 were D+ rank, and the last one was C rank. Seeing them, Leon can't help but chuckle. Even these people are trying to kill him, huh? Leon muttered while shaking his head. What is that? One of the D rank students asked when he saw something coming towards them from the sky, leaving behind a trail of orange light. Other students of the teams also looked into the sky, and their expressions quickly changed. Hit run. The C rank hunter of the team cursed when he saw someone was coming towards them, and started to run away. He can already feel whoever was coming was someone that they cannot deal with. Even though the C rank hunter tried his best to run away, it was already too late. In a blink of an eye, Leon arrived above them and smiled coldly. Fire cage, Leon muttered, and a small fire cage surrounded them. The C rank hunter cursed when they were trapped in a fire cage. A black aura emerged from his body, and he slashed his sword at the fire cage with his full power. Swish dash. A black sword slash came out from his sword and clashed against the fire cage. Ding dash exclamation point and slash ox slash Eason. The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out, and the face of the C rank hunter turned completely white when he saw the fire cage was completely fine. Burn. Leon did not care about the attack of C rank hunter, and he said in an indifferent voice. Suddenly the fire cage lit up, and the temperature inside it instantly skyrocketed as flames shot out from all over the fire cage and went toward the trapped students. Painful screams rang out as Leon watched the fire cage with an indifferent expression on his face. After 5 seconds, the fire inside the cage disappeared along with the screams of the students. Leon waved his hand, and the fire cage turned into small particles that disappeared into the air. Lust 3857 points. He looked at the message before him and flew away with a smile on his face. Let's hope I will encounter more sheep before reaching my destination, Leon muttered and started to look around him excitedly. It was hard to meet with other students since the area was quite big, but now that someone invited all the people to the same location, it was natural that many students will meet with each other while going there. Ice waves. Valerie waved her hand, and tens of light blue ripples went towards 4 students who were covered in frost from head to toe. The icy ripples collided against the bodies of the students, and they all turned into ice statues in no time. Among these 4 students, 2 was C rank, 1 was D+ rank, and the last one was D rank. Valerie met them while going in the direction of Evan. Just like Leon, she also moved alone because her teammate Finn can't keep up with her. After the 4 students turned into ice statues, Valerie moved towards them and punched them lightly. Cracked. Tens of cracks appeared on ice statues, and all of them shattered into ice particles. Lust 3678. Valerie looked at the points she got from these 4 students, and continued to move forward. Previously she was not killing students and was just taking their points. But now that she was in a hurry, she can't waste her time talking with the students. After eliminating students, she doesn't move for long when she felt something and looked behind her. She narrowed her eyes when she felt a powerful aura approaching her, leaving behind a storm of fire. A loud bellow of ox rang out as a giant ox surrounded by fire appeared before Valerie. Feeling the B rank aura of the ox, Valerie's face turned serious. The body of the giant ox was burning with fire as it looked at Valerie, with its deep red eyes, and the temperature of the surroundings started to increase rapidly. Valerie frowned when she felt the temperature was increasing, and an icy aura erupted from her body. The temperature around her started to decrease as the ground started to freeze. The area around Ox was burning with fire, while the area around Valerie was frozen solid. The sword in her hand was already covered in frost aura. The gaze of both Valerie and the Ox met, and they moved at the same time. The giant horns of the Ox burned with raging fire as it tried to crush her with its power. The sword in Valerie's hand shone with chilling light as it clashed against the horns of the Ox. Clang dash. The sound of metal clashing rang out as Valerie slid backward, leaving deep marks on the ground. The Ox also stopped at the same place when it noticed a part of its horn was frozen, even though it was covered in the fire earlier. The Ox bellowed angrily, seeing this, as the fire around it burned with even more intensity. Valerie also tightly gripped the sword in her hand, as the frost aura around her became even stronger. Meanwhile, Evan was sitting on a tree and was looking at the rankings with a sullen face. "These shoals are stealing my points," Evan cursed when he saw the points of some students increase by thousands. Chapter 148. When will more students will come here? Evan muttered while sitting on a branch of a thick tree. It is been around 20 minutes since he opened the golden chest. After he eliminated Annie and her team, no one else come to the top of the mountain. 1. Evan and Mike 9688 / 2. Valerie and Finn 7943 / 3. Leon and Sally 7828 / 4. Amy and Gloria 6180 / Evan looked at the rankings, and his eyes can't help but twitch. Are these bastards fighting alone without inviting me? Evan said, and thought about going down the mountain to look for other students. Suddenly Evan received a message, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. Your teammate Mike is eliminated. That fool is dead, Evan said while looking at the message with an amused look on his face. But his expression turned dark when he looked at the rankings once again. 1. Evan 9280 / 408 points were missing after Mike died. Those were the points that Mike collected. If he wants, he could have transferred all of his points to Evan before getting himself eliminated. But that guy didn't transfer his points to Evan and died with them. This is just 408 points, forget about it, Evan said and closed the message. He was rather curious about who eliminated Mike. Could it be he was also coming here to eliminate me with his other teammates? But they encountered some powerful students, and were eliminated by them, Evan thought while rubbing his chin. At the same time, Evan was thinking about leaving the mountain and searching for the students himself. If things continue to go on like this, other students will eventually surpass him. Moreover, he is sure there are not many students remaining in the exam. If he delays any longer, he won't be able to meet other students, and they will be eliminated by other teams. Evan was about to jump down from the tree when he stopped and looked in front of him. When he looked in front of him, his eyes lit up because he saw a team of 5 students coming up to the mountain. Among 5, 2 was C rank, 2 were D+ rank, and the last one was D rank. All 5 of them were male, and Evan recognized one of the D+ rank hunters. It was the punk named Rio who tried to pick a fight with him a few days ago in the class. Last time I let him off without doing anything, but now Evan smiled like a devil seeing Rio and rubbed his hands. He also felt relieved there were no female students among them. Even though he is a strong supporter of gender equality, he doesn't want to see someone committing suicide once again. Or Mars, are you sure we can eliminate him with our current number? Rio asked one of the C rank hunters who has a chameleon haircut. Don't be a PUS*Y, we are 5 people here. If we can't even take care of a single trash, what's the use of being a hunter? Mars said in a sneering voice while looking around. But Rio wanted to say something but was stopped by Brandon, who was the second C rank hunter of the group. Rio sighed after seeing this and didn't say anything else. Look, there are open chests, Mars, who was in the lead, said out loud, attracting the attention of others. Be careful, he must be hidden somewhere here, Brandon said, and all of them moved forward carefully. Evan was looking at them with a pondering expression. There are no C+ rank hunters in their team, and even these 2 C rank hunters look kinda dumb. I think I don't need to sneak attack them. I will just eliminate those D and D+ rank hunters using Dimensional Shadow Bullet, and it won't be a problem for me to take care of the last C rank hunters, Evan thought, after looking at the team of 5. Since many students were being eliminated even before reaching at the mountain, Evan wanted to go down as soon as possible to farm more points. If he tries to sneak attack them, he will have to first lure them toward his direction before killing them. It will consume too much time. Since he can eliminate them without even using a sneak attack, Evan decided to end this quickly and go down to the mountain. Just as Evan decided and was about to jump down from the mountain, he felt a powerful aura nearing the mountain rapidly. His expression turned serious because he can feel that the aura was that of a B rank hunter. Soon he saw a streak of orange light arrives at the top of the mountain. Leon, Evan muttered when he saw Leon. The faces of Mars and his teammates also changed when they saw Leon. Even though they were 5, and Leon was alone, they had no confidence in beating him. Just by feeling his aura, they were feeling great pressure. Leon also noticed Rio and others, and was a little surprised after seeing them. He opened the ranking, and after seeing Evan was still at the top and wasn't eliminated, he closed it once again. Did you find him? Leon asked while walking towards them. Mars and the others knew Leon was asking for Evan, so they shook their heads. We just arrived here and were thinking about going back after we did not see him here, Mars quickly said after hearing Leon. Leon opened his mouth to say something, but his expression quickly changed when he felt something. Evan's expression also changed as he looked high into the sky. Swish dash. A purple beam of light came flying towards the mountain and stopped above Leon and others. Leon looked up and saw a giant wolf which was covered in purple fur looking down on them. A powerful aura was coming out from its body, giving all of them an oppressive feeling. The rank monster Leon's expression became serious when he felt the powerful aura of the wolf. Howl! Dash! The B rank wolf howled loudly, and suddenly Leon and others felt a powerful force pressing down on them. Chapter 149. After the wolf appeared above Leon and the others, an invisible force pressed down on their bodies. Thud dash. The entire team of Mars instantly dropped to the ground because of the sudden pressure. Damn it, Leon cursed when he felt the strange force around him restricting his movements. Howl! Dash! The wolf once again howled and its eyes lit up. Suddenly tens of stones that were scattered around Leon and others started to float. Swish dash! The next second all the stones shot toward Leon and others like bullets. You monster, don't underestimate me. Even though Leon's movements were restricted by the strange skill of the wolf, he was still B rank hunter just like it. His body lit up with fire, and he forcefully broke free from restrictions, and moved away before those stones arrived there. Even though Leon moved away successfully, Mars and his team was not lucky enough. Tens of stones came flying like bullets and crashed against their bodies. The stones were so fast that they easily pierced through their bodies, killing them on the spot. Evan, who was watching everything from the distance, gulped down his saliva. Just after feeling the aura of the wolf, Evan was sure that he can't fight against it. The difference in ranks after reaching at C rank is very vast. When he was a D rank hunter, and he uses his mana reinforcement to 100% in real life, he was able to surpass the C+ rank, and was more powerful than a normal C+ rank hunter. At first, he thought that after he advanced his prime core to D+ rank, he will be able to reach B rank in real life with mana reinforcement. But after reaching D+ rank, when he tried mana reinforcement, he still wasn't able to reach B rank. The gap between the C rank and the B rank is very big. You awaken your class after becoming a C rank hunter, and after you advance to B rank from C rank, the power boost you receive is very high. Looking at the disappearing body of Mars and others, Evan was sure that if he was in their place, the outcome would have been the same. The only reason he revealed his location earlier, despite knowing there are B rank hunters like Leon and Valerie, was because of his shadow walk skill that can help him get away from them. Evan looked at the wolf in the air, who was still hovering there with the same look on its face. Suddenly Evan noticed some text appeared above the wolf's head. /Ash 3276 points. Points, Evan said with raised eyebrows. Are these the points of Rio and others? Looks like the monsters will get the points of the students that they kill, Evan muttered and looked at Leon, who has a burning fireball in his hand. Go, Leon shouted and shot the fireball toward the wolf who was hovering above. Swish dash. Seeing the fireball coming in its direction, the eyes of the wolf once again lit up. Boom dash. Just when the fireball was 1 meter away from the wolf, it suddenly exploded like there was an invisible wall. Fire and shockwaves spread high in the sky, but the wolf remained completely unharmed. There was like an invisible wall stopping the fire from reaching it. Is it something like telekinesis? Evan thought when he saw the scene in front of him. The way the wolf is hovering, and those stones started to fly, was similar to telekinesis skill. He read somewhere that if your telekinesis skill is very high level, you can even stop powerful attacks with its help, just like how the wolf stopped Leon's attack. Howl! Dash! After stopping the attack, the wolf howled, and its entire body shone with bright white light. Suddenly its aura increased even more, and it dived toward Leon at an insane speed. Leon's expression changed when he saw this, and tens of firewalls appeared before him. Boom dash! Boom dash! The wolf swept its massive claw at the firewalls, and they were shattered instantly. Boom dash! The wolf destroyed the last firewall and arrived before Leon, who was standing still. Swish dash! With its razor-sharp claw, the wolf slashed at the neck of Leon, who was standing still. Whoosh dash! But when the wolf's claw touched Leon's neck, his body turned into orange particles and disappeared from the place. Blaze Kick Leon suddenly appeared beside the wolf, who was still confused after seeing him disappearing into fire particles, and sent a kick towards it like a whip. Fire blazed around his leg as his kick landed on the back of the wolf. Howl! Dash! The wolf howled in pain as it was blasted away. The place where Leon's kick landed was covered in fire as its purple fur turned black. The wolf landed 5 meters away, creating a small crater there. Flame burst. Leon didn't give the wolf any chance, as he shot some exploding fire orbs at the wolf. Boom dash! Boom dash! Boom dash! The flame burst exploded near the wolf, raising a dust cloud high in the sky. Leon was about to attack once again when his expression changed, and he quickly tried to jump away. Swish dash! From the dust cloud, tens of stones came towards him like bullets. Even though he reacted quickly, there were so many stones, and one of them hit him in his right arm. Arg! Leon cried out in pain as the stone pierced through his right arm. Blood gushed out from his arm, and Leon quickly backed away. Whoosh dash! A gale of wind appeared, blowing away the dust cloud that was covering the wolf. There were many burn marks on the wolf's body, and its aura was weaker than before. Its purple shining fur was charred black, and it was looking at Leon furiously. Evan was looking at everything with a focused gaze. After he saw the wolf was heavily injured, and its aura was weaker than before, he took a deep breath. He activated his shadow walk skill, and came down from the tree he was hiding. After coming down from the tree, he moved away from the wolf and Leon. After he was 200 meters away from them, Evan came behind a tree and stopped using shadow walk skill. Let's try it, Evan muttered as he started to make a shadow bullet at the tip of his finger. Chapter 150. At first, Evan was not planning to get involved in the fight of 2B rankers, because he knew if anything goes wrong, and they caught up to him, there is no way he will be able to fight against them. But after seeing the wolf get the points of Mars and his teammates, Evan had no choice but to take action. Leon already has more than 7,800 points. If he killed the wolf and gets those points as well, he will have more points than him. If Leon got those points, he wasn't sure about surpassing him again. Even though he knew he is no match against any of them in a head-on fight, he can still kill one of them if he use his shadow bullet perfectly. To not get caught by them, Evan first distanced himself from them, so that after taking the shot, he can run away quickly using his shadow walk. After arriving 200 meters away from them, he created a shadow bullet using 60% of his mana. He left the rest of his mana so that he can escape using shadow walk later. Last time when he killed the ice troll, his prime core was D rank. Now that it advanced to D+ rank, his mana reserves were higher than before. Howl! Dash! While Evan was creating a bullet, the wolf, who just faced Flame Burst, howled loudly. His fur, which turned black because of the fire, suddenly lit up in golden color, and its injuries started to heal. Damn it! Leon, who just backed away after getting injured by a rock, cursed when he saw the wolf even have a healing skill. Run! He looked at his hand, which was bleeding heavily because of the wolf's earlier attack, and used his fire to close the wound. Suddenly the yellow eyes of the wolf lit up, and Leon felt his body being dragged toward the wolf against his will. It's that annoying skill again, Leon thought, and flames burst out from his body. Amber shower! Leon shouted as flames shot towards the sky. The flames turned into a 50 meters big magic circle in the sky that was blazing with fire. The night sky was lit up by the fiery magic circle as a rain of fiery embers came out from it. Surprisingly, all the fiery embers that came out from the magic circles rushed toward the wolf like guiding bullets. Howl! Dash! The wolf howled when it felt the scorching temperature of the embers, and the force that was dragging Leon towards it disappeared. A transparent shield that was 5 meters in diameter appeared above the wolf's body. The shield was very thin and looks like normal transparent glass, but when those fiery embers collided with the shield, they were not able to break it. Ding dash! Ding dash! After not being able to break the shield, fiery embers started to drop around the shield. SSSSHHH dash! A sizzling sound rang out as the ground around the wolf started to melt because of many fiery embers around it. Stupid, Leon said with a smirk when he saw large numbers of fiery embers all around the wolf, and he started to back away from it. The temperature around the wolf becomes insanely hot because of the fiery embers. Even the fur of the wolf started to catch fire because of the high temperature. After 10 seconds, the magic circle from the sky disappeared. But there were thousands of fiery embers around the wolf, creating small hills around it. Howl! Dash! After the magic circle disappeared, the wolf howled, and its body started to float into the air. It was thinking about flying away from the area of the fiery embers. When Leon, who was already 100 meters away from the wolf, saw this, a cold smile appeared on his face. "Do you think I will let you go just like this?" Leon mumbled, and his eyes shone with orange color. Suddenly all the fiery embers around the wolf lit up and shone with bright orange light. The temperature that was already high because of the fiery embers once again increased. All the hairs on the wolf's body stood up to no end, as it felt a danger like never before. Feeling the lethal threat, the deep yellow eyes of the wolf shone with silver light as a silver aura started to cover its body. But before the silver aura can cover its entire body, boom dash! A big mushroom cloud rose to the sky from the top of the mountain as the powerful shockwaves spread in all directions. All the trees within 100 meters of the range were uprooted and blown away by the shockwaves. A firestorm raged at the top of the mountain as destruction spread all over. Rumble dash! The mountain started to shake as many stones started to fall down from it. Leon, who was standing behind a firewall, felt the ground below his feet shaking. The firewall that was covering him was shaking furiously because of the shockwaves, but there was a mild smile on his face. "That bastard should be dead now," Leon muttered and looked at his message window. But when he looked at his message window and saw there were no messages of him getting points, a stunned expression appeared on his face. Suddenly he felt cold killing intent from behind his back. Leon quickly turned around and was horrified when he saw a wolf, whose right side of the front and back legs were blown away, slashing its left claw toward him. The body of the wolf was flashing with silver light, and it was hovering in mid-air. Leon tried to back away when he saw the claw of the wolf coming towards him, but the attack of the wolf was very fast, and he was not able to dodge it completely. Swish dash! Bang dash! Leon's right arm was cut off by the wolf's claw, and a sound akin to a grenade exploding rang out at the same time. Just as the sound rang out, a body dropped to the ground with a hole in its head. Chapter 151. A shadow bullet was spinning around Evan at a rapid speed. He was still standing behind the tree looking at Leon and the wolf with a focused gaze. Although he was 200 meters away from them and it was nighttime, he was still able to see them without any problem. Now that his Prime Core advanced to D+ rank, he found it easier to control the bullet. Even though he was feeling a slight headache, it was very low compared to the last time. Moreover, his control over the bullet was also better than before. The bullet spun around him as its speed continued to increase. When Evan saw 50 meters big magic circle, he was stunned for a moment and thought Leon was going to do something big. But when he saw how the wolf easily blocked the rain of the embers, he once again put his focus on the bullet. His target was Leon, who backed away after using Ember Rain. Holy sh*t. But just after 10 seconds he can't help but curse out loud when he felt a sudden increase in temperature. Boujouon dash! The ground below his feet shook and the tree he was standing behind was almost uprooted because of the shockwaves. Evan tried not to move and stood behind the tree so that he won't get injured by the shockwaves. But he soon noticed his bullet started to become unstable because of sudden shockwaves. Damn it, Evan tried to stabilize the bullet, but find it very hard. He looked in Leon's direction and saw he was standing at the same place behind a firewall. He was clearly able to see his side profile from his current location. "I can't control the bullet for a long time," Evan muttered and decided to take action. Currently, Leon was standing in the same place, and it was the best opportunity for him. Just like Leon, he also thought that the wolf was definitely dead. Evan's focus heightened as he looked in Leon's direction. His entire focus was placed on Leon because he knew he will only get one chance. If he can't eliminate Leon with this attack, he will not be able to maintain his top position. His focus reached at the top, and Leon was the only one in his eyes. Now Evan shouted in his mind as the speed of the bullet reached a peak, and he shot it toward Leon. Just as his focus reached the peak and he was ready to shoot the bullet, a silver light flashed behind Leon, and an injured wolf whose right side of the body was missing appeared behind Leon. Even though Evan saw the silver light, it was already too late for him to stop the bullet. Nag dash! A sound akin to a grenade exploding rang out at the top of the mountain as the bullet shot forward. But because of the sudden appearance of the wolf behind him, Leon acted on his instincts and backed away a little. Meanwhile, the heavily injured wolf immediately attacked Leon. While attacking, the wolf arrived at the place where Leon was standing before. Whoosh dash. Because of its surprise attack, the wolf slashed one of Leon's arms. Swish dash. Bam dash. But just as he slashed one of Leon's arms, something struck its head, piercing all the way through its brain, and came out from the other side of its head. All of these things happened in a span of 2 seconds, and no one was able to react. Ugh, Leon still had a stunned expression on his face because of the sudden appearance of the wolf, and he was crying in pain because of losing one arm. Meanwhile, Evan's mind was still trying to process what just happened. Thud dash. With a thumping sound, the body of the wolf dropped to the ground. A puddle of blood started to form around it, and soon a dazzling golden light shone on its body. Whoosh dash. A golden chest came out from its body and started to hover above it. Leon also dropped to the ground with a pale face. He was holding his arm and was trying to stop the blood. There were many emotions on his face: anger, fear, joy, and most of all, confusion. When the wolf appeared behind him, he tried to back away from it, and heard a loud sound. Then his right arm was cut off by the wolf, and at the same time, the wolf dropped to the ground dead. What the F***K is going on here? Leon was completely stunned and wasn't able to understand what was happening. Then he remembered that loud sound that he heard earlier and looked in that direction. Even though it was completely dark, he was still able to see someone standing around 200 meters away from him, because of the fire that was still burning after the explosion. Who is there? Leon thought and tried to stand up. Although that attack didn't strike him, he was sure that the attack was very powerful. Because of the dark, he was just able to see someone standing there. He wasn't even sure if that slight hood is a male or a female. But one thing was certain in Leon's mind. That person is dangerous. Leon looked at the person and wasn't sure what to do. F***ku wolf. Meanwhile, when Evan finally understood what happened, he can't help but curse that wolf. His plan was perfect, and he was so close to killing Leon and taking away his points. But that wolf ruined all of it. He just realized that wolf was actually able to control space element to some extent. Even though its control was very low, it was still able to blink behind Leon at the last moment. Evan was so angry that his face turned red. He wished that the wolf come back to life once again, so that he can give it a good beating for ruining everything. He opened his message window to see how many points he got, and his eyes almost popped out of his sockets. Now what the fuck is this? Evan spoke in a dazed voice and looked at the message window, not knowing how to react. // 150 points. // 3276. / 2980. He knew about the first 2 points messages. 150 points were for killing the B rank monster, and 3276 were points that the wolf got after killing Mars and his team. But he was absolutely clueless about the remaining 2980 points. This concludes this video. Thank you guys for listening. This was Necromancer of the Shadows. Hope you enjoyed and have a wonderful rest of the day. Come again.